Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. South Korea, the future of Seoul is currently in the hands of one man, a boy kneeling in the ruins of the city. Guildmaster Youngwon looked up, breathing heavily. A man in a black suit stood before him. The civilians couldn't believe that a guild had appeared here, their eyes wide with horror. The hooded man spat out blood. Raising his knives in front of him, the enemy of all humanity was glad that they were finally the only ones left here. Shewon was shaking, his clothes were worn out. Rising from his knees, the boy declared that innocent people were suffering because of this senseless slaughter. Summoning red lightning in his hand, the young man shouted that the devil was to blame for everything. Grinning, Kang, who called his words ridiculous and asked if his enemy really thought he was an ambassador of justice. The guildmaster looked at him tensely, his pupils contracted. Swinging a sparkling projectile, he asked how such a person could talk about justice. Covered in red lightning, Shewon shouted that he was fighting on behalf of all of humanity and that the enemy would always stand in his way. The people watched their battle in fear. A small boy began to cry, and the boy asked if it was not enough to call the enemy a devil. The civilians raised their hands and began chanting the hero's name. A red halo appeared above the boy's head. Summoning a magic circle in his hand, the guild leader said that he would never lose as long as the people supported him. He extended his hand forward. A wave of red energy was directed towards the enemy. Kan, who covered his face with his hands in fear. A huge explosion was heard on the battlefield, and the people screamed in horror. Shewon approached the defeated enemy. Clouds of smoke and dust flew around them. The bloodied villain could not raise his head. The civilians raised their hands and began to rejoice. Smiling happily, they said that they always believed in their hero and asked him to finish off this demon. The people clenched their fists and repeated their request. Their hands were directed towards their sworn enemies. The boy looked down and said that no one wanted to leave his enemy alive. A purple magic circle shimmered in his hand. Kan, who knelt down and looked up. Declaring that his end had come, the boy directed his spell forward to destroy the enemy. Blood gushed from the villain's mouth. The magic threw his body back, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Looking at the guildmaster, the enemy of all mankind began to lose consciousness. Shewon jumped into the air. Spreading his arms, he announced that all their preparations had finally borne fruit. Raising his hand above his head, the boy declared that absolute freedom would now descend upon these lands. The city dweller joyfully clasped his hands together. Frowning pitifully, the man was glad that this was finally happening. A red aura appeared around the boy. The sky above his head turned blood red. A funnel opened up, from which bright lightning struck. Suddenly, a huge demonic hand appeared from it. People froze in horror. The guild leader grinned maliciously. The hand reached out to him. The civilians began to run away. Looking at the sky, Shewon was glad that the Demon King had finally descended and that now there would be real peace. Gritting his teeth, Kanu said that this was more like real tyranny. Turning around, the boy asked why his enemy was still alive and ordered him to take a closer look at what was happening. Smiling madly, the young man shouted that he had created a new and better world. A flash appeared in the sky. An explosion was heard in space, thus the world was destroyed. The explosion collapsed into a small burning point. The author thanked the readers for the support they showed for the life of a villain who became a savior. Someone was typing on the keyboard. The golden sphere shattered into pieces. The people's expectations were completely destroyed. The blue stained glass was supported by golden hands. The protagonist turned out to be a servant of the Demon King and became an ultimate evil along with his comrades, the 13 stars. Grinning, Shewon looked back. Fiction is just a mirror reflecting reality. The man was sitting at the computer in complete darkness. Putting a flower next to the photo, the protagonist thought that this novel was written based on his student life. People were smiling, standing next to the photo of the deceased. The guild leader summoned a magic circle in his hand. One day the protagonist saw the power that can hide even school violence and the true face of the world, the power that can swap good and evil. Putting his hand on the keyboard, the boy thought that this is why he included this reality in the novel. There were dissatisfied reviews on the site. The novel only received 2 stars due to the terrible ending. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that nothing could be done about it. The cursor closed the tab with the site. The writer sat down on the bed. One of the readers asked why the author left such an ending. The protagonist lay down on the pillow. Another reader called the author a hypocrite. The guy covered his eyes with his hand. He was called the devil who destroyed the world of readers. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that he no longer had the opportunity to rewrite history. Lying on the bed, he decided to just go to bed. The picture in front of his eyes began to clear. A strange noise was heard. Someone raised a stick over their head. It turned out that people were mining something with pickaxes right on the streets of the city. Putting his hand on the ground, the writer felt a cold stone. Beating his subordinate, the man asked how he dared to do this despite the mercy of the eclipse. The victim covered his face with his hands while he was being beaten. In his memory, the school bully beat up his classmate in the same way. He had frightened eyes. The protagonist was indignant that he was dreaming of this hooligan. Grabbing him by the collar, the overseer shouted that he had better get to work, otherwise he would not have a peaceful life. The man swung his hand. Hearing a strange sound, the people turned around. The scoundrel's eyes widened tensely. Having started to beat his subordinate, he called him useless. The boy did not understand why he was in so much pain in his sleep. Another guard intervened in the fight and tried to pull his colleague away. The men exchanged glances, began to discuss something. The young man thought that everything seemed incredibly real. The overseer spat at his feet. Turning around, the scoundrel promised to make a cutlet out of him one day. Grabbing his shoulder, the boy asked if everything was okay with Kanhu. Hearing this name, the writer looked at his hands. Jumping to his feet, he thought that this simply could not be. The protagonist put his hands to the stones. A blue aura appeared around them. Streams of mana burst out and filled the room. Looking at his hand, the boy realized that this was definitely an innate increased sensitivity to mana. Covering his face with his hand, the young man began to understand what was happening. Looking in horror at his reflection in the water, the writer realized that he had become his own character in the game. Smiling, he was surprised that he had become exactly that. Excitedly raising his hand, the boy apologized for what happened. The protagonist realized that there were about 5 years left until the end of the world. Frowning, Kanhu wondered what would happen if he woke up in Shiwon's body. People stretched out their hands to their hero. He would be revered as the savior of humanity. A demonic hand appeared. The inhabitants of the city fell to their knees and bowed. In the end, the Demon King descended to the ground and killed everyone except his minions. Rising to his feet, the boy realized that he would die a miserable death if he did not manage to change the ending. Squinting, the boy thought that he knew how to escape from this place. A blue stone fell to the ground. Picking it up, the writer realized that his character's past and experience had become his own. The protagonist frowned sternly, and a description of the character with skills and level appeared in front of him. Kanhu sat down on the ground, a towel hanging around his neck. Gritting his teeth, the tired boy realized that he had disgusting stamina, and thought that he should not have given the character a weakness in the form of an innate increased sensitivity to mana. Starting to draw something on the ground, the young man decided that this was the only way. The boy ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The writer quickly erased it with his foot. Looking back, he replied that he was fine. His friend suggested asking for a break. Grinning, the protagonist said that if they gave people a break depending on their condition, they clearly would not have ended up in such a place. On the wall hung a shield with an image of 3 swords. The swords lit up against the crescent moon. The guards held the man by the arms. They were in an isolation cell created by the criminal organization Eclipse. Novice hunters who could use mana used picks to mine mana stones. The men mined blue crystals. Some of them fainted while working. Looking at his friend, Kanhu asked him not to think about him and to do his job. Raising his eyebrows, the boy tried to say something. Smiling, the boy asked if he really wanted to escape. Closing his eyes, the young man asked his friend to forget about it and continue working before the guards beat him. The hunter scratched his head in embarrassment when he was asked not to do anything reckless. Taking up the pickaxe, the writer thought that he had done everything to warn him. In the memory, the beaten schoolboy walked down the corridor. He became the prototype of the character from the novel. Frowning, the protagonist realized that he could not change the plot, at least for now. The pickaxe hit the ground with force. The people were in a huge room filled with blue mana crystals. Kanhu was pulling a cart filled to the brim with stones. Hearing someone's cry, the boy looked back. The guard was beating his friend. Blood was running down the boy's cheek when all the guards focused on the newcomers. Someone wanted to escape. The prisoner trembled with fear. Swinging his sword, the villain declared that he would have to answer for his actions. The blade pierced the slave's body through and through. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock, as did the other workers. Gritting his teeth, the guard pulled the bloody sword out of the boy's body. The victim's blood-covered hand fell to the ground. Many turned away so as not to watch the scene of the brutal execution. The writer nervously pursed his lips. Blood spurted. The prisoner's hand lay on the ground. Approaching him, the protagonist thought that his warning was not in vain. Kanhu silently looked at his dead comrade. Smiling, the overseer hoped that his subordinate would not go on a rampage like last time, because there was no one here who could stop him from killing again. Lowering his gaze, the boy said that he did not care about the worker's death. The scoundrel's eyes widened in surprise. Turning to him, the young man said that he needed to go to the toilet. Placing the bloody sword on his shoulder, the man asked if the slave had wet his pants because of what happened. The writer remained silent. Turning away, the guard realized that this was true and asked him to follow him. The protagonist looked at him menacingly. Approaching the toilet, the guard said that he had 1 minute. Gritting his teeth, the scoundrel added that this place would become his grave if he lingered even for a second. Dead people lay in the toilet. One of them had a noose around his neck. Entering inside, Kanhu thought that there must be at least something here. Leaning against the wall, the man began to count down. The guy looked into the stall. He cut his hand on sharp stones. Sitting on the floor, the young man began to draw something with his own blood. Lowering his head, the guard continued to count down. A few seconds later, a bloody six-pointed star appeared on the floor. The magic circle lit up. Lowering his gaze, the writer expressed confidence that someone was watching him and enjoying the tragedies, trials, and despondency that were happening. The star lit up and illuminated the space around him. The protagonist looked back as the overseer knocked on the door and ordered him to leave immediately. Turning to the magic circle, Kanhu asked if he wasn't curious as to how such a low-ranking hunter could summon him. If he followed the original and stayed here for a little while longer, someone would appear much later. The boy fell to the floor and looked up. A pillar of light energy appeared in front of him. The young man realized that if he had to stay even one day longer, the hope that the world had been waiting for would become unattainable. That's exactly what he would say. The writer looked down and realized that he had become the entertainment that someone had been looking for so long. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist called himself the one who could use his abilities to the fullest. Grinning widely, Kanhu said that he knew he would appear. In the past, his character raised knives in front of him. In the original story, the main constellation made a contract with him. Looking at the pillar of light, the boy summoned the dimension robber. The star, emerging from the light energy, decided to let the man use its power since he had managed to attract its attention, and asked him to prove himself. The young man looked at it with determination and asked the constellation to simply observe. A golden notice appeared in front of his face, describing the powers of the dimension robber. The man slammed his fist on the door. Entering, the guard asked what his subordinate was doing. Dust rose in the toilet. The overseer entered. A dark silhouette was visible ahead. The villain clenched his teeth in fear. The system reported that all skills had reached the maximum level. The writer dashed forward. Using teleportation, he disappeared from the man's field of vision. The guard immediately turned around. There was no one in the toilet. The protagonist appeared behind the overseer. His eyes lit up. In his hand was an iron rod. The next moment, blood gushed from the villain's mouth. Kanhu pierced his neck with the rod. Trembling from the unbearable pain, the man asked how he managed to do this. The boy pulled the rod out of his neck. The guard fell to the floor. Clutching the rod in his hand, the boy thanked him. Wiping the blood from his face, he declared that he would be able to leave this place today thanks to the overseer. The dead man lay on the floor. The constellation called the hunter interesting and agreed to make a contract. The protagonist looked down. Reaching out for the sword, Kanhu thought that he was able to avenge his friend. He hung the sword on his belt. A notification informed that the user had received the weapon. Standing in front of the dead guard, the boy declared that he would not look back from this very moment. A full moon rose over the city. The boy went to the exit of the toilet. A canister of flammable liquid fell to the floor. The writer took it in his hands and spilled gasoline. Putting his hand in his pocket, he thought that the first step to escape had been taken and that the uniform of a second-rank overseer would help him blend in with the surroundings. The protagonist lit a lighter. Throwing it forward, Kanhu decided that the fire would be the next step. The lighter fell into a puddle of gasoline. Flames burst out behind the boy. The only way to escape was through the main gate. People ran to the fire. Someone shouted that the fire had engulfed the front of Building 18. The guard, with his mouth wide open, asked who dared to do this. His colleague decided to call the fire brigade. People ran forward. Jumping into the car, the man suggested following the instructions and heading to the crematorium. The car doors slammed shut. Sitting in the passenger seat, the guard ordered the driver to move faster. Looking in the mirror, the guard asked if his colleague had swapped shifts with their main guard. The young man was sitting in the back of the car. With the corners of his lips downturned, he confirmed this and said that someone had escaped from Building 18. Looking back, the driver asked what this meant. Frowning, the writer said that the prisoner had climbed over the wall from the northwest side. There were traces of blood on the wall of the detention center. The protagonist was glad that he managed to escape from this place. The car was driving along a forest road. Looking ahead, the guard assumed that the warden must be tired because everything that was happening was one big headache. Wiping the blood on his collar, Kanhu confirmed this and said that he would like to just kill prisoners because they do not obey anyway. Smiling, the driver agreed with him and called these hunters losers. Squinting, another warden noticed something suspicious in his colleague's words. Looking to the side, the man asked how long the warden had been in charge of the 18th building. The guy silently looked ahead. Closing his eyes, he replied that he was appointed only the day before yesterday. The guard assumed that he was transferred from the 9th Division. The young man confirmed this. Frowning, the warden asked if the non-existent 9th Division was also formed only the day before yesterday. The writer's eyes widened in fear. The car continued driving through the forest. The protagonist grinned and answered in the affirmative. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. With one swing, he managed to cut the front seat in half. Kanhu swung the sword again. The driver looked at his colleague in shock. Squinting angrily, the guy said that his goal was to get rid of people like them. The car slowed down. The young man grabbed the front seats to keep from falling. The body of the dead overseer broke the windshield. It fell on the road. There was a lot of blood around. Summoning a fireball in his hand, the man screamed. A wave of fire headed towards the rider, but he managed to dodge it. The projectile made a huge hole in the ceiling of the car. The protagonist jumped up to get out through it. Putting forward his burning hand, the driver asked how dare he lie to him. A wave of fire burst out through the hole in the car. Its edges were charred, smoke rose. The guard grinned and called his opponent weak. Noticing something, the warden looked back. In the mirror, Kanhu landed away from the car. The next moment, he was gone. The sword pierced the car window and headed towards the villain. Jumping into the car, the guy killed the second man. The sword went right through and broke through the second window. The man's eyes widened in fear and trembled. The young man pulled the sword out of his body, blood gushed out. The dead driver fell out of the car. The rider squinted, feeling intense pain. Putting his hand to his head, he realized that he had used too much mana. Seeing a bright light, the protagonist looked back. Another car was visible in the mirror. Smirking, Kanhu thought that the patrol was not part of his plans and concluded that it was time for him to leave here. Getting out of the car, the guy jumped off the cliff by the side of the road. The ground was far enough away from him. The young man was able to carefully descend, crashing his feet into the ground. Once at the bottom, he squatted down. Someone said that he was impressed by how he managed to lay down 2 guards and escape. The rider looked up in fear. The unknown person approached him. Putting an axe on his shoulder, the hunter called him low level. A red aura shone around him. The protagonist realized that this person also made a pact with the constellation. Frowning, Kanhu mentally wondered what his powers were. A blue notification appeared above the stranger's head. The system informed him that a skilled tracker had granted him the ability to track mana. Putting his hand on the ground, the boy thought that this man was able to find him thanks to his ability to search for anyone by mana traces. Smiling, he called this situation interesting. The hunter asked what it meant. With his glowing eyes, the young man thought that he had the ability to see which constellation the man had made a contract with. A red mark appeared in the darkness, which acted as an identification mark. The rider grinned. The system window in front of his face informed him that after killing another hunter, the user also gets their constellation. The red mark was burning above the stranger's head. A blue notification appeared in front of him. The system informed him that the target had useful skills that could be taken after the kill. Looking up, the protagonist realized that it was time to see the third trait of his constellation in action. The heroes were facing each other. Kanhu realized that his potential opponent had reached at least level 100 to be able to make a pact with the constellation, so he couldn't engage in close combat. He jumped to his feet. Throwing himself to the side, the guy decided to lure the enemy into a trap and attack him from behind. Smiling, the stranger called him a coward. The young man hid in the bushes. Raising his hand to his forehead, the scoundrel said that the prisoner could hide from him as much as he wanted and that he still wouldn't be able to escape. His eyes lit up. The trees around him were covered in a green aura. The hunter walked along a forest path in search of an enemy. There was nothing among the green trees. Suddenly, a red spot flashed past them. Suddenly, the stranger's eyes widened. Among the bushes was a red clot of energy. Clenching his fist, the scoundrel realized that he had found it. He threw an axe forward. The tree trunk was cut in half. Its upper part fell to the ground, but there was no one behind it. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering where the fugitive had gone. Suddenly, the stranger opened his mouth wide. The rider plunged his sword into his neck. Clutching the hilt in his hands, the protagonist was surprised that the melee fighter just took and threw away his weapon. The hunter looked at him in fear. After cutting his throat, Kanhu said that he should not have looked down on his opponent. The dead man fell on his back. The system reported that the contract with the skilled tracker had passed to the user. Frowning menacingly, the boy was breathing heavily. The notification said that the constellation was under the control of a legendary thief and that its release was possible only if he was exterminated or the contract was terminated. The youth stood in front of many system windows. One of them prompted that the user can use all the skills of the skilled tracker. The rider wiped the blood from his chin. He pressed the button. A list of all available abilities appeared in front of him. Squinting, the protagonist was glad that everything went so easily. His eyes began to glow. The world around him began to emit a green aura. Apparently, there was no one else in the forest. Something happened and Kanhu covered his mouth with his hand. He had to squat down to catch his breath. Blood dripped onto the ground. Looking at his bloody hand, the guy realized that this was his limit. Some time ago, looking out from behind a tree, he suppressed his hypersensitivity to mana so that the enemy could not track him down. A hunter passed by, trying to find him. The young man picked up a stone. Mana filled it, and the stone glowed. In the past, streams of mana burst from the hands of the rider. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that he had to quickly absorb all the mana around him so that his search would not end instantly. As quickly as possible, Kanhu threw the stone with mana as far away as possible. The stone hit the tree. At the same moment, the stranger threw his axe there. Although the target was behind another tree, the bloody villain was lying on the ground. The guy managed to trick and kill him. At the moment when he swung his sword, he had to use a short jump to get close to the enemy. Squinting, the young man realized that such a load was too much for his body. Taking a step forward, the writer decided to find a safe place. The sun rose over the forest, illuminating it. The protagonist looked to the side. A truck with sand for cleaning mana stones was driving along the road. Kanhu made a dash forward. He jumped off the cliff. He managed to land on his feet. The guy looked at the blue sky. The young man lay down on the sand and thought that his character from the novel did not kill anyone during the escape. Putting his hands on the edge of the truck, the writer realized that it was better for him not to change the future until he had enough strength. Fortunately, he had quite a lot of information. Looking away, the hunter thought that his role in this world was not that important, so his actions today would hardly affect anything. The truck passed by the hills. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. A huge lake opened up in front of him. Kanhu thought it was annoyingly beautiful. Clouds floated above the building. Someone suggested finding a few more newcomers to mine mana stones and ordered his subordinates to continue working. A man smoked a cigarette. Someone left the office, slamming the door. Smiling, the stranger was surprised that the prisoner was able to catch them off guard and escape right through the main gate. An overturned car lay on the road. The guy went into a phone booth. Squinting and breathing heavily, the young man realized that he had spent too much mana and that his stamina would now take forever to recover. The writer pressed the buttons on the machine. There were documents on the table. The man asked if the assassin they couldn't find could kill people with levels 45 and 55 when one of them had a constellation. Putting his hand on the machine gun, the protagonist called someone. Smiling, Kanhu said that he was at Dijin Station and asked the man for a favor. At this time, there were no other people on the street. Grinning, the man said that this hunt would be very interesting. The room was bright. The guy thanked his girlfriend, continuing to bandage him. Soyeon asked what happened to him. Hearing that he was kidnapped by an eclipse, the girl shuddered in fear and asked what it meant. Pityingly knitting her eyebrows, the girl asked if these people really dragged him into the mine to extract mana stones. The young man frowned and explained that without mana, it was impossible to obtain the stones, so low-level hunters like him became easy prey for the stronger ones. Looking back, the writer thought that he had to contact her despite the fact that she was still in love with his character. Wiping away her tears, Soyeon apologized to him and said that he wouldn't have to go through this alone if they had contacted more often. It turned out that the heroes had separated when she was a recently awakened hunter. A red mark hung above her head, but now the girl was a level 150 veteran who had made a contract with a constellation. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist thought that she would have been dragged to the Jeongnyeong Correctional Center too if they had been together. Standing up, Kanhu thanked her for her help and asked her not to get involved in this matter so as not to become a target of the eclipse. The girl reminded that she was already level 150 and that ordinary hunters would not be able to handle her. Looking back, the guy said that there was no need to worry about him. Looking at his friend, he asked her to save her strength for herself. There was a folded shirt on the couch. The huntress gave her friend money and a phone from the black market, which is difficult to track. Without turning around, the young man asked if her guild was really engaged in some kind of black business. In the past, Soyeon cried when her boyfriend left her, but now, as then, she really was in her place in this guild. Putting her hands to her chest, the girl asked if her friend wanted to join her guild so that they could work together. Looking back, the writer called out her name. Waving his hand, he asked her not to dwell on the past. The girl raised her eyebrows with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Raising her head, the huntress said that she did not expect anything else from him. The protagonist looked at her when she said that she took care of everything and that one of her friends was the guild leader. Clutching her hands to her chest, Soyeon wished her comrade good luck and asked him to take care of himself. Smiling, Kanhu thanked her and hoped that everything would be fine for her too. Getting into a taxi, the guy asked to take him to Dijin Station. Smiling widely, the driver asked if the passenger would mind listening to the radio. The young man replied that he did not care. The man pressed the button. The news anchor reported that the Jeonghwa Guild had exterminated the White Rose Mercenary Corps. The car drove along an empty street. After the doomsday, the rapidly growing criminal organization White Rose was located in Gangwon Province. The doomsday came very suddenly. Sitting in the driver's seat, the man noticed that there was no one on the road, despite the fact that it was a day off. He turned to look at his wife. The girl's face seemed to have been erased, leaving only a bare skull. The man asked what was happening, his mouth open in shock. Death put a scythe to his neck. Monsters in black robes gathered in front of the burning car. The journalist raised the microphone to her mouth and reported that the sky above the Gangnam district was filled with purple clouds. Suddenly, a huge monster jumped on her. A giant lizard crawled along the wall. Dungeons with unknown monsters and an unnatural sky appeared in the world. A young girl attacked a demonic beast to save people. Those who had the strength to fight back were called hunters. Fire raged in the streets of the city. What was happening made people believe that the time of divine judgment had come. Dead monsters lay on the ground. A distraught man stood against the backdrop of corpses. Hunters who initially exterminated only monsters switched to humans, justifying this by God's will. The woman tried to run away. She was breathing heavily, her mouth open. A gang of criminals cornered her. The man asked her not to worry. Swinging his sword, he said that it would not hurt. At the very last moment, a savior appeared to the world. Someone stopped the sword with their hand. Looking back, Shiwon asked if the girl was okay. Sometime later, the guy founded his own organization in Seoul. The young man raised his bloody hand. The Jeonghwa Guild protected and healed people. A red 8-pointed star appeared above the head of its leader. Looking out the window, the protagonist thought that this was why people began to move en masse to Seoul. Kang-woo smiled when the radio reported that Shiwon had been tracking the White Rose Corps for a long time, which organized terrorist attacks at the 11th exit of Gangnam Station in Seoul. Sitting behind the wheel, the man was surprised that he managed to destroy an entire group. But in fact, the White Rose were not terrorists, and the terrorist attack was not their merit. Smiling, the driver called this man the pride of Korea. Looking out the window, the guy thought that all this was just Shiwon's theater. The young man looked at his phone. The man said that his son had recently awakened and dreamed of joining the Jeonghwa Guild. The writer stood with his back to his antagonist. If he tried to tell people that it was the head of the guild who was at the center of all the disasters, then the villain would definitely turn him into a villain in the eyes of the public. People raised their hands, calling on the hero to kill the enemy of humanity. Looking at his phone, the protagonist decided to personally visit the mercenary corps since all the guilds were within his reach. Clouds floated above the tall building. The taxi arrived at the station. Glancing tensely ahead, Kang-woo decided that it was best to be an ordinary hired worker and accept only their orders. The stranger extended his hand, greeting the guest, and said that Soyeon had told him a lot about him. Smiling, the girl introduced herself. Extending his hand, the guy gave a fictitious name. Shaking his hand, the woman said that she was very pleased to meet him. Putting her hand in the folder, she said that she had a whole list of jobs that would suit him. Frowning, the young man immediately refused and asked for a difficult job with higher pay. Lowering her hands, Yerin asked what this meant. Because he was only level 10, the writer confirmed this. A smile appeared on her face. Closing her eyes, the girl laughed. Wiping away her tears, she said that this was ridiculous. With her eyes wide and glowing, the woman said that she would have to drag out his corpse herself later. Grinning, the protagonist asked if the core valued level first and not skills. It was strange for him to meet characters that took a lot of effort to create. A mark appeared above the mercenary's head. The system informed her that she had a contract with the Chaos Observer, which allowed her to distort or block her vision. Shiwon summoned several bright stars above her head. Yerin summoned green energy around herself. This character was created to counter the 13 stars. Frowning, Kang-woo realized that he needed to gain her trust. The girl was shrouded in a dark aura. The boy asked if being a mercenary did not mean having outstanding skills regardless of level. The woman closed her eyes and stated that reality and his fantasies were two completely different things. Appearing behind her, the boy said that prejudice and truth are also different. The mercenary smiled. Putting on sunglasses, Yerin agreed to look at his skills. The heroes stood opposite each other. Summoning a cloud of energy in her hand, the girl explained that she wanted to see if the boy could avoid her attacks. She spread her arms, green energy hovering around her. The writer realized with a stern frown that the woman wanted to make sure that he could at least defend himself. Lowering her burning hand, the mercenary confirmed this and explained that the ability to evade meant creating openings for successful attacks. Covering his eyes with his hand, the protagonist realized that she could create puppets using fog and track them even in distant places. A foggy pursuer appeared from the green energy. Squinting, Kang-woo thought that this was not an offensive skill that could leave traces on the target, so he was not in danger. Opening his mouth wide, the guy proposed to start the test. Erin waved her hand and agreed. The puppet broke out of her hand and flew forward. The fairy approached the enemy. Seeing her, the young man smiled. An explosion of green energy sounded in front of him. When the smoke cleared, there was no one in that place. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The writer appeared above her head. Watching him run along the wall, the woman thought it was impossible because at this level, even a 1-meter high jump was difficult. The mercenary, with her mouth wide open in shock, realized that the enemy had achieved incredible mastery in the basic assassin skill of short-range jump. She smirked, realizing that the boy was not bluffing. Sending another puppet forward, Yerin asked if he could dodge this time. Forming circles of energy around itself, the fairy rushed forward. Rising up, the misty pursuer flew towards the target. The protagonist tried to escape from it up the wall. The puppet was approaching him faster and faster. Kanhu continued to run up. Suddenly, he looked back. A smile lit up his face. The fairy flew past him. An explosion of energy was heard on the roof. The girl winked and smiled. Looking up, she realized that the enemy had managed to dodge again. The woman's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that he had just used teleportation. The boy appeared behind her in an instant. The young man put his sword to her neck and suggested that they end the test there. The mercenary lowered her hands. Aaron looked at the blade of the sword with a smile. Frowning sternly, the writer thought that his character was much faster than he seemed. Looking back, the girl asked if someone had already trained him. Tilting his head, the protagonist answered negatively. Removing the blade from her neck, the woman explained that it did not look like the movements that a level 10 person could repeat. Kanhu asked if he had managed to pass the test. Placing his hand on his belt, the mercenary confirmed this and suggested that he be considered a level 50 person in order to give him corresponding tasks. Sheathing the sword, the boy agreed. The white car drove along the road. Aaron looked at her comrade in the mirror. The girl raised her fist to her mouth and asked if he was interested in bulletproof glass, and told him that she had recently been pestered by an annoying shooter. The woman closed her eyes and blushed, explaining that there were many people from Eclipse trying to get her attention. The misty pursuer held a piece of paper in his hands, and the mercenary said that it was a mission to find a criminal that would be useful to her friend. The puppet handed the sheet to the young man. The Gyeonggi-do area was in ruins, and there was an open dungeon there. Makhyun stood in the hallway next to a man. The mission was to retrieve a rank 3 item, Bartero's boots. Looking at the piece of paper, the writer asked if the target should stay alive. With a wide smile, Yeren allowed him to kill the criminal, because even the public security hunting organization would not object. With a determined frown, the protagonist decided to begin the mission. Dark clouds hung over the city. Kanhu walked along an empty street. A while ago, the girl looked back and said that the target must have hidden in a corner, so finding him would not be that easy. There were huge buildings with broken windows around. Smiling, the boy thought that this was a pretty good dungeon for his debut, and that in the novel, his character used this place as a hideout. Small rabbits were watching him from behind the rubble. A useful mid-boss was in this place. Looking back, the boy realized that they were already here. Taking the sword, the writer left a cut on his arm. Blood rolled down his elbow and dripped onto the ground. The hare noticed this, its red eyes lit up. Suddenly, the maddened beasts jumped forward, baring their teeth. They quickly approached the protagonist. He avoided the attack by using teleportation. Making a short jump, Kanhu cut the hare in half. The monster pounced on him from the side. The guy immediately destroyed it. The young man looked up. Another beast was brutally killed. The writer determinedly knitted his brows. Dead rabbits fell behind him. In the past, Erin smiled and said that her friend had to get only one item for the task, the others could be dealt with as she pleased. A monster in a cloak stood on the roof of the building. Looking in the mirror, the girl asked what her friend wanted as a reward. Frowning, the hunter asked her for a license to raid dungeons with many intermediate and final bosses. His skill allowed him to steal bosses' abilities. The monster's eyes flashed with fire. Grinning, the protagonist realized that a useful boss had finally shown up. The monster promised to kill him. A notification appeared above his head that loot could be obtained from this goal. Squinting slyly, Kanhu suggested that he stop chatting and get down to business. The monster jumped into the air, leaving a red trail behind it. Throwing himself down, the boss held out a blade in front of him. The monster approached the enemy. He moved so quickly that his movements were very difficult to catch. The guy frowned menacingly. The monster quickly approached him. Jumping up, the boss swung his blade. His eyes glowed with red fire. At the moment of impact, the young man's body was covered in a blue aura. Using teleportation, the writer dodged. Looking to the side, the protagonist decided that it might have seemed to some that the enemy had put all his strength into this attack, but the real danger was elsewhere. The fire monster pounced on Kanhu. Using a short-range jump, the guy ran up close to it and hit it with a sword. Blood gushed out of the wound. The monster tried to stab him with a knife. Using teleportation, the young man found himself behind him and thought that this creature did not justify the title of a middle boss. Frowning, the writer realized that he knew absolutely nothing about a one-on-one fight. The hunter kicked him in the back of the knee. The monster fell to the ground. A knife appeared in the protagonist's hand. Kanhu raised it over the enemy's head. The monster did not even have time to turn around. The guy pierced his shoulder with a sword. The boss's red eyes widened in horror. Blood splashed on the young man's hands. He pulled the sword out of the victim and turned away. The monster's body disintegrated into small pieces. A notification appeared above the writer's head that he had managed to steal the illusion skill. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. A glowing object appeared in the place where the monster had just been. The hunter turned around. Light flickered in the window of the building. Someone was watching the protagonist pick up the loot. Pointing his finger forward, the stranger said that it was palladium and that it was very rare. Frowning menacingly, Youngie was surprised that someone was able to attack the boss in his weak spot. Folding her hands behind her head, the girl said that she had seen this man at the market before. Some time ago, the woman noticed Kanhu buying €7 brisket, cobbled blood, and anesthetic for monsters. Standing in front of the seller, the guy looked at the inventory. It looked like he was going to hunt monsters in the dungeon. Looking out the window, the man in glasses said that it was the first time he saw a young man who looked like an experienced killer. The city's protector thought that a hunter of such a level had no business in such a dungeon. Smiling widely, the girl said that no one could compare to her boss. Pushing him with her fist, the woman offered to bring him here so that the leader would make him kneel. The man refused. Smiling slyly, he said that it would be better if this stranger did all the work for them, and then they would just take all the loot from him. Youngie crossed his arms over his chest in satisfaction. The girl offered to follow him to wait for the enemy to get tired. The system reported that the user had reached level 16. Clicking on the system window, the protagonist thought that he needed to pour all his points into stamina. After biting off the Palladium, Kanhu realized that he had the ability to use his innate hypersensitivity to mana, so he did not need to invest points in mana. Closing his eyes and sighing, the boy felt a surge of strength. Looking at the Palladium, he remembered that this item had a calming and pain-reducing effect, being an excellent suppressant for hypersensitivity to mana. The plant grew high above the city. Finding it in the dungeon was a real luck. It was impossible to grow it, since it only grows naturally. The monsters approached the forest thicket over which the sun rose. There was only one person in the country who was able to grow this plant, but he was at the 0 mark. Looking to the side, the young man remembered that in the past this place was called the demilitarized zone, and thought that before going there, he would need to prepare and properly stock up. Remembering how the boss jumped on him, the writer realized that he would have died if his hypersensitivity overcame him during the battle. The hunter's eyes widened tensely. His body began to sway from side to side. The monster plunged its blades into his chest. Having imagined such an outcome, the protagonist closed his eyes. Driving further down the street, he thought that he would need a lot of money. The car passed by the building. Sitting behind the wheel, Aaron said that a year ago the quality of the connection was much better, but since then it began to deteriorate. The voice from the speaker explained that they could not do anything about this interference. The interlocutor said that if someone was under the influence of the eclipse or the black lion, everything would get even worse. Raising her eyebrows, the girl agreed. The voice suggested that after meeting those people from the eclipse, she had a hard time. A car drove out from around the corner. Looking in the mirror, the woman replied that everything was fine. Having driven further, the mercenary said that she had long been accustomed to walking with her eyes in the back of her head. Frowning decisively, Erin pressed the gas. Her car rammed garbage cans. The interlocutor asked her to recommend him a hunter. A black car stopped in front of some scattered trash. A voice said that they were really short of personnel lately. The girl smiled. The car almost flipped over when turning the corner. The interlocutor said that he was forced to contact the mercenary corps. Confidently looking ahead, the woman said that she did not have anyone in mind. A red halo was flying above the man's head. Shiwon held the phone to his ear. The mercenary doubted that she would be able to find a hunter who would suit his taste. Taking the dossier in his hands, the guy suggested revising their standards a little and said that he would like to personally raise some low-level hunter. Aaron looked thoughtfully at the road. Hearing that she had a suitable candidate, the young man smiled and asked if this was true. The guild leader narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. The girl said that he needed to be given a little more time because she did not want to jump to hasty conclusions. There was a photo of a man in the file. Shiwon said that his previous candidates had never let him down and was upset that they had died in that incident. The woman looked down sadly. Smiling, she said that there was no need to worry about it and promised to continue to monitor the candidate. The mercenary asked if her colleague had any useful information. The guy's lips turned down, not knowing what to say. The men shook hands. The young man said that he had managed to find out some information about a couple of crime syndicates and promised to send it to her email. Looking at the phone screen, Aaron thanked him. Closing his eyes, the guild leader smiled and said that he was always happy to help her with such information. The man sat on the floor, looking at him. Shiwon said that his guild needed a lot of talent. The man from the dossier had his mouth tied, and there were people in black standing around. The guy grinned maliciously and promised to repay his debt if they sent him a good candidate. The girl lowered her head and sighed. Squinting, the woman wondered how high the expectations were, since she was thinking about someone who had received his first order. The main character swung his sword. Blood spurted out from the monster's body. Kanhu jumped back at the same time. The blade pierced the monster's hand. Blood flowed out of the wound. The middle boss swung his clawed paw. The guy looked up. The claws approached him. They almost managed to grab the target. Sitting on one knee, the young man did nothing. The hand passed through his body. Ibria's eyes widened in shock. A stone fragment appeared in her hand. Using illusion magic, the writer got behind her. Frowning, he thought that because of the movement skill, the enemy left a huge gap in his defense, which could be easily exploited. The monster swung a stone. The monster threw the stone at his opponent. The protagonist stopped abruptly, jumping to the ground. Kanhu tried to dodge the attack. The fragment smashed against the wall of the building. A hand was sticking out from under it. The illusion dissipated in the air. The middle boss turned around in horror. The guy used teleportation to appear behind him. A long sword appeared in his hand. The young man stabbed it into Ibri's body. The monster screamed in pain, its eyes widening in madness. The writer pulled the sword out of her body. The system reported receiving a new level. Looking to the side, the hunter decided to use all the points to pump up his stamina. The monster's body disintegrated into particles. A notification reported that the user stole the target's skill, movement. The protagonist saw a knife in front of him. He raised his hand and used the move. A sight appeared in front of the knife. The demonic hand grabbed the weapon. Having caught the knife, Kanhu realized that this skill even works on objects. Lowering his head, the guy decided to get used to this skill. Kneeling down, the young man thought that it could be used to cancel movements. The writer ran forward. Someone watched his path through binoculars. Standing by the broken window, the man said that this hunter has nerves of steel. Youngie was surprised that he managed to kill the boss without a single tank. The main character waved a knife. The girl asked what he was doing. Her friend assumed that the boy was improving his skill. Looking at the boss, the hunter asked if it was time to get rid of him. The city's defender nervously knitted his eyebrows. The man asked what happened to him. Turning to his comrades, the thug asked him to shut up and explained that they should attack only when the enemy is exhausted. There was a construction site near the pond. Makhan bit into a piece of meat. In his hand was a piece of paper. Squeezing it with his fingers, the criminal read that the Black Lions had given him conditional permission to join their organization, and the author of the letter asked the recipient to pass this information on to the mercenary corps. A dead man was lying on the floor. Sitting surrounded by corpses, the man said that he had great news. Shaking the papers, he realized that Yaren was worried about finding him. Presenting a map with the crests of 3 guilds, Makhyun decided that the Black Lions were a pretty good option and was glad that he would be able to enter Dechen. Feeling something strange, the criminal looked up tensely. The protagonist approached the construction site. Kanghu looked up. The man smirked, thinking that this was another target for robbery. He punched the wall with his fist, ordering his subordinates to leave. Black demonic wolves appeared next to him. The owner said that it was time for dinner. The dogs suddenly took off. Their paws slid across the floor, rushing towards the main character. Having reduced the distance, the monsters jumped on the guy. But suddenly a piece of meat appeared in Kanhu's hands. The dogs were very surprised when they saw it. What Makin saw shocked him. His dogs were standing in front of the main character and eating meat. Looking at this, the man asked if they really fell for an ordinary piece of meat so easily. A blade appeared in Kanhu's hands. The next second, he pierced the monster's head and then did the same with the second and third dogs. Horror appeared in Makin's eyes, and he asked what was going on. The main character looked up, full of contempt, and asked the man if he wanted to try such a delicacy. He remembered how he chose the best piece in the store because he thought the dogs would like it. The killed monsters began to disappear. The main character stood up and said that he wanted to warn that if he valued his life, the man should give back what he stole. Hearing this, Makhyun shook with fear. He stood high on the top of the building and shouted for the guy to take it if he could. Kanhu immediately jumped up, saying that there was no point in dragging it out. Makhyun smiled widely and said that although his opponent was well prepared, he was clearly not smarter than him. He looked down and said to himself that the guy should try to get past all of his traps. The mines he had set were completely invisible. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up. He had used mana tracking. Thanks to this, he could see all of the traps that had been set and said that there were a lot of them here. But Kanhu was not stopped and pushed off the ground. Using the jump skill, he jumped over the bombs that had been set. Seeing this, Makhyun was shocked and terrified. He watched as the protagonist quickly approached him and asked if he had really avoided all of his traps. Kanhu continued to run past the bombs. Makhyun was very angry at this, so he raised his hand and shouted, asking if he thought he would be scared. The protagonist looked at the man with a cold gaze. Makhyun was enveloped in terrifying magic, and he raised his hands, shouting that he was a precious body protected by a constellation. A table appeared above him, indicating that he was with a chaos fighter, a constellation inclined to evil, and it also provided effective ways to weaken the opponent's senses and vision. Makhyun released several powerful magic attacks, shouting that he would show the guy hell with black magic. But the protagonist used teleport at the right moment, thanks to which he dodged. Then he used jump, and an explosion was heard from below him. Kanhu looked down at the enemy from above and said in his head that he was about level 50. Makhyun started to run away, and the protagonist, looking at him, said in his head that he was a black magician with a constellation of loss of sensitivity. He rushed in pursuit, thinking that he roughly understood what to do. With a malicious smile on his face, the magician said that this time the guy definitely could not escape. He jumped forward, activating blindness. Kanhu suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. The guy accelerated, thinking, "It is not time yet." He frowned, repeating this phrase. The protagonist stopped and then abruptly raised the sword in front of his eyes. Maken gritted his teeth in anger. He asked in bewilderment how the guy managed to get through, to which the protagonist firmly answered, "Very simple." With a crazy smile, he added that he created this ability. Kanhu aimed his sight at the magician, who was asking what kind of nonsense. The protagonist suddenly activated abduction, enveloping Maken and Mana, while he asked if this was really a monster skill. Kneeling, he screamed that this was all a hoax, to which Kanhu replied it was a movement cancellation. He quickly thrust the weapon into the enemy's body. The mage groaned in pain, feeling the sword come out of him. Veins appeared on his hand, because Mana was being burned when Kanhu suddenly made a sharp jump back. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, which the protagonist managed to dodge. Maken stretched his hand forward, wishing the guy to burn in hell, while the protagonist thought that the mage's attacks were too fast. He wondered if the man was using some kind of object. The guy began to quickly dodge the attacks, jumping up. The mage raised a furious look up, calling Kanhu a rat. With an outstretched hand, he screamed loudly, wishing the guy deaf. Maken released a smoke screen forward, enveloping the entire space. The protagonist's body began to rapidly fall down. The mage lowered his mad gaze down and ordered to attack. The guy's foot suddenly stepped forward. Many clones of Kanhu, obtained by activating the illusion, appeared around. The magician got angry, screaming loudly in rage. He raised his hands up, activating the loss of balance. The protagonist ran forward, dodging attacks in different directions. Maken, with burning eyes, menacingly asked what it was. Suddenly, he felt terrible pain. Kanhu ran up to him from behind and plunged the blade into his side. The next second, the guy pulled the sword towards himself, ripping the magician. Maken fell to the ground, trying to cover the wound with his hand. With a tremor in his body, he was perplexed by how the protagonist was able to deceive him. Kanhu sarcastically replied that the magician wanted to do the same. With a bloody weapon, he thought it was an excellent tactic. He abruptly turned to the side, sensing the appearance of something next to him. In the system window, the boy read that the Constellation Master of Maneuvers praised his attack strategy. After reading this, the protagonist looked up at the sky and wondered if this was support. Many constellations were watching the hunters, but they did not support them. This was because they would exhaust the power of the constellation. A system screen appeared next to Kanhu. It was a message from the Dimension Thief. He wrote that this was insignificant support, a drop in the ocean. In the next message, he added that this even humiliated him a little. After reading this, Kanhu smiled and said that there was no need to worry because his best decision was to choose him. He said with madness in his eyes that in return, he would do everything in his power. The Dimension Thief wrote that the boy was crazy, adding that it was better to deal with that mage now. Maken tried his best to crawl away. The protagonist stabbed his blade into his leg, saying that he would do so. The mage screamed in pain and asked if there was any benefit in finding someone like him. He extended his hand towards Kanhu and screamed, asking if he really thought it would do any good. The protagonist's eyes filled with hatred and contempt, and he said that if only the world could change by capturing people like him. He then raised his blade behind his back and finished saying that he had been doing this for a long time. After saying this, he cut the mage's head. After that, the constellation above the mage's head disappeared, and a notification appeared in front of Kanhu, informing him that the target had been killed and the Chaos Fighter contract had been stolen. Another notification appeared below, stating that the Chaos Fighter had been enslaved by the Dimension Reaver, so the protagonist could not remove the effect until the contract expired, and he had also inherited all of the Chaos Fighter's abilities. After reading this, the guy opened the characteristics screen. There, he clicked on the down arrow. A list of abilities opened up to him, to which the skills blindness and light chaos were added. Kanhu smiled broadly and asked if he could take this item too. He picked up Maken's corpse by the hood and said that undressing men was not his hobby. After these words, he took off his sneakers. A few minutes later, the dead mage's clothes were lying on the floor, and the main character said that this was a very good catch, adding that for a level 50, of course, it was weak, but these items were quite useful. Putting a glove on his hand, he said that it would be ideal if he connected this thread to a throwing dagger. Putting on armor, the guy added that this item's effect on health should be changed. Then he put on a ring and said that it increased stamina, which meant that such a valuable item should not be wasted. And this, he said with a smile on his face, taking the artifact in his hand. A system screen appeared in front of him, saying that this was an amulet of the evil god, which consumed 1 mana per second during awakening, and also reduced the time it took to use skills. After reading this, the protagonist put his hand in his pocket and said that this was the best buff for him. He looked at his item list with a smile on his face and said that he thought he had found the right item, so all level 9 items could be sold. His stats said that he was level 19. After looking at this, the guy said that it would be good to get level 20 along the way. A few minutes later, he left the construction site and said that the skill killer devourer was just around the corner. He walked along the city street and said to himself that it was very strange that there was not a single monster here. He walked on with a very serious face and thought that this was a great place for an ambush. At this time, something flashed on one of the floors of the high-rise building. They stared at the protagonist. The girl with long hair lowered her binoculars and said that they needed to finish him off. Yoni stood next to him and asked if they were starting. One of his men was standing on the road below. Yoni looked at him and nodded. The guy clutched a bag in his hands and happily said that the request was accepted. Then he released the mad rabbits and ordered them to tire out the protagonist properly. The animals immediately smelled Kanhu's blood. Their eyes lit up and they screamed loudly. They rushed at the protagonist, who swung his sword. With a quick movement of the sword, the guy began to chop the bodies of the rabbits into two. Blood splashed in all directions. In the system window, Kanhu read that he had reached level 20, which he had been looking forward to. He had received the main skill of the assassin class, Swift Strike, and then improved it with the constellation to Bleeding Strike. The protagonist read that this skill increases the bleeding effect when hitting a target again, which made him very happy. The girl said in confusion that Kanhu had taken it too easy. No, Yoongi replied with a smile on his face. Jumping up, he added that the guy had just let his guard down. Yoongi swung his weapon, getting closer to the enemy when he suddenly hit the ground with all his might. Kanhu slid along the ground, using a jump. He thought menacingly about who it was, because just a little more and he would have cut off his head. Yoongi gritted his teeth, menacingly asking if he had really missed. He made a dash, shouting that he would not let the guy go this time. The protagonist ducked, getting closer to Yoongi. The guy ran forward, striking the enemy. In the pop-up window, he read that he needed to strike 10 times to weaken the regeneration ability, so he knew that he needed to strike as many times as possible. With a burning gaze, Kanhu turned back. Yoongi smiled, asking if the protagonist really called this an attack. He shouted that the boss was a berserker, so it was an endless battle since he was only getting stronger, while his teammates happily watched from the side. He quickly swung his sword, and it landed next to Kanghu's face. The protagonist dashed back, thinking that Yoongi was definitely strong for his class. He looked forward menacingly. The boy dealt a bleeding blow, adding to his thoughts that the opponent was even stronger. Yoongi swung his sword with a wild look, shouting for Kanghu to continue. The protagonist thought that he would hit him at least 4 more times, and then quickly rushed forward. Yoongi was very surprised to see dark mana appearing behind the protagonist. Kanghu activated blindness, getting closer and closer to the angry opponent. Looking forward, he asked fearfully what it was. Kanghu swung his sword, dealing him a bleeding blow. Yi began to swing his sword in anger, shouting that no matter how many times he wounded the protagonist, it was no use. After the blindness dissipated, he said that now he could see. Yi's eyes lit up with anger and he asked if the tricks were over. The protagonist released mana, which surprised the guy. Yi frowned, unable to believe that he was losing strength. At this time, his partners were watching from the side with excitement. The girl asked what was wrong with him in fear, and Yi gritted his teeth, shouting that this could not be. He angrily added that the more he was hit, the stronger he became. Kanhu activated the abduction, enveloping the enemy's body, and then pointed the weapon at him. At great speed, the guy stabbed the sword into Yi's body. The guy with blood at his mouth said that maybe the protagonist is a berserker, but in the end he is a human, to which Kanhu said that if the guy loses a lot of blood, he will die. Stepping back, the protagonist let go of the enemy's body, which quickly fell to the ground. The girl screamed in fear that they needed to run, to which the guy added that the protagonist was not so simple. Kanhu bit off the Palladium, asking where such idiots come from, but nothing can be done since the hunters are isolated. The guy looked at Yoni, reading that the target was killed, so the Blood Eater contract was stolen. Kanhu looked up, asking, so how? He said with a smile that this was already the second one that day, and shouldn't they support him? The voice from above called the guy crazy, after which the protagonist smiled widely. He received a message from the Blood Eater constellation, in which it explained that his health is lost, immunity to mental attacks increases. After reading this, the protagonist asked in surprise, a constellation that protects against mental attacks is not bad. After collecting the items from the dead Yoni, he said that he found many of the necessary things. Boots appeared on his feet, and the guy said that he found a bracelet with resistance to magical attacks, as well as shoes that increase movement speed. Then he put on gloves on his hands and said that they increase stamina. Adjusting the gloves, Kanghu said that this is perfect, because on one hand it is, and on the other is a glove for throwing. After that, he moved on, saying that now it is time to complete the request. Dijiang. Yeren was holding an artifact in her hands. Looking at the protagonist, she said that she did not expect him to find Barteros' shoes so easily. The guy looked at her with empty eyes. The girl suddenly said that the first request was a test, adding that half of the people failed it. Hearing this, the protagonist tensed up and said to himself that this meant that 50% of the people died during the request. He looked at Aaron and thought that thanks to cold-bloodedness and calculation, the success rate of requests was much higher. The girl handed the guy some papers and said that, as promised, he would gain access to a dungeon with mid-level bosses, and here was all the data. Wuthering Heights, located at Cafe Station. There were 4 mid-level bosses and 1 main boss. While the protagonist was looking at the papers, Aaron asked him if he was satisfied. A satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said to himself that this was a dungeon that had the 5 skills he needed hidden in it. Putting the papers down, he said that he would go there tomorrow afternoon. After that, he showed several items and asked if the girl wanted to buy the items. After looking at the items, Yeren replied that it was quite a catch, adding that she would pay a lot for them. After buying them, she placed the papers on the table and said that it was time to move on to the next request. The protagonist pointed at the guy's photo and asked if he was the one from the request, to which the girl replied that it was a request from the public security agency. His name was Jiangti, and he was accused of theft of government property and robbery causing bodily harm. The reward for him was 300 million won in 1 month of providing dungeons below level 100. Holding the paper in her hands, Yeren said that they did not have a single lead, then asked if Kang-Hu could handle it, then added that he was spotted near Yongpyong Station, and after that, they did not find a single trace of him. The protagonist nodded and said that everything was fine, he had his own way. A few minutes later, he left the building and stopped in an alley, saying in his head that he had earned 250 million won by selling unnecessary items. Since he now had money, he should get on with his life. With these thoughts, he made a phone call. A few seconds later, someone picked up the phone and asked who was speaking. Kang-Hu looked at the phone and said that he wanted to purchase 10 batches of silesium, and they needed to be delivered to Yongsan Station. Hearing this, the man on the other side firmly said that the order had been accepted. After hanging up, the protagonist raised his head and said that he still had time before the dungeon conquest began. He stood in front of a nightclub, saying that he could have a drink and gather some information. Loud screams could be heard from inside. The man made a quick attack with his blade. Blood immediately spurted out from his opponent's chest. The next second, he fell to the floor and the spectators cheered. The crowd shouted for bets while the protagonist sat down at the bar. Kang-Hu handed over the money and asked for a glass of selenium. Benny was surprised when she asked for selenium. She smiled and said that she didn't think anyone would order it since it had a unique taste. The girl winked and asked him to wait a bit while the protagonist thought that bartenders in such establishments always had useful information. The guy turned around, thinking that it was not always reliable. He opened his eyes in fear, noticing something strange. The protagonist noticed a female silhouette not far from him. He looked at the girl, wondering what she was doing there. Kang-Hu remembered that she was the subordinate of Donghyun's CEO, Sohee. The protagonist thought that maybe he was being followed, when suddenly Benny said that this was the first time she saw such a handsome man. The bartender smiled and added that it was a pity that they would not meet again. The guy menacingly asked why, to which the girl said that she had heard some rumors. She whispered, "It seems that Eclipse wants to take over this club." The protagonist thought that they want to capture the hunters gathered here and send them to work in the mines, because this is one of the typical methods of human trafficking. Kang-Hu was tensely thinking why Sohee was here, because he could not even relax and have a drink calmly. The guy put the glass on the table, thinking that he needed to hurry. Benny and the protagonist suddenly turned around in shock. The guy smiled nervously. Silhouettes of people in suits appeared at the door. The people in the bar asked if these were the guys from Eclipse. Menacingly, they asked why the guys came here. With a malicious smile, they answered, it would be better for everyone to run. They abruptly rushed towards the guy, calling him a precious commodity. The guy suddenly frowned in fear, after which he received a strong punch to the stomach. With trembling hands, the guy defended himself from the man in the suit. The guy looked ahead at the protagonist in confusion, asking why he was looking at him like that. The guy swung his weapon, asking if Kang-Hu was asking for it. He started waving his weapon, while the protagonist activated the teleport. Kang-Hu slashed his sword near his neck. Blood immediately sprayed out. The protagonist stood over the corpses, holding a bloody weapon in his hand. So he stood to the side, watching what was happening. She put her hand to her chin, laughing nervously. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her place. With a fast speed, she approached the protagonist, who looked away in confusion. As she ran, she took out a combat knife. Then she threw it at the protagonist. Seeing this, the guy tensed up greatly. But unexpectedly, her knife stabbed into the shoulder of her subordinate. The girl immediately jumped to him. She grabbed the knife and pulled it out of her subordinate. The guy, horrified, asked why. But so he ignored him and kicked him hard. After that, she stopped, quickly looking around. The protagonist looked at the girl and wondered what she was thinking. So he suddenly turned to him and said that it was the first time she saw him, but he looked familiar, then asked what guild he was from. Kang-Hu coldly replied, from the one that did not like to have their hands tied. At that moment, a hand fell on his shoulder, so he smiled and said that it was even better this way, then suggested that they talk about business. Turning around, she saw an entire army of guys coming at them, and added, after they leave this place. The people from Eclipse began to whisper, asking each other what to do, and whether it was worth measuring the strategy. So he stared at them and suddenly said, "In." Hearing this, the subordinates were very surprised. "Attack," the girl finished quietly. The guys immediately understood everything. At that very second, they rushed to attack. Looking at this, the protagonist knew that this would not be easy at all, so he stepped forward and said that she would help. Hearing this, Kanhu wondered if she really wanted to test his skills. He saw the girl rush to attack and realized that he could not give in to her. With these thoughts, he threw his blade at one of the Eclipse boys. Seeing the blade in his comrade, the guy understood. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted for everyone to attack him because he was currently unarmed. But Kanhu extended his hand towards his blade. In that same second, he left the body of the dead man. Having returned his sword, the protagonist cut off the hand of one of the opponents. Then, with the help of magic power, he finished off the opponent. Seeing this, so he was very surprised and wondered if this was telekinesis. Kanhu looked back at the girl with a cold gaze. The next second, he picked up the blade with a smile on his face and suggested that they go to the emergency exit. Having said this, he rushed to run. The Eclipse people immediately rushed after him, so he did not wait long and ran after Kanhu. Running down the hallway, the girl asked the protagonist if he was an assassin who could use magic. Kanhu looked at his glove and said to himself, "Magic." He remembered when he first found the glove and said that it would go perfectly with the dagger. Leaving the memories, he smiled and said in his head to let the girl think what she wanted, because he did not need to reveal all his cards. A few seconds later, he kicked down the exit door and saw the Eclipse people. A notice was sounded in the bar for customers, and in order to create chaos in this club, they planted insiders from the Black Lion. The Eclipse guys called the people unfortunate bastards, so they will be sent to the camp. The people shouted that they will carry out a quick takeover while the guys with guns rushed at Kanhu. The boy swung the sledgehammer when suddenly the protagonist jumped to the side. Kanhu stabbed him in the neck with the weapon. He quickly finished off the enemy with his fist. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of his face. The boy read that the constellation Apostle of Justice was impressed by his actions in punishing hypocrisy and evil, and then thanked him for his support. The man from Eclipse swung his swords, while the protagonist bent down, dodging the attack. Suddenly, a knife flew into the enemy's forehead. The boy turned around, seeing Sohee behind him, wondering how he could exist in this world. With a smirk on his face, he thought something like that, looking up. The protagonist looked at the frightened opponents, mentally thanking them for their help. The enemy quickly let go of the axe, throwing it forward. It immediately flew into the wall at great speed. The protagonist's foot stepped on the handle. Pushing off, he soared above the opponents. Kanhu grabbed the weapon tightly, using a short-range jump, killing the guys in suits on the spot. The protagonist landed softly on the floor. Suddenly, the sound of Sohee's heel was heard, who abruptly pulled the weapon out of the enemy's forehead, thinking that she knew it. The girl turned to the side at the sound of the door opening abruptly. Kanhu pointed his finger at the exit, while Sohee happily thought that she had not missed with it. It was a starry night outside. The guys were walking along the street. The Eclipse guys menacingly ordered them to search more carefully. Kanhu and Sohee were hiding behind a building nearby. The girl asked how about working without their hands tied. She shyly handed over the card, adding that the payment would be generous. The protagonist took the card from her with a smile, asking her to contact him if there was an urgent task. Putting his hands in his pockets, he quickly walked forward. Sohee took a step forward when she suddenly fixed her hair, answering the master. She firmly replied that they were done with this place. Sohee said with a smile that the investigation would not be difficult, since she only needed a name. The girl asked if the master was referring to Kanha. The protagonist walked forward, thinking that this time the girl was no use. A train arrived at the station. A man's legs came out of the carriage. It was the protagonist. He looked around and said to himself that judging by Sohee's reaction, his order had not yet been delivered. Remembering Eclipse, he thought that he had better avoid the city of Daejeon for some reason, since he was very annoyed by the fact that their influence was increasing. He stepped forward, saying in his head that they were recently waiting for a train heading towards Gapyeong. After leaving the station, he added, instead of taking the train to Gapyeong, it would be safer to leave via Yongsan Station. After a while, he picked up his order. After checking it, the guy said happily that the delivery went smoothly. Then he turned around and said in his head that in the story, Kanhu also received Palladium near this station a couple of times. What kind of part-time job is this? The guy suddenly asked nearby. The protagonist heard this and turned around. He saw the guy talking on the phone and asking if he was just playing along, then agreed, saying that in Seoul, you can't find a dungeon any day anyway. Suddenly, he saw the protagonist and shouted furiously, asking what he was doing there. After that, he ordered him to run to Yongsan Station and then walked in the other direction. Seoul, the purification guild that swore to protect, has become a place where there is a monopoly on dungeons. However, this is the only place where the public security agency functions properly. This is enough to manage such a large market. The protagonist came to the weapons store. The prices in all of Seoul were murderous. This market is about 1.5 times the size of any district, so there must be a lot of good stuff here. Kang-Hu picked up the blade Bliss of Heaven, which was level 5 and gave plus 50 to strength. After lightening it, the guy said that he needed to get rid of the training sword as soon as possible. Suddenly, a large stone appeared in his free hand. The protagonist immediately squeezed it. The next second, the stone was torn into small pieces. Unclenching his hand, Kang-Hu smiled and said contentedly, "This is what real strength is." A notification appeared in front of him, which said that if he does not participate in battle for more than 30 minutes, the speed of stamina recovery will double. After reading this, the protagonist looked at the blade and said that there are many options here. At the same time, he said in his head that unlike other hunters, he didn't need to worry about Mara, because if he wanted to use mana sensitivity, then controlling his physical strength was a priority. After thinking this, he told the seller that he would take this blade. It was bright and clear outside. Kang-Hu stood on the sidewalk and looked at the blade he bought. Suddenly, he heard a child's voice saying that it was very cool and immediately looked in its direction. Not far in front of him, there was a family where the child was asking if they could now eat chicken at night. His mother smiled and answered, "Of course, this is Seoul," and his father added that the Public Security Agency and the Purification Guild will protect them. Hearing this, the protagonist slightly lowered his head. The family passed by, and Kang-Hu said to himself that this was self-deception. Suddenly, he heard a loud scream and turned around abruptly. The man was holding his cheek, begging to at least leave the child, to which the masked people asked if he was joking. He said with a wicked smile, "When asking for something, you need to be more sincere," when suddenly the child began to cry out for his dad. People on the street screamed in fear, begging him to contact the Public Security Agency. The protagonist grabbed his sword, thinking, "There are idiots, but a little bit more and the Public Security Agency will show up." A male voice was heard from behind that the guy would do a favor on behalf of the guild, which surprised the protagonist, opening his eyes wide. The bandits turned around in fear. In the crowd, people recognized Guanhyun from the Purification Guild. Kang-Hu read above his head that the guy was the god of war, having a constellation of evil incense. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment, not expecting to meet Shoen's colleagues, because he would never participate in such a thing. Guanhyun threw a card forward with a smile on his face. The criminal caught it, asking what it was. The guy with a sly smile ordered to spend as much as the bandit wanted and in exchange give the child. The criminal carefully put the boy on the ground. He pushed him forward, ordering him not to move. The guys quickly started to run away when suddenly the father ran up to his son, asking if he was okay. Guanhyun waved his hand when suddenly he disappeared into thin air. The protagonist thought that he was not that simple. Kang-Hu thought that the guy specialized in using space, after which Guanhyun found himself in front of the bandits. The guy stamped his foot when suddenly everything around darkened, enveloped in his gray mana. The guys frowned, asking what it was. Angered, Guanhyun jumped up from his place. Releasing his claws, he quickly cut the bandit's body into 2 parts with a hand. The wounded criminal looked forward in fear. Kang-Hu made out his face, recognizing the hunter he saw at the station earlier. The guy looked at his partner and asked with a trembling voice if Guanhyun had killed him. The guy asked for mercy because they had done everything as they were asked and only asked to play along. They were in a protective barrier, and the people were asking if this was some kind of skill that made them unable to hear anything. The criminal gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. He quickly began to draw his sword when suddenly Guanhyun quickly cut his body in half. He looked back with a malicious smile. The guy came out of the barrier, saying that the people were now safe. Kang-Hu exhaled menacingly, thinking that this was to be expected from him. He thought with distrust that the guy was increasing the trust in the Purification Guild by using independent hunters, and was it all in order to further monopolize everything? The protagonist looked at them with displeasure, thinking that they should enjoy the moment. He continued menacingly that soon everything would be his. The man handed over the papers, apologizing for the girl having to come in person. He said that this was all the information they had on the fugitive that Sohee had spoken of. The girl looked through the papers carefully, reading them. She carefully sorted through the sheets. The passage to the cave was guarded by guards. The protagonist approached one of them, while the girl asked if his name was Kanhu. The girl looked at the guy's photo, smiling, saying that he had a familiar face. Standing in front of the portal, the protagonist said that he thought that time had already passed, after which he asked if he could enter now. One of the dungeon guards replied that the preparation of the dungeon was complete, and, he suddenly said, looking intently at Kanhu. The protagonist stood silently and listened as the guard said that his 20th level was much lower than the recommended level for their dungeon. After that, he was asked if he was sure that everything would be okay. Kanhu sank into his memories, saying to himself that if he wanted to steal his skills, he would have to level up. He remembered Gwenhyun and added that otherwise he wouldn't even have a chance. Leaving his memories, he opened the stats window and thought that his minimum goal was level 50. Closing the window, he raised his head and after thinking that he would have to work hard, he firmly answered, of course. A sandstorm was raging in the dungeon. Kanhu walked through the sand. Covering his eyes with his hand, he said that he couldn't see anything at all. Turning around, he looked at his footprints with his ability and said that if he hadn't left them, he would have gotten lost a long time ago. Suddenly, his eyes showed great surprise. He was one step away from falling into a deep gorge. Taking a step back, Kanhu said with relief that he almost fell, and then asked if it really ended too expensive. But suddenly he heard a growl behind him, so he immediately turned around. A dozen burning eyes were looking at him from the storm. Enraged lizards came out at him. A sword appeared in the guy's hands, and he said contentedly that if he could deal with them, he would be able to reach the goal even faster. As soon as he said this, the reptiles rushed at him. At this time, So he was reading information about the main character, and the servant next to him said that they even recreated the tracking simulation, but raising her head, the girl asked what the conclusion was. The man said that Kanhu seemed to have attacked with mana, and he was also lucky to get around a level 100 hunter. After that, he said with his head down in horror that it made no sense, because he subsequently successfully attacked him, and this is impossible at level 10. So he looked at the photo of the magic seal while listening to her subordinate. After a short pause, she closed it and said that she had heard enough. After handing over the papers, she said that she had met him a couple of days ago. What? The man asked in surprise. The girl added that she estimated that he was at least level 100. As soon as the subordinate heard this, he was terribly shocked. Suddenly, So he burned the papers in her hand and asked in displeasure how this was possible. They couldn't even determine his level, she added. At this time, the protagonist swung his sword with a smile on his face. Then he threw his blade, piercing one of the lizards with it. But such a blow did not kill the monster. Seeing this, the guy tensed up and said to himself that he had hit it right in the belly, but it only wounded it. He understood that if he tried to remove everyone, it would take forever. Then he pulled his hand with the thread towards himself. The blade in the belly of the wounded lizard twitched. Suddenly, he ripped it open and injured most of the monsters in a large radius. The guy thoughtfully thought that only 2 lizards remained uninjured. Kanhu waved his hand to the side. He lured them with a malicious smile, ordering them to try again. With glowing eyes, the lizards slowly moved forward. The angry monsters began to quickly approach the protagonist. The guy turned back, thinking that if you hunt monsters, then there is one thing you need to be careful with, and that is the damage received. The protagonist knew that if the monster was destroyed, but the hunter did not damage it, then the death of the monster would not be counted for the hunter. He thought about what would happen if he inflicted at least minor injuries on everyone, then took a sharp step forward. Kanhu pushed off the ground, quickly turning around, thinking that this changed everything. The lizards menacingly jumped forward, noticing that the guy was running away. The protagonist jumped up, flying over the pit. He used his weapon to injure the monsters, and then landed softly on the opposite side from them. Kanhu noticed how all the lizards began to fall down quickly. They fell, breaking their faces until they bled. After his death, the screen showed that Kanhu had destroyed an ordinary monster. One by one, the monsters died, and the guy was glad that he was getting experience for it. The protagonist suddenly noticed that his level had increased to 27, which made him happy. One of the ropes in the room was torn, so he looked at the floor, thoughtfully asking if Kanhu had done this. The girl noticed a ritual on the floor, performed with blood, wondering at the same time what it was for. She put her hands on her hips, wondering if the guy had summoned the constellation too. So he answered the call, while the master asked if she was done with the investigation. The girl leaned against the doorway, replying that she was in the process because this fugitive was not an ordinary person. She walked down the corridor, asking the master to send her another person. So he rolled her eyes and said that someone did not watch their language, so she killed the guy. Sand immediately rose from the ground. The protagonist came closer to the corpses of the monsters, examining them. Kanhu was holding a stone in his hand. Looking down, the guy remembered how he carried a cart with large stones. Kanhu tossed it in his hand, thinking that so he had already guessed that he was the fugitive. The guy abruptly clenched the stone in his fist, adding that he would not let himself be caught so easily. The guy felt warmth behind him. He turned around and saw a fire monster in front of him. With a smirk on his face, he said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The guy grabbed his weapon, saying, "First skill." The monster was getting closer to the guy when suddenly there was movement on the mountain. The guy in the mask watched what was happening, not letting go of the bow in his hands. Less than an hour later, charred sticks were floating in the water. The creature that attacked the protagonist was there too. A notification appeared in front of the guy, saying that he had stolen the fire modifier skill. After reading this, he smiled contentedly. Another notification appeared below, saying that the skill was improved depending on the constellation, and there was also the ability to give fire properties to any type of weapon. At this time, the guy in the cloak was still watching him. With shock in his eyes, he said in his head that he could not believe that Kanhu caught a mid-level boss so quickly. Deep in his memories, he said that the protagonist was quite good at hunting. He first threw his blade at the boss's fire stick. Then he used the glove to get his weapon back. This made the boss very angry. He rushed to attack, and Kanhu began to run away. He attracted a fireman and tricked him into going to the oasis. When the boss caught up with the guy, he attacked him, but realized too late that it was just a clone. The original pushed the boss into the water at the last moment. Leaving his memories, the stranger thought excitedly that he definitely had skills that were unusual for low-level players, adding that it was worth the boss's attention. He remembered sitting in Yaren's office and asking if she really wanted him to keep an eye on this hunter. There was information about Kanhu on the paper in front of him. The guy picked up the paper and looked at the photo closer. Yaren looked at the hunter and said that the test results were excellent, but she was worried about his level. Sitting sideways, she added that if the situation became dangerous, they should help him. After that, she smiled and reminded him of teamwork. Leaving his memories, the guy lowered his head and said in his head that the protagonist's talent would definitely come in handy if he developed it a little more. Kanhu started to leave, and his pursuer stood up, saying to himself that he needed to continue following him. After a while, the protagonist's blade cut through the air. Suddenly, it hit a magic barrier. Behind it stood several bosses in football armor. Returning the blade, the protagonist said, "Defenders," then. The first was a rear defender and was a mid-level boss. The second was a flank defender and was a mid-level boss. The third was a front defender and was also a mid-level boss. All three stood behind a strong magic barrier. Looking at them, Kangu said that he hoped that the payment for them would be as for 3. Then he changed the grip of the blade and said that the defenders help each other. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, he said that he remembered Yaren's words. The guy remembered how he got up from the table, saying that he would contact the girl as soon as he dealt with Jiangti. But before he could leave, Yaren stopped him. She folded her arms and said that they had good customers, and then asked if the protagonist would like to work with them, since he would hardly be able to conquer an entire dungeon alone. Kanhu turned around. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that he was not going to join anyone, adding that he was a loner so he would get everything himself. Leaving his memories, he rushed to attack. The protagonist used short-range jump, so he quickly closed the distance with the opponents. He went to the side and swung. The next second, he hit the barrier with his blade, but did not cause damage. Immediately after that, he broke away. Kanhu used teleport, so in an instant he was on the other side of the bosses. Suddenly, the defenders felt a powerful magical force. The guy used space capture. His powerful magical force fell on the defender's barrier. Then Kanhu used the confusion technique. The bosses' minds became clouded and their eyes turned black. Jumping up, Kanhu used a short-range jump. He quickly looked forward, thinking, "Great." The protagonist landed on the ground, thinking that this was enough, since this was the maximum distance that the abduction would work. The boss's eyes were clouded by the magic. He began to turn his head to the sides, while the protagonist quickly approached him. The guy carefully sneaked up. He jumped to the ground, slipping between the boss's legs. The protagonist approached the two bosses, menacingly saying, "This is why he does not want to work in a team." The boss looked at him in shock, while Kanhu added if he started relying on others without thinking about each step in advance. The guy suddenly swung, activating the teleport without thinking. The front guard took a frightened step back. The guy jumped, performing a short-range jump. With a mad smile, he shouted that failure was guaranteed, then stretched his arms forward. Using great force, Kanhu threw them aside. He lowered his head down, reading that he had destroyed 2 mid-level bosses. The protagonist turned to the side, noticing the guard approaching him. The guy confidently stood in place, holding a sword. Their menacing gazes suddenly clashed. Kanhu raised his weapon forward, placing it against the barrier, then used teleport. The boss clenched his hands into a fist and began to wave them menacingly. The protagonist realized that the guard was trying to deceive him, after which he called him an idiot. Kanhu teleported behind the boss, swinging his sword hard. The guy stabbed the weapon into the enemy's body with all his might. The defender turned around, confused. His immobilized body fell to the ground, and Kanhu's level was raised to 29. The protagonist stepped on him with his foot and abruptly drew his sword. In the system window, he read that the skills of front, flank, and rear defense were acquired, and 3 skills were combined to create the skill defense barrier. The guy bit off the Palladium, reading that it was a reinforced defensive barrier that would last until the use period expired. He placed his hands on his hips, thinking that it would definitely be useful to him, while the masked guy was watching him from the mountain. He thought that the protagonist was even more amazing, because he really didn't need any command. The guy knelt down, thinking that it was not yet time to judge. Looking into the distance, he knew that everything would become clear after the battle with the main boss. The monster bared its teeth, smiling maliciously. Mana emanated from its body when it sensed Kanhu. The masked guy continued to watch the scene carefully. The protagonist was happy to meet the boss. With glowing eyes, the monster laughed loudly, opening its mouth wide. The guy pointed at it, smiling, saying that the boss was his target from the beginning. The protagonist looked at Alish, saying that they finally met. The creature smiled widely. Kanhu pointed at it, saying that he was his target from the beginning. Bright flashes flew forward. Alish opened his mouth wide, his eyes shining. He waved his hand, releasing bright energy spheres forward. The guy made his way closer, zigzagging his position. He used short-range jump 3 times. The protagonist ended up behind Alish, who used dark purple fireworks. The creature turned its head and gritted its teeth. A bright sphere of concentrated energy appeared. Alicia released streams of dark energy, attacking from the air and using defense magic. The protagonist dodged using a short-range jump. The creature raised its hands, wind arrows appeared around its body. Kanhu turned its head, thinking that it was not easy to catch up with it. The protagonist frowned, holding an object in his teeth. Alicia waved his hand, directing a hail of wind arrows after the fleeing guy. One of them passed near the hero's body. He thought that the creature did not spare any effort in attacks. Alicia gritted his teeth. There was a bright energy sphere behind his back. Kanhu approached him from the front, thinking that Alicia was using defensive magic from behind. Now he will use arrow attacks so he can approach him, taking the damage. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that he should use bleeding, but Alicia has a signature skill, a blood flower with which he can instantly kill the hero. The creature snapped its fingers. Streams of blood gushed out from the protagonist's body. Kanhu ran to the side. Streams of energy pursued him. The protagonist thought that he needed to think of something. Considering that Alicia did not use other skills, and he only showed him a short-range jump, the creature did not know about his trump cards. The protagonist turned around, looking at the bright arrows piercing the ground. Alicia gritted his teeth and arched his eyebrows. There were streams of red mist in the sky. The guy in the mask sat behind a stone slab and watched, thinking that they did not even damage each other. Could it really take so long to find weak points? He opened his eyes wide, peeking out from behind the stone. There were streams of bright energy around Alicia, who raised his hands up. He opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. The protagonist smiled, saying that he finally got him. Alicia released bright spheres at the boy using dark purple fireworks. Kanhu raised his head, saying that he will now show him his calling card. The hero zigzagged between the swirls of bright energy. Kanhu smiled, thinking that it finally happened. Now Alicia will not be able to catch him. A blue hand grabbed Alish floating in the sky. It was a kidnapping skill. Kanhu approached the creature, telling him to come closer. Alicia opened his glowing eyes wide. The boy frowned, thinking about what he had been casting all this time. The masked hero took cover behind a stone slab, protecting himself from the bright explosion on the battlefield. Alicia stretched his hands forward, directing his energy. The boy appeared behind him, using teleportation and saying that he can shoot as much as he wants. Alicia opened his eyes wide and turned around. He smiled slyly, noticing the protagonist behind him. The stream of energy shone brightly. The guy smiled, saying that he was rejoicing too early. He raised his hand and opened his palm. A protective barrier formed around Kanhu's body, not letting in any energy flows. The guy squeezed the blade in his hand, using the skill Fire Gifts. The protagonist pierced Alish's body. He threw his head back and opened his eyes wide. Kanhu frowned, telling him to burn. Alish's body burst into bright flames. All that was left was a burning face, showing horror. The guy put the blade forward, saying that the fire attribute was quite useful. The masked hero watched him from behind the stone, thinking that the guy was able to defeat Alish with his level. It seems that now he knows what to report to the leader. He headed towards the trees. Kanhu stood in front of Alish's burning body, saying that this is where the main goal is achieved. The system reported that the skills stolen from the target, Blood Flower. The protagonist smiled, saying that his viewer had also left. The system reported that the level had increased to 32. The basic skill of the assassin class, Acceleration, had been acquired. The guy held an item in his teeth, saying that the skills were gradually increasing. The system reported that the War Demon constellation was praising his attack strategy. The constellation was consuming a small amount of holy power to give the hero a small positive effect. The experience increase was plus 1.3%. Kanhu smiled and took the item in his teeth in his hand, thinking that he did not expect such support. The system said that the hero had no shame or conscience. Alish's body turned into bright pixels. Bright objects remained on the ground. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that this could be useful. There was a white car parked near a tall building, so he smiled, turning to the master on the phone and saying that she had found Kanhu. The girl was standing at the door with a group of people, saying that the guy had locked himself in, but they would burn his door. So he raised her hand with blazing energy, saying that she would come up with some evidence. The guy frowned, holding the phone in his hands. He quickly typed messages, saying that Eclipse had found the house and were looking for traces. The hero watched them through the peephole of the door. Donghyun brought the phone to his ear, calling the name of the protagonist. He said that he even envied him a little, because nothing could stop the guy. He was careful and decisive. So he raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl stood in the middle of the room in which the search was taking place. She said that Donghyun liked the protagonist. So he held the phone to her ear. The hero said that prudence is a strength that she does not have, and if the guy goes under his wing, he will give her good competition. So he opened her eyes wide, mentally repeating the word, competition. The girl looked at the sheets of paper in the hero's hands, while Donghyun asked if she found anything useful. So he smiled, saying that she thought she found it. She thought the owner of the house was a hunter. Soyeon stood at the corner of the building, watching the car drive away. She opened her eyes wide and started typing a message on her phone. So he and a group of people were getting drunk towards the exit. The girl held the phone to her ear, saying that all their efforts were for the master, because they seemed to have found a clue. There were sheets of paper on the floor. The protagonist smiled, thinking that defeating Alish was important. The main goal was to decorate the blood flower, but the items that dropped were also good. Selling the green magic stone was quite a good deal, not to mention the ring that increases bleeding, plus the skill book. The hero imagined a colorful book, thinking that it wasn't suitable for his class, but he knew a way to change it, so he'd leave it for later. The boy straightened up, looking ahead. He was walking along the path away from the dungeon, saying that the further he went from there, the better the reception was. The hero's eyes widened. Soyeon told him that Eclipse was investigating. She thought that people were looking for him. Kang-hoo smiled, saying that he was glad that he found out about it now. He imagined Sohee in front of him, saying that she had done it quite quickly. The boy frowned, thinking about Soyeon. The hero imagined the girl standing with her back turned, thinking that she was an informant for the High Awa Guild, a subsidiary guild of purification. The protagonist put his phone in his inside pocket, thinking that if Eclipse was able to track him, they would soon find Yeren as well. He recalled the image of the smiling girl, thinking that for her, he was just a newbie in this business. She had no reason to cover for the guy after his refusal. Considering this, Eclipse and the Blue Eye were in conflict due to rivalry. It was not beneficial for them to share information about him. The hero imagined the location of the bright guild crests on the map. The guy imagined Jeongti, thinking that he needed to find him. Kang-hoo headed towards the door of the train car. The hero frowned, thinking that for this matter, he would need a partner. Upon arrival, he needed to meet with that person. The man covered his face with his hand, looking at the tall building. Do-hoon gritted his teeth, saying that this was the only way to catch Jeongti. The man stood in front of him and held a cigarette in his hands, saying that he understood his worries. After all, it was a comrade from his homeland, but he did not need to worry. The man in the suit arched his eyebrows, saying that the Yongpyong district was not even under their jurisdiction. Do-hoon frowned, saying that this was the last house. He looked at the map on his watch. The hero was walking up the stairs. The man knocked on the door, asking if anyone was here. The boy opened the door and raised his eyebrows, asking who he was. Do-hoon asked if Chanti lived here. The boy gritted his teeth, asking who he was talking about. The hero looked at the man, saying that he lived here alone. Do-hoon turned his gaze to the room. His attention was drawn to the gun lying on the table. The man frowned, asking if he was a professional hunter. The boy turned around, realizing that he was talking about the gun. The hero widened his eyes, saying that this world is such an unpredictable thing, that's why he left himself alone. Do-hoon apologized. He closed the door and stood with his back to it, saying that Chanti is not here. The door opened slightly. The boy, standing at the door, picked up the gun and smiled. He pointed the gun at the man standing in the hallway. Do-hoon pulled the sword out of its sheath. The man swung it, leaving a bright mark in space. The guy screamed, seeing that the hero had managed to cut his weapon and fingers. The man's eyes widened, saying that he seemed to be in the right place. The hero ran into the room. Do-hoon followed him, saying that he should have taken the gun off safety. The man kicked him in the back. The guy fell to the floor. There were traces of blood around. Do-hoon plunged the sword into the floor next to the hero's face. The guy's eyes widened. The man was above him. He crossed swords at the hero's neck, telling him to tell everything about Chanti. The guy frowned, saying that he had only met him once. He ordered him to kill everyone who would look for him. The hero only knows that the guy is a loner who carefully hides. He does not know who is behind him. Do-hoon frowned, looking at him. He kept the swords on the guy's neck, asking if someone was covering him. There was a blue sky above the fence on the roof of the building. Do-hoon folded his arms, wondering if the investigation in Yapyeong had stopped. The protagonist's attention was drawn to a sound, his brows furrowed. The man saw a group of people off to the side. It was a squad of police officers. Do-hoon wondered what they were doing here. The man hid around the corner, thinking that he couldn't go back now since he had to remain unnoticed. The leader of the group turned his attention to the man around the corner, asking if it was there. Do-hoon's eyes widened, realizing that it was an ambush. He didn't know what to do. The protagonist approached the group of police officers, asking if they were from the public security agency. Kang-hoo smiled, saying that he had a request for them. The leader of the group replied that they were currently on a mission. The guy pointed in the direction with his finger, saying that some hunter stole something there. Do-hoon frowned. While the heroes were talking, the man hurried to change his location. He ran across the road, hiding on the other side of the street. Do-hoon sighed in relief, saying that he was lucky. The protagonist smiled, looking away. The guy reached for a book in a blue cover. Do-hoon froze at the bookshelf. He opened the album, where there was a joint photo of him and the hero. The two guys in the photo raised their hands, looking at the camera. Jeong-tae leaned on the bars, congratulating the hero on being assigned to Seoul, because he heard that it was not easy to get there, and it was not so easy to work there. He asked if Do-hoon really cooperated with the Purification Guild. Do-hoon closed his eyes and laughed, saying that it was. Jeong-tae moved away from the bars, saying that he could leave this place to him. The protagonist pointed his thumb at himself and smiled, asking him not to worry, because he would take care of everything. He was here, and Do-hoon was in Seoul, to each his own. The man frowned, looking at the photo. He turned his head, hearing footsteps. The man immediately knew that it was the same guy. Kang-hoo frowned, looking at him. Do-hoon clenched his hand into a fist, asking how he knew about this place. The guy opened his mouth, addressing him by name. The protagonist came closer, saying that Do-hoon was on level 362. His place of work was the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department. The man frowned and reached for his sword, asking if the protagonist was digging under him or if he was also from the police. The protagonist held out his hand, saying that it was not so. He just knew why the man was looking for Jeong-tae. Kang-hoo held out his hand, asking if he would be willing to cooperate. Yerin rubbed her chin thoughtfully, saying that it was sad that the hero wasn't interested. The girl smiled, saying that he was a good customer, so she would recommend him to Siwon. A loud noise caught the hero's attention. The guy turned around. The girl asked with displeasure how she dared to do this and why she was not allowed to enter. Yerin frowned, asking what the noise was, so he opened the door to the office. She smiled and picked up a piece of paper in her hand, saying that she finally found it. The masked guy frowned, recognizing her. Yerin stood up from her seat, addressing the girl by name. Her eyes widened. Bright streams of energy appeared behind her. The girl asked why she came. So he smiled, asking her not to worry because today she came in peace. She handed Yerin a document with a photo of the protagonist, asking if she knew him. The girl raised her eyebrows, taking the paper in her hands. Do-hoon furrowed his brows, asking if the guy had a suggestion. Kang-hoo held out his hand, asking if he thought he could find him, and that would be the end of it. The guy frowned, saying that it was no easy task, and even though he was a member of the Seoul City Police Department, he hadn't been able to find out about his comrade. The man frowned at the police officer next to him, who told him that it was impossible because the hero was under the jurisdiction of the Yongpyong district. Do-hoon frowned, saying that it was not under their authority. The guy said that he had practically found him. He remembered the group of police officers on the street. The man furrowed his brows, asking what he meant. The hero opened his mouth, saying that Jeong-tae had a patron, a person so high-ranking that even the public security agency had taken notice of him. The hero imagined a dark image of a man standing behind the smiling Jeong-tae. All thoughts formed puzzle pieces. One of them was the guy lying on the floor, saying that he didn't know who this hero was, but he clearly shouldn't be crossed. Another piece of the puzzle was the words of the man in the suit that Yongpyong was not in their jurisdiction. The last piece of the puzzle to assemble the image of Jeong-tae was Do-hoon himself. The man frowned, asking who this person was, who was behind Jeong-tae. Kang-hoo looked forward and presented the guild crest, saying that this was one of the key figures in the Purification Guild. The puzzle in Do-hoon's head collapsed. He nervously clenched his teeth. The man turned away, saying that this was nonsense. The guy looked at him, saying that he could believe it or not, but they were pursuing the same goal. Do-hoon nodded. Kang-hoo clenched his fists, saying that tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening he needs to go to the square. Then he will see everything himself. This is not some kind of trap. However, if the man doubts, he can conduct his own investigation. Do-hoon silently looked at the hero. Kang-hoo opened his mouth, saying that in return he will keep his promise, so he hopes for cooperation. So he stood in front of Yerin, asking if he knew the guy. The girl looked at the documents with the main character's picture, thinking that his real name was Kang-hoo, which meant Eclipse was so interested in him that he even sent this lady. Yerin frowned, saying that she had no idea who this was. So he raised her eyebrows and pointed her finger at her, telling her not to lie, since she had already checked everything. Yeren closed her eyes and scratched her head, saying that she had business with him, but it didn't work out because of the conditions. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if Sohee was done, since if she didn't want to get into a fight, then she should leave here. Sohee pursed her lips nervously. She raised her eyebrows, saying that Yeren had better not lie to her. Sohee headed for the exit, clenching her hands into fists in displeasure. The masked guy widened his eyes when the girl asked him to follow Sohee, since he needed to check where this lady was going. Yeren smiled and folded her arms, saying that if she had information about this crazy woman, then her relationship with Kanhu would become stronger. There was a blue sky above the tall buildings. The hero held a phone in his hand. A voice from it said that there was someone here who was looking for Chanti. The guy smiled, calling them fools. Chanti came out of the dark energy streams, saying that they did not see him right under their noses. The hero stood to the side of Chanti. Kanhu came out from around the corner, saying that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The guy widened his eyes. The hero narrowed his bright eyes, saying that Chanti was late. The system reported that the Dark Priest and the harmful constellation allow you to hide in the dark. Above the guy's head was a system window, where it was said that hunters serving neutral and good constellations are improving their skills. Chanti arched his eyebrows and clenched his teeth. The hero smiled and spread his hands, saying that the guy was mistaken. Chanti frowned, using the skill Blindness. The guy leaned back. Streams of energy appeared around his body. He braked with his foot. Chanti crouched. His body was surrounded by dark streams of energy. The hero quickly ran around the guy, trying to hide from the place. Kanhu looked away, thinking that the guy used blindness quite discreetly. Besides, he has strong resistance to skills. Chanti frowned, realizing that this man was looking for him. The protagonist turned around, standing at the door. The guy summoned sharp blades in his hand, thinking that the hero knows about his skills and cover. Chanti waved his hand and released the blades, intending to kill the protagonist. A bright explosion thundered. The guy fell to his knees in front of Sohee and grabbed his burning shoulder, saying that he does not know this, has no idea who Kanhu is. The girl snapped her fingers. Sohee waved her hand. The guy's body was engulfed in bright streams of flame. She narrowed her eyes, looking at him. Sohee opened her eyes wide, remembering how the main character handed her a business card, saying that they can contact him if there is an urgent task for him. The girl thought about how the hero asked to contact him. Although he himself was lost in an unknown place, he knew from the very beginning who she was, so he ran. She remembered how with wide eyes she listened to Donghyun's words that if he took the guy under his wing, then he would be a good competitor to her. So he took a step forward, leaving a trail of flames. She opened her mouth, saying that if you take into account the master's words, then for her he is an enemy. The girl froze, her eyes wide. So he put her hand on her belt and, breathing heavily, said that everyone makes mistakes. The girl adjusted her gloves, saying that the master will understand and forgive her if she accidentally kills Kanha. The sharp blades flew towards the protagonist's back. The guy shifted his gaze. A protective barrier formed around his body. Chanti raised his eyebrows in surprise, seeing the shield. He wondered if the hero was from the assassin class. The guy moved forward. There were 4 sharp blades in his palm. All of them were approaching Kanhu's body. The protagonist's eyes widened. He crouched and moved from his place, dodging the sharp blades. Chanti gritted his teeth, thinking that the hero was good. Could he really avoid his attack because of the long distance? Then he should use another method. Chanti ran past the hero, ending up away from the guy. The hero raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Chanti armed himself with blades and rushed to attack, thinking that they could fight close up. Kanhu put out his hand. Using the skill Kidnapping, a giant hand appeared in front of the guy's face. Chanti's eyes widened. His body was surrounded by bright blue pixels. The guy screamed. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking what was going on. Kanhu clenched the blade in his hand and pointed it forward. The protagonist used a bleeding strike. Streams of blood spurted out from Chanti's body. The guy frowned, saying that he had already placed mana in places where he could hide from attacks. There were traces of bright energy on the objects lying on the floor. The hero stepped on one of the energy patches. Chanti moved forward. His body was enveloped in bright energy. He thought about how the guy was tracking all his movements very clearly. The protagonist looked at Chanti, whose body was invisible, but there were bright streams of energy around him. Kanhu frowned. Chanti gritted his teeth, looking at him. He bent over and pressed his hand to his neck, thinking about retreating. Kanhu threw an object at him with his thumb, saying that it was useless. The boy's eyes widened. There were traces of bleeding wounds on his arm. The hero used the skill in blood flower. Jiangti arched back. Bright streams of energy surrounded his body. He screamed loudly. The hero fell to the ground, starting to roll on it. Kanhu came closer. Jiangti frowned and pressed his hand to his neck, saying that the boy would kill him like this. He asked if the hero knew who was behind him. Kanhu looked at him, saying that he knew. It was Guanghan from the Purification Guild. Jiangti arched his eyebrows, asking where he was from. The boy raised his hands, telling him to shut up. A bright rope appeared in the hero's hands, asking him to sleep for a while. The man walked out of a building similar to a barn. Do-hun frowned, wondering why. The male lead put his hand out to the side, saying that he almost bumped into his colleagues from the agency. The man asked what the guy meant. Kang-woo said that he heard that they can solve a lot of things through the app. However, he heard that they often use that watch. Do-hun frowned and folded his arms. He looked at the watch on his hand. The man asked if that meant that his friend's account was still valid. Kang-woo raised his index finger, saying that if the public security wanted to get rid of his friend's account, then they wanted to get rid of him. However, those who were covering for Jiangti clearly didn't want that. They probably wanted to quietly cover it up. Guanhyun furrowed his brows, rubbing his chin. The protagonist imagined Guanhyun standing behind the man in the suit, who in turn stood behind the policeman. Kang-woo said that the Seoul and Yongpyong Public Safety Department was under pressure. They would rather hide it than look into it. But someone was able to log into the account, and after finding the information, they found that villa. Do-hun's eyes widened, remembering the group of policemen on the street. Kang-woo opened his mouth, saying that he kept his promise. Now the man should help him. Do-hun walked along the busy street, thinking that if the guy was telling the truth, then the mistake of the Purification Guild and public safety management was true and true. He wondered what he should do. The man saw the protagonist in a mask ahead. The guy frowned, saying that he was late. The protagonist looked at him, saying that he was waiting for him. Do-hun folded his arms, asking where Young-tae was. Kang-woo told him not to worry about it. He held the guy by the hair, saying that he brought him along. The man's eyes widened, saying that it was stealth, that's why he couldn't find him. The protagonist held Jiangti by the hair, saying that he deliberately chose a time when there would be a lot of people. If the man grabbed him now, he would find out who was behind him. Do-hun turned around to look at the people passing by. The protagonist pulled the guy by the hair, saying that if Do-hun decided to take revenge on Jiangti, he would not stop him. Kang-woo frowned, asking what the man would do. Do-hun's eyes widened and his eyebrows knitted together. There was a scarlet sunset in the sky. A man in uniform made his way through the crowd, telling them to disperse. A police officer came closer to the protagonist. The guy smiled and opened his eyes wide, asking if he contacted them about Jiangti. Kang-woo picked up Jiangti by the hair, saying that he did. The policeman smiled widely and thanked the hero for his work, because they had been chasing this guy for quite some time. The uniformed guy picked up the phone, asking the hero to enter his hunter registration number to receive the reward. Kang-woo entered the data on the phone. He handed the phone to the policeman, saying that everything is ready. The hero thanked him. The protagonist looked at the policeman. In his hands was the phone and a window with a bonus payment of 300 million won. Now he has the opportunity to rent a dungeon. Do-hun folded his arms over his chest, looking at the dark night sky with bright stars. Kang-woo put his hands in his pockets and came closer, saying that it was surprising that the man decided not to take revenge. Do-hun closed his eyes and smiled, saying that his friend would not do such a thing in his place. He raised his head up, saying that they both wanted this world to become a place where everyone could trust each other. The hero looked at the blue sky with bright stars, saying that he wanted the Purification Guild and the Public Security Agency to become such a place. Do-hun looked at the boy, saying that he hoped that they could correct their mistakes. He frowned, saying that if Kang-woo's words were true, then they would not be able to let either the Purification Guild or the Public Security Agency get away with this. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, thinking that he seemed to be going down the same path as in the story. Do-hun stood with two swords in his hands in front of a pile of corpses. The boy thought about how Do-hun, who led the rebellion of the Public Security Bureau, was a villain in the story and an enemy of the Purification Guild, just like the protagonist himself. The man advanced with swords towards Siwon, who had a bright magic seal on his back. Kang-woo stood in front of Do-hun, thinking about how the man was on his trail because of the case with Jiangti, but this time he didn't leave any traces, so it will be fine. Do-hun said that he was surprised. The man raised his hand to his face, saying that he never thought that the boy did this because of the reward. The protagonist frowned, saying that he was not doing charity work here. The boy smiled, thinking that cutting off Guanghyun's arms and legs was the biggest reward. The hero leaned his head on his hand and looked at the document, asking if they really just caught Jiangti. The police officer opened his mouth, saying that it was true. They sent the hero to the hospital since his condition was unstable. Guanghyun threw away the sheets of paper, saying that the guy was useless now. The hero opened his eyes wide, telling him to tell him who did this. The police officer took the phone in his hand, saying that he got the registration number of this hunter. The guy opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, crying out in surprise. Guanghyun sat at the table, asking why he went silent. The guy looked at the phone, saying that all the information was gone. The police officer furrowed his eyebrows, saying that this information was also deleted from other public security departments in the system. It will survive the error like a dead person's account. The hero raised his hand, clenched into a fist. Guanghyun slammed the table. Bright streams of energy lifted all standing objects into the air. He loomed over the boy, his brows furrowed, asking if the police officer thought he would believe that. Wang Hyun frowned, turning to the police officers who were bowing before him, asking what they were doing in Seoul all this time. A shudder ran through the boy's body, and he opened his mouth, saying that he personally went to Yongpyeong, but did not find anyone suspicious there and returned. Wang Hyun raised his eyebrows and raised his fist, asking what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The hero's eyes widened as a voice told him to calm down. A bright magical seal appeared in front of the group of people. From the streams of bright light, Shiwon appeared. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking what was going on here. Do-hoon looked at the hero. He was quite surprised that he decided to help him. Kang-hoo frowned and said that he did it only for the reward, since he does not do charity work. He put his hands together, and he was able to grab Jeongti's items. The ability to restore stamina was important. He looked at Do-hoon, who understood why the hero decided to help him take revenge, to which Kan-hoo replied that there is no worse enemy than a friend. Do-hoon gave a questioning look. Kan-hoo leaned slightly and said that he needed a sword to attack the Purification Guild, and he chose a good way to find an ally. The man chuckled and said that Kan-hoo was like the main character of some story. Kan-hoo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He imagined the shining Shitwin and mentally answered that the role of the hero went to someone else. He imagined himself in his shadow, which is what he considered himself. He put his hands in his pocket. The man said that he would simply return to Seoul. He turned around and walked away. The hero silently watched him go. Until then he was simply obsessed with the villain Kan-hoo. He looked at the moon and asked if this was the development of the plot of the novel he wanted to write. The hero lowered his gaze and fell silent. Meanwhile, Gwan-hyun was yelling at all his subordinates. They bowed before the man, who asked what they were doing in Seoul. He himself noted that the hero even turned off the cameras to cover his tracks. Gwan-hyun gritted his teeth and asked who had done such a dirty trick to them. Suddenly, Shiwon came out of the portal and told them to calm down. He smiled and noted that Gwan-hyun's mood was simply disgusting. The employees looked at the guild leader with admiration. The guy smiled and ordered him to leave. The men's eyes clouded over. They smiled stupidly at the leader and obeyed him. Gwan-hyun and Shiwon sat down. The leader sighed sullenly. He looked at Gwan-hyun and asked what happened. The guild member looked away with displeasure and said that the tool he was using was broken and it seemed that someone did it on purpose. The leader irritably knocked on the armrest and turned to the man. He looked at him questioningly. Shiwon reminded him of what he always told him. His face changed. He said that he needed to maintain his dignity and asked if he couldn't. Gwan-hyun frowned nervously. The leader asked what difference it made who broke the tool. He smiled slyly and said that whoever stood in their way would be turned into ashes by him. Kan-hoo touched the dog statue at Yongsu Station. He put his hand in his pocket, satisfied with the find. He remembered that according to the story, the main character Shiwon was here, even though this was a hidden dungeon. Kan-hoo looked ahead. An ominous passage opened in front of him. This time he came first. He walked forward, summoned a sword, and turned around at the substance that appeared. The middle boss of the dungeon, Shadow, appeared from it. Kan-hoo frowned, realizing that it would not be easy with him, especially if the monster attacked from behind. He got into a fighting stance. The boss's eyes flashed red. He summoned a shadow giant using Shadow Step. The copy of the boss leaned forward and rushed to attack. He slammed the ground, creating two smaller copies. A drop of excitement ran across the guy's face. It was important to get the timing right. The copies ran to attack. Kan-hoo swung his sword. He directed the glowing glove forward. The sword flew under the monster's hand. The hero swung, and the sword pierced the three attackers in a steep arc. Then it sank into the ground. The original Shadow ran to attack. Kan-hoo summoned a large sword and ran to attack. He ran past the copy, aiming at the original. He closed the distance and swung his sword. Shadow flinched and used exchange. Moved, he attacked the hero from behind. Kan-hoo turned around abruptly. The monster was already swinging to strike. The hero used illusion. He extended his hand to the side. The thrown sword jumped out of the ground. Shadow noticed this and turned around. He froze and began to look at the empty battlefield. Kan-hoo threw a sword at him. The sword fell straight from the sky onto the boss's head and pierced it. From his hiding place, Kan-hoo saw the boss tremble. A moment later, he fell to the ground. Kan-hoo looked at the corpse with satisfaction and decided that it was a great job. When he used the illusion, he didn't even suspect that he would attack him and didn't even predict the trajectory of the attack, and the main thing he did was attack the target at the right moment. The boss's corpse began to disappear. The system notified about its destruction, showed a summary of the stolen skills. The hero noted that his abilities can greatly confuse. The number of shadow objects increased to 5. The hero no longer needed to use casting when using the gigantization skill. Kan-hoo smiled and said that now he would write his own story. He got level 33. Kan-hoo returned the sword to his hand and said that the first step was successfully completed. Gwan-hyun, meanwhile, smiled and asked not to be so optimistic. He said that nothing is perfect. Shiwon looked at him and asked what he meant. His body was covered in an aura. He turned to the man again. He loomed over him menacingly and said that the world revolved around him. He smiled ominously and said that choice and justice were always his. A stream of shadows suddenly appeared above Kanhu. The red shadows began to take the form of Kanhu. It was the main boss. Kanhu got into a fighting stance and noted that the boss was the same as in the story. Guanhyun looked at Shu intensely and asked, "Does he really want to become the main character?" He smiled and said of course, because he is the main character. Kanhu did not take his eyes off the boss. He knew that this would be a fight with another self. Kanhu appeared in front of him. He was the main boss. Kanhu swung his dagger. He used a dash. The boss dodged the first blow. The hero took a foothold and struck again. Nearer, Kanhu blocked the blow with his dagger. The blade was approaching his face. The hero knew that he would have to fight closely. He imagined the illusions he had created and imagined how the boss tracks the original by mana. He broke the distance. Both opponents knew how to defeat each other. The hand of abduction reached for the hero's back. It was difficult for him to avoid it with a dash. In the end, he can only use skills that require direct physical contact. He parried the dagger strike. He stepped back and used teleportation behind the boss's back. He swung and used a series of bleeding blows. The boss managed to put up a barrier. He looked menacingly at the hero through it. Kanhu set fire to the blade of the dagger and said that the boss was not bad. He smiled and said, "Let's see how long the boss can hold out." The hero created many copies of himself. The shadow step technique surrounded the boss. He made a dissatisfied face and attacked one of the shadows. It dissolved with a smile. The boss cut another shadow into two parts. The hero used exchange. The boss turned around angrily. Kanhu swung his fiery dagger. The boss began to create a barrier. The hero used a bleeding strike on the barrier, and it began to crack. The boss looked in surprise as the defense fell. He intercepted the dagger and ran to attack. He used a bleeding strike on the hero. He dissolved into the fog with a smile. The boss turned around. Kanhu used a fire jump and stabbed the dagger into the barrier. It cracked. Shadows surrounded the enemy. The boss swung and screamed. He cut the shadow. He turned around. Kanhu was advancing. The boss hastily threw the dagger, having killed another shadow. He turned around in fear and created a barrier. Kanhu looked at him, laughed and offered to see how much longer it would last. He smashed the barrier and began to attack from both sides. The boss extended his hand forward. He began to create another barrier. He looked around anxiously at the two enemies. The hero used an exchange and said that the boss did not have enough mana to defend himself. He smiled and said that the boss was unable to recreate his mana reserve. The monster looked at the hero in fear. A bunch of bleeding blows pierced him. Blood spilled onto the ground. The boss was breathing heavily. He clenched his teeth and used a saving jump. Kanhu only beckoned back with his fingers. Then he clicked. The boss was pierced by bleeding blows, and Kanhu said that he had not felt so alive for a long time. The boss froze. Red smoke poured out of him. The leaves rustled, and the boss's corpse began to disappear. The hero repeated his phrase. He looked at the system window and said that hypersensitivity to mana is a useful thing. He gained access to skill enhancement. Kanhu chewed a leaf. For this he even had to get to the hidden dungeon. He selected the skill. The inscription lit up. The level became the highest. Kanhu smiled contentedly. This was his first highest level. He looked up. The space around him began to disintegrate into pixels. Kanhu looked around with satisfaction and said that he had deprived Showun of a chance. He was glad that he was able to activate this one-time dungeon. He looked at the red crystal in his hand. He was very lucky with the skill book, but he never thought that there would be a red stone in it. The stone was shining in his palm. It was made of a rare material that is used to improve items or skills. Kanhu smiled and said that if Showun got it, he would have a headache. He took the book in his hands and was going to use it. This item was created for the assassin class. The pages began to fly by themselves. Kanhu looked at the light flying out of the book. The system showed the skill description. The skill learning was completed. The hero clenched his fist. In the next battle he was going to test the effectiveness of this skill. The light disappeared. It was time for the hero to move because he had to deal with Chanti. The next day to the subway station, Yerin waved to the hero and said that she saw him for the first time outside the dungeon. Kanhu sat down solemnly. Yerin took out her phone and said that she would ask him a question first. She blushed and asked why he transferred her 100 million won. The hero introduced Sohee and said that she was actively searching for him and was quite impatient. If they found any information about him, she would immediately be sent to the Yongpyong district, but so far there was no fuss about it. Yerin smiled slyly and said that Sohee was burning hunters alive in search of the hero. She raised her hands and said that in fact, protecting customer information is the basis, so he does not need to worry. Yerin looked at the hero in surprise. He said that he caught Jiangti. Kang-hoo sighed and said that he was unable to identify him and thus, even if he completed the task, Blue Eye would not receive any money. Yeren recoiled. This was the price of the hero. The girl thought about the hero catching Jiangti without leaving a single trace. She blushed, even more surprised by him. What else could he do? She propped her cheek and asked what she should call him now. Kang-hoo looked away. Yeren now knew the hero's real name. Kang-hoo looked at the mercenary leader and said that for safety's sake it was better to use a pseudonym. Yeren laughed and agreed. Then she was going to talk about the task. She said that the client would fill him in. She said that he wanted to see the hero's skills. The girl named Sammy smiled and said that she relied on the hero. Kang-hoo smiled back and said that he would not let her down. A protected bus pulled up to them. It was guarded by hunters with magic bullets. They climbed inside. The price of the service was incredibly high, but safety was also guaranteed. Kang-hoo leaned back, intending to rest until Ulsan. On the way, he woke up from whispers, voices discussing the upcoming task. Kang-hoo looked away in disbelief, not understanding why there was such an atmosphere. Should they be on guard? Salmon kept her eyes on the hero. He continued to rest. After a while, the hero summoned a dagger. He looked at the reflection of the guard behind him. He looked back with distrust. The guard stepped forward. He looked at the hero seriously. He pointed a gun at his head. A shot rang out in the bus. The guard recoiled. The hero simply disappeared. He used teleportation behind the guard and plunged the dagger into his back. He took it out with a smile and said that it was useless. The passengers of the bus jumped up. They took out their weapons. Kang-hoo looked coldly at the enemies. There were not many of them. A star appeared above the head of the far passenger. The guy frowned as he listened to the music. The system showed the description of the father of music skill. Sammy grabbed the hilt of the sword. Kang-hoo looked ahead and said that he would deal with them. It would be better for her not to get involved in this. Sammy smiled gratefully and said that it was a good idea. She would just have to see the hero in action. Kang-hoo froze. He looked at his enemies. They were blinded. Kang-hoo used shadow step. The guard pointed his gun at nothing, asking if the hunter was playing with them. The hero advanced towards the father of music. He pierced the stomachs of the enemies and used exchange. The shot tore the shadow. Kang-hoo continued to run. He hit another hunter, moved to another, and cut him. The guy with the headphones looked angrily at the hero and raised his gun. He shot at the shadow. The hero used exchange on his side and raised his dagger to strike. He dashed. In a dash, he cut the guy's side. He used acceleration and stood in front of the attackers. The father of music wiped the blood and said that it was not bad, but it was not enough. He promised to pay back next time. The hero grinned and asked why not this time. He chose a level and received the highest level of the blood flower. He snapped his fingers. The hunter's wounds began to bleed terribly. A red light began to shine from the bus. The hunter's legs were charred. Their bodies were burned by the bloody flower. Smoking, they fell to the floor. The father of music fell to his knee. Sammy watched the hero in admiration. Music accelerated the boy's recovery. Kang-hoo smiled and asked if he really listened to music. The boy's body was covered in green lights. He pointed a gun at the hero. Suddenly, he was kicked from behind. The frightened hunter flew across the cabin and impaled himself on the dagger by the throat. Kang-hoo held it for a few more seconds. Then he pulled it out. Sammy returned behind the hero. She smiled. She gave a thumbs up and said that the hero was accepted. The system gave the hero a quest related to the father of music. Kang-hoo approached the body and chuckled. The system showed a description of the skill. Kang-hoo smiled and said that from now on he would listen to classical music during rest. He sat down. The dimension thief said that it was a waste of time. Kang-hoo put on new gloves and said that it was a good thing, and the power embedded in it was proportional to the power of endurance. Oh changed his shoes and said that the dexterity indicators were higher here. He looked at the corpses and said that their things would be sold. He turned to Sammy. She asked, would he not even praise her? She winked at him and said that she seemed to be a good assistant. Her cheeks turned red. She said that she was officially entrusting the hero with a task. Kang-hoo shuddered. Tiwa River was an organization in the city of Ulsan from the secondary part of the novel. Only superficial data, names, and that's all were written there. Tiwa River was one of them. Kang-hoo frowned, realizing that Sammy was now one of the leaders. The girl opened a lollipop and said that the price of the task was 250 million won. She pointed at the hero and said that he needed to bring her Tisu's left hand. Kang-hoo thought about it and said that he had one more condition. He looked at the girl and said that he would fulfill her order. He smiled and asked for a chance to meet the leader of the Abyss in return. Sammy was surprised. Abyss, among the guilds that oppose the Purification Guild, they have the strongest power and unity, although in the story the Abyss collapsed due to internal problems, but sooner or later it would be necessary to intervene. Kang-hoo frowned. He needed their power to destroy the Purification Guild, but he could not imagine that such an opportunity would arise so soon. Sammy thought about it and hummed. The Tiwa River is one of the satellite organizations of the Abyss. Kanhu understood that this was his chance to get closer to the Abyss. The girl smiled playfully and said that it was an interesting condition, but she would talk about it when she saw the result of the hero's work. The couple walked past the destruction. The fighters watched the heroes warily. Sammy smiled and said that this was the dungeon in which Tisu often appeared. Various hunters gathered near a large portal. Kanhu looked around and said that judging by the atmosphere that reigned here, no one wanted to enter the dungeon. He asked if everyone had come for Tisu's head. Sammy smiled and said correctly, asked if the hero knew about the fireworks. Kanhu frowned at her. He knew that many hunters were needed for fireworks, because this is a method of capturing one strong target in which losses are inevitable. He imagined a bloody mess. He knew that when someone becomes a victim. He imagined a guy with his head in his hands. Those who remained alive eventually reached the goal, and he wanted more than just the hero to remain alive. He looked at the others. In the novel, Tisu remained alive, but he knows all of his constellations, and if he uses this knowledge, he can change the outcome. Sammy looked at the hero coquettishly and said that he has a lot of competitors here. Probably everyone received a request at the same time. The hero introduced Tisu. He was the leader of the Red Blood. Most people in Ulsan refused the mission as soon as they heard his name. Criminal organizations, warlords, and business partners. Tisu kills everyone indiscriminately. For this he was even called the Butcher of Ulsan. Sammy sighed. Because Tisu is a criminal, there are a lot of requests to kill him, and for him, the lives of even well-equipped level 200 professionals are just a toy. Both turned around at the shout. Tisu was walking surrounded by his men. A ruby shone on his wrist. The people pushed the hunters aside, letting the leader pass. The hunters began to follow Tisu. Sammy noticed his hand. She looked at him and said that the leader relies on his left hand 99% of the time when using magic, so his left hand is more valuable than his life. The hunters nervously watched the clan leader. Sammy said that most hunters would like such a reward for themselves and are always looking for a chance. Kanhu frowned at them. The girl said that as soon as Tisu leaves the dungeon. She blushed and said that then it will be time for a show. Kanhu suddenly turned around and walked away. Sammy looked at him in surprise and said that they should stick together. She said that they need to line up near the Tiwa River. The hero waved his hand and asked them to go ahead, because he had things to do. The store. Kanhu approached the ring and asked how much it cost. The seller said the price was 500 million. The hero opened his inventory and said that he could offer everything that was here. He asked to pay him only the remaining amount from the sale. He took the ring in his hands. He looked at it with satisfaction. It had a pain-relieving effect and a high endurance indicator. He noted that it was difficult to find something like this at level 4. He put it in his pocket and went back. He turned around, although he found a useful thing. He looked in the other direction. After all, he did not find what he really needed. Kanhu remembered the people of Thesu. Each had a constellation, except for Thesu himself, so he had something in mind, even being a fake. Kanhu looked around, looking for the right thing. He decided that he should get into the habit of checking for items before starting an operation. He continued to shake his head. His gaze froze on one passerby. Above him, the constellation of the shrine was burning, increasing the accuracy of magical attacks and arrows by 5 times. Kanhu smiled nervously. He found what he was looking for. The white-haired girl smiled playfully. It was Tisu. The hunter shop. Tisu smiled slyly and went outside. The hero smiled, noticing the guild leader's outfit. He looked at his constellation. He would never have guessed if it weren't for the constellation. Kanhu noticed that all the other people with constellations were escorts. The bus started moving. Kanhu looked up. He would have gladly joined the train on the bus. He used the jump and jumped on the rooftops, thinking that if they continued to cross paths, suspicions might arise. He had no choice but to use his legs. Kanhu watched the bus. The bus reached the turn. The hero realized what they were up to. Sunset came. Tisu smiled excitedly. He couldn't wait. He put his hands together and asked, what kind of expression will the mercenaries have when they are surrounded? The subordinate said that the mercenaries couldn't even imagine that they would be attacked from behind. The guys smiled contentedly. One said that as soon as they got to them, they would be finished. Tisu suddenly narrowed his eyes. He abruptly tore off, releasing his energy. He turned behind the electrical panel. He looked around. Kanhu managed to hide to the side. Tisu said that he had a strange premonition. Kanhu looked at the turn and understood why Tisu remained alive after the fireworks. Tisu took out an energy spear and said that she thought there was a tail behind them. Kanhu smiled. Now he knew what he had to do. He was also going to attack them from behind. Dusk began. Sammy looked to the side and said that the hero was already late. She looked at her subordinate. He was very worried about the presence of an outsider. He asked if the hero could be a spy sent by the Purification Guild. He introduced the White Rose Gang and said that they got rid of them in a similar way, and no one caught or punished the culprit. He looked at his leader in fear and said that it would have been better to ask for help from the abyss. Sammy smiled and asked him not to worry because the hero was partially connected to the abyss. She imagined Yeren from Blue Eye and thought that instead of developing useful connections, she was trying to develop neutrality among large organizations, which means she has good observation skills as well as strength. She will not try to stop him because he was chosen on her recommendation. Sammy remembered the hero's skills, smiled, and decided that she would just wait a little longer. She suddenly looked at her clothes. She looked at her phone in surprise and asked, "What is this?" She shuddered. She put the phone away and told everyone to get ready. The girl's face became serious. She said that they were starting. The hunters crowded around the gate. Feet and shoes appeared from the portal. Tisu and his men came out of the portal. The hunters gave the signal. Everyone flinched. They took out their weapons and screamed. Tisu's men stood in a line. The crowd was approaching them. The guards called their weapons and swung at the attackers. The hunter looked away, grabbed another by the collar, and used him as a human shield. Blood splattered on the guard. The guy laughed and said it was fireworks. He grabbed another hunter by the back, brought him forward and ran forward. His head was suddenly pierced by an energy spear. It sparked, and the guard was enveloped in an explosion. Everyone froze, looking at the burning corpse. Tisu put her hand forward and said, "Bam, now it's her fireworks." The hunters began to panic. The guy shook his head from side to side. Another one was killed in front of him. The guards threw the spiked bats over their shoulders. They smiled and asked if the Gopniks were ready to enjoy the fireworks. The guy gritted his teeth and said that they had planned this from the beginning. He shuddered. The entire crowd was pierced by lightning. An explosion flared in front of the red blood crowd. The guy lay among the burning corpses. The red blood looked with satisfaction at the agony of the people. A question was heard, where did it come from? A bright point flared up among the devastation. Tisu laughed and said that from such a distance she could shoot even with her eyes closed. Kanhu watched her and said that this was expected from a mage who owned a shrine. He looked at the manas of the fighters. Tisu was having fun, killing people. Lightning covered the bridge at the gate with explosions. The girl raised her hand. The hero thought, when will she recharge? His eyes glowed blue, then he was going to attack. He called the hand of abduction. The blue hand grabbed the girl, and she began to disappear. She turned, seeing Kanha at her side. She asked who he was. The hero just smiled. He hit Tisu, but she dodged. She looked at the hero in shock. The blade pierced her projection. The hero looked into the void in surprise, guessing that the enemy had used a short-range jump. He looked to the side, thinking that if Tisu couldn't move long distances, then the most effective way was to move behind him. He dashed. Tisu appeared in front of him. The hero was already flying towards her. He used a bloody thrust on her. Kanhu was watching the enemy intently. The girl screamed. A red light flashed. She pointed her hand at the hero's face. There was an explosion. The building caught fire. It spat out sparks. Tisu looked around. Kanhu pulled back. Tisu had much more strength than he thought. He began to slowly approach her. The girl grabbed her wounded hand and began to curse the hero. Kanhu pointed 2 fingers at her. The girl said that he could at least introduce himself. Kanhu clicked and said, "Take it." Rana Tisu began to release a fountain of bloody energy. She screamed and fell to the ground. The female form fell from him. He screamed that he would kill the hero, but he screamed into the void. He waved his hand, looking for the hero with his eyes. He looked questioningly at his hand. It lay far away from him. Tisu reached for it, but the hand of abduction had already grabbed it. Kanhu caught it. Tisu screamed. The hero ran away. He waved his arms and smiled. The head of the clan grabbed his shoulder and began to curse the hero. He ran out into the street and ordered everyone to come out. He looked ahead and repeated his request. People began to come out of the rubble at him. Tisu lit a fire in his right hand and began to threaten everyone. He shuddered. His subordinates lay on the ground. The hunters continued to come out from their hiding places. Sammy smiled and said bingo. Tisu entering the dungeon was a fake. He planned to surround the mercenaries and kill them. Kanhu wrote that the real one would hide in the distance and provide fire support. He told them to hide and then go to the building where the explosion would occur. Tisu gritted his teeth. As in the plan, he ran out to the hunters without his left arm. Sammy swung her sword. She had no idea how the hero did it. Just one swing scattered everyone. The guards were dangling in the air and screaming. The bridge was covered by a blue sphere. Tisu fell lifelessly to the ground. The hunters were killing his men. The fake Tisu screamed and asked what was going on. He looked into the darkness, wondering where their support was. Suddenly, he was pierced by a sword. The hunter smiled, but Tisu began to disappear. He looked at the pixels under his feet in surprise. Seeing the corpse of another person, he shouted that it was a fake. The hunters began to look around. Sammy and her people moved forward. She laughed and told everyone to surrender. She ducked. The wounded hunter looked at her in amazement. Someone clutched his weapon tighter. Tisu's people backed away. The rest of the hunters joined the attack. After a while, Sammy's people reported to her that irreparable damage had been done and that they almost got into big trouble. Sammy looked at the message. She read it thoughtfully. She was asked how she knew where Tisu would be. In the message, the hero reminded them of his promise. Sammy remembered the hero and his request to meet with the Abyss. She wrote that she would be busy for a while, sorting out what had happened, and as soon as she was free, she would immediately contact the leader of the Abyss. The girl sighed heavily because the hero had already escaped. After a while, Yeren held Tisu's left hand. As she thought, the hero did an excellent job. She looked at the hero with satisfaction and said that she was glad to see him. The hero asked what he was doing. The leader raised her hand and said that she was in Jeonju. She said that she and Soyeon had leaked false information to her. She smiled. She took out her phone and asked if the hero had seen the news. Kanghu frowned. Yeren said that the hero was a real star now. She showed footage of Kanghu's fight, said that his identity was not revealed yet. Kanghu frowned and noted that the plot was starting to slowly deviate from the original. He presented the map and Tisu with Shiwon on it. He noted that the changes affected not only Tisu but also Shiwon, so he needed to be careful. Yeren smiled and asked if Kanghu would continue to cooperate with them. The mercenary chuckled and said until a better offer comes. Yeren smiled nervously. She put the folder on the table and suggested moving on to the next request. She showed a photo of a man. His name was Gubin. He is a killer who mainly attacks minors. The hero presented the wild lands. Yeren said that the location of the killer is in Ground Zero. Kanghu looked at the folder. The girl said that this should help him. The hero smiled and thought that he should prepare before leaving. Shiwon meanwhile was watching TV. He did not know who this hero was, but said that he was on fire. He took the phone and said that it was interesting. He answered. The voice on the phone said that the strategic squad of the Purification Guild was listening. The leader ordered to collect all the information on the Tisu case. He smiled and said that they needed to find the hunter who cut off his hand. Sometime later in the Mir Guild, a man sat down opposite Kanghu. He assumed that this was their first meeting. The man's expression was distorted. He said that they do not give out dungeon licenses to strangers they meet for the first time. Kanghu looked at him and named the amount of 100 million, for which he wanted access only to the Baltnum dungeon. He would enter it only once. Seung-hyuk looked at the hero thoughtfully. Suddenly he found himself at the door and offered to go into the office. The dungeon leader smiled with anticipation and ordered him to follow him. Kanghu smiled. He knew that he would get 100 million won from this dungeon. Later he had a battle with the shadows. He swung. He turned around. The shadows disintegrated. The hero's level increased to 37. He said that this time the stats depend on endurance. Kanghu came out to the square with fires. The stands were burning everywhere. Lava was flowing along the road. A wolf named Baltman looked around. He got into a fighting stance and told the hero to just get out of here. Kanghu looked at him from under his brows. He jumped. Baltman threw up his paws and asked, "Isn't the hero scared?" Lava rose from the edges. The wolf said that he would burn the hero. He directed his paws forward. The lava chased the hero in a wave. He made a dash. He did not take his eyes off the boss. First, Kanghu released a shadow. Baltman licked his lips, smelling the food. He drew air into his lungs and released a stream of lava at the hero. The shadow burned. The wolf was going to burn and eat the man. The body began to disintegrate. The boss inhaled the aroma. He licked his lips, having received an increase in MP. Kanghu smiled, as he thought the boss would enjoy a snack. Boltman set his fist on fire. Kanghu said that this time he would give him something special to try. He saved it for this moment after absorbing the main boss Alicia. Kanghu kept the skill book and now the moment has come. He dodged the flames using acceleration. His face remained serious. He used Shadow Step. Boltman sniffed. He began to shake. He smelled food. His mouth began to suck in air. A moment later, the boss belched fire. Kanghu took out the skill book. He swung, and, piercing the shadow, threw the book into the fire. Kanghu smiled. How could he leave the boss without food? The book began to burn. Kanghu sarcastically thought that it would be mind-blowingly delicious. He made a jump. 2 copies of himself went around the flames. Kanghu nodded. The boss's eyes widened. He threw his mouth to the sky. He licked his lips and said that this time the taste was different. The man was reflected in his eyes. He wondered what he tasted like. Suddenly, a book appeared above his head. The decapitation process began. Baltman looked at the sparks around his body. A red system notification appeared in front of him. A window informed that the boss could no longer use skills and weapons. Warnings surrounded the monster. He continued to turn his head. He growled, asking what the hero did to him. Kanghu summoned a dagger and said that these were just his skills. A fiery whirlwind appeared above Baltman's head. He directed a fiery rain at the hero. Kanghu calmly looked at the fire. There was an explosion. The monster smiled contentedly. His ears twitched. The hero was gone. Kanghu appeared behind the boss. He extended his hand and used abduction. The blue hand grabbed the wolf. He looked angrily at the man. He said it was time to finish. Baltman set his hand on fire and swung. Suddenly his whole body burst into flames. 3 eyes looked to the side. Kanhu put up a barrier and asked the monster to wait a few more seconds. He swung his dagger and said enough. He hit the boss and used bleeding. Boltman screamed. Kanhu took out the bloody blade. The barrier fell. Kanhu looked to the side. Everything was as he thought. He used jump. Boltman summoned fire and screamed that he would not let the hero escape. Kanhu began to dodge the lava. He clicked and said that he did not escape. Boltman was pierced by bloody rage. The monster squinted and growled. It fell in front of the hero. The system reported that the main boss was defeated. The level increased to 39. Kanhu looked at the notification about stealing the target's skills. He frowned at the word disaster. It was his target. Kanhu knew that even if the monsters were of different classes, you would not be given a penalty for learning skills. In other words, the skills you stole from monsters. The hero stole the skills from the target. He knew that they could be obtained completely and it was best used against those who might have bugs in learning. He took out the Silesium quite contentedly. He chewed it and said that the preparation for Ground Zero was complete. Seoul Station. The crowd looked at the screen. Kanhu thought that he had no choice but to continue his way through Seoul. The screen showed Shewon. This spoiled the hero's mood quite a bit. The 2 guild leaders shook hands. The host said that they had decided on an agreement. The people discussed this news in amazement. The hero thought that it was a touching moment. He looked at the handshake and noted, only if he didn't know, that this was a game of 13 stars. The 13 stars were Shewon and his colleagues, the 13 hunters, called heroes in the story. Of course, in reality, they were the ones responsible for the destruction of the world. People were chatting happily with each other. The hero noted that the stars had connections all over the world, which meant that they were able to manipulate public opinion. Even if they acted on behalf of one person, everyone would habitually think that they were a powerful army of heroes. Kanhu walked away and thought that this was his karma for writing that story. An unknown girl approached the hero and noted that Seoul was boring. Kanhu turned around abruptly. The girl in red smiled. She said that the prices were simply killing and wherever you go, they want to devour you. A constellation flashed above her head. Kanhu looked at her warily. His face was covered in sweat from fear. He imagined himself at the table with her. The girl stared at him. Kanhu closed his eyes, thinking about the telepathy skill. He remembered real life. Himself at work. Himself next to a corpse. Kanhu frowned. The girl looked at him in surprise. She could not display the skill. She smiled curiously and asked herself, did this mean that the hero was a higher level than her? Kanhu sighed and said that this was a pathetic attempt. He widened his eyes and said that he did not intend to let her into his head. Kanhu's eyes turned blue, judging by the girl's constellation. He was now sure. Looking at him was Jiangwa, one of the 13 stars with the constellation Fox. The Silent Maiden did not allow the rest of the constellations to be revealed except for the 2 main ones. Kanhu frowned. The Lord noted that this was funny. Kanhu was silent. The Lord said that there was a world he could not invade. The hero thought that there must be ways to protect himself from telepathy. He thought that these mental skills instantly implanted pleasant memories of the caster, breaking the protective barriers of his mind and making him feel blessed. But memories of suffering can temporarily strengthen the defense mechanisms. Jiangwa sighed. She thought that in Korea, only Shewon was like that. She became interested. She took out a business card and said that it was only given to those who were able to block her abilities. She handed it to the hero and said that if the hero was bored inside his country, or wanted to enlist her support, he could call her. Kanhu looked warily at the business card of the God of Thief Guild. It was one of the most prestigious guilds in China, which is among the top 5. Kanhu took the business card with satisfaction. He understood that Jiangwa was not an ordinary person. He said that he would save it just in case. The girl began to leave, but said that they would see each other again. The hero thought about Yeren and Dohan, deciding that he would need helpers in the conflict with the 13 stars. After a while, Kanhu walked forward. He arrived at Ground Zero. He opened the map. He wanted to find the treasure. Black smoke appeared behind him. From it grew the silhouette of a girl. Kanhu used his innate mana sensitivity. It was the ability to sense and attract mana. However, if he used too much mana, the body would overload. Kanhu remembered how he suffered. Because of the overload, he felt a headache and general weakness. If this happened in battle, it would end in death. Suppressing this overload was Kanhu's main task. He imagined his enemies and thought that the future battles would be even more fierce than before, so this time he could not miss his chance to grab the mad Silesium. He imagined an orange flower. It was a plant used in the novel. It was much more effective than a normal plant. He knew that when consumed, mana sensitivity would be completely eliminated for 30 minutes. He remembered the wild fatigue and noted that it had consequences, but it would certainly help in the battle. Silesium only grows in Ground Zero and is difficult to obtain since there is always a crazy farmer nearby. Kanhu checked the coordinates. He needed to visit 6 zones. He said that he numbered them the same as the numbers he used in the lottery. Kanhu folded the map and said that he would get skills. He smiled and hoped that he could still level up. After a while, he defeated the mutant plant. The modified bud fell to the side. Kanhu wiped the slime from his face. He looked at the disappearing body and noted that there was no end to them. Ground Zero is a wilderness filled with mutant monsters. Kanhu ran forward. He jumped between the rocks. He knew that this place was full of all sorts of variables. Something caught his attention. The hero stopped at the corpse. He knew that this was a place where the slightest inattention could lead to death. Kanhu walked around the corpse and noticed that the decomposition process was slow in Ground Zero. The eyes flashed blue. The guy's corpse was clean. He began to track his mana. He saw a creature inside the corpse. There could be no more reasons for mana to be in the corpse. There was a gun at the guy's feet. The hero introduced the monster and said that it was a trap of the black guide who lures hunters with various objects. If you touch the corpse, you might have to deal with ghosts that will begin to endlessly haunt him. The hero looked at the guy's empty gaze. In reality, he was sitting at a desk, beaten. His name was Minson. The hero in reality was watching him. The hooligans in the alley were going to beat the guy. The hero heard everything. Now Kanhu closed his eyes and began to move away from the corpse. On the slope of the cliff, he noticed Silasium. Kanhu approached the cliff and said that this was not an easy task from the beginning. Smoke appeared again near the hero while he said that he needed to be quick and careful. He grabbed the support with his foot and jumped. The trees were enveloped in poisonous smoke. 2 green lights appeared on the trunk. The hero grabbed a flower. The tree roots began to wrap around his hand. Kanhu jumped back, managing to pull out a bunch of leaves. He grabbed the ledge and looked at the roots. A wooden creature appeared over the edge of the cliff. It crouched and stretched out its hand to the hero. The roots began to turn towards him. The flower in Kanhu's hands disappeared. He pushed off the root, jumped and greeted the farmer. The monster swung its hand to attack, but it pierced the shadow. Kanhu used teleportation behind the monster and used a fire attack. The farmer was covered in fire, which grew stronger under his terrible roar. The system used the skill of attack from behind. Kanhu looked at the flames in amazement. The burning roots grabbed the edge of the ledge. The stone broke off and the farmer flew down to burn out. Kanhu put away the dagger. The corpse of the ordinary monster began to disappear. The hero's level increased to 40. New skills were unlocked. Kanhu looked at the descriptions with satisfaction and said that he was surprised every time. He looked to the side and said that he had the skill. He turned around, deciding that he needed to get to know the uninvited guest. He took out the dagger and jumped up the tree. He sat down opposite the black smoke. He looked at him angrily and asked why he was chasing him. A man began to appear in the smoke. The girl looked at the hero in surprise and asked how long ago he noticed her. Kanhu was embarrassed. The girl with heterochromia looked at him. He remembered her in that alley. She looked at the bullies with concern. Her name was Yuri. She was a model student and her father was a successful businessman. She was close to Gwanhyun, who was the president of the school. But after her father's business went bankrupt, Gwanhyun changed his attitude towards Yuri. Kanhu frowned at the girl, who was the antagonist Gwanhyun in the story, but he had not thought through all the details. The girl looked at the hero guiltily and apologized for the mood spoiled by the pursuit. She smiled and said that it was amazing. The hero had just arrived at Ground Zero, and he was so good at avoiding the black guides. Kanhu took out a dagger. Yuri continued to praise him. He jumped at the girl, swinging the dagger. Yuri covered herself in fear. A scream was heard and she opened one eye. Kanhu pierced the mutant who attacked them. He looked at Kanhu and said, "Annoying bug." Yuri blushed and thanked the hero. Kanhu stood up and told her not to follow him anymore. He immediately jumped off the tree. Yuri followed him with her gaze. She smiled playfully and said that the guy left, but she wanted to chat a little more. After a while, Kanhu was resting. He took out a dagger from the disappearing corpse. He chewed Palladium and looked at the interface. He had already collected 6 crazy flowers. He sat down on a stone and said that now they can move on to the task. Mutants appeared around the corner. Angel monsters looked at him. Kanhu walked away. He walked through the gorge and wondered if they really lived in this area. At night, the hero returned to Minson's corpse. He used his gaze. He looked at the killer on the corpse and decided that he was not dangerous at all. He leaned over and thought that the one who controlled this bird was really dangerous. The Black Guide, a collection of spirits of various types, is difficult to recognize in the darkness of the night because it is black and can approach silently. By the time you realize that it has crept up, the monster will have already launched an attack. If it can finish off the victim in the usual way, it will try to deprive the target of sight and sanity, and in the end, he imagined a guy who pointed a sword at his own throat. The victim would commit suicide under mind control. Kanhu frowned and decided not to let himself be caught. He created a shadow step. The bird turned its attention to the hero. He picked up the trophy from the corpse. The bird screamed and opened its sharp paws. Kanhu immediately used the exchange. He looked at the new dagger with satisfaction. The bird screamed. Kanhu ran away. He finished off the Palladium and said that everything was starting. The black substance chased after him. The guide watched the hero go. Kanhu smiled and said that the monster was closer than he thought. He did not know that the monster would appear so quickly. He ran further and made a jump across the canyon. The guide was already in front of the hero. Kanhu began to dodge using acceleration. He continued to run. The guide again caught up with the hero. Kanhu was breathing heavily. A dead end awaited him. The monster's hand reached out to the hero. The hero managed to switch with the shadow. Kanhu stood on the edge of the cliff and said that he was here. The guide threw a frightening look at him. Angels appeared behind him. Their red eyes lit up. The guide turned to them in fear. The angels spread their wings. Kanhu frowned as he watched what was happening. He knew that there were only two ways to kill the black guide. The first is the same strong dark power that the black guide possesses. The second power that can send him to the next world is the power of light, divine power. There was an explosion inside the gorge. The hero said that since an opposing force had invaded their territory, they would attack him until he died. The guy looked at the new knife with satisfaction and said that he would keep it for himself. After a while, he returned to the corpse. He looked at Minson's card. He saw his name for the first time. Kanhu put the card in his pocket. Despite the fact that the guy was dead, the hero was obliged to hand over his body to the family. He put his hand on the guy's head and asked him to wait a little longer. He lowered the dead man's eyelids and went to deal with the task. Black smoke appeared behind the stone with the corpse. Yuri leaned against the stone with satisfaction. The hero remembered the introductory information about the child killer. He remembered the folder he had given him. Kanhu then gloomily noted that these materials were different from the previous ones. Aaron's face darkened. The hero squeezed the folder. The girl said that these documents were prepared by the victim's father. Dawn came to ground zero. Aaron gloomily said that this was not a simple murder. She asked the hero to be sure to comply with the terms of the task. Kanhu looked at his phone, put it in his pocket, used mana tracking. An orange cloud appeared in front. Kanhu summoned a dagger. He assumed that he had found the target. Meanwhile, Gubin was trying on new gloves. He jumped happily and said, "Here it is, ground zero. The land of opportunities." A constellation of a mad killer appeared above his head. He was awarded points for kills. He turned around abruptly, released energy, and blocked the dagger flying at him. He clenched his fist and used ice armor. He looked at the hero and asked, "Who is he?" Kanhu grabbed the dagger. He didn't think he needed to answer him. Gubin gritted his teeth, created ice in his hand. His legs were covered with a layer of armor. Covered in armor, he intercepted the ice spear. Kanhu frowned. Gubin swung and said if the hero does not open his mouth himself. He threw it and said that he himself will make the hero open it. Gubin grinned and created a new spear. The hero used acceleration, dodging throws. Kanhu looked at the enemy, noticed that he was a magician, and thanks to his constellation, he had a high level. He noted that his magical abilities surpassed Chanti's skills. Gubin threw spears. The hero thought that the blindness skill would not help here. The hero looked at the enemy's armor. It needed to be eliminated first. Kanhu used acceleration. Gubin smiled nervously and thought that this was a trick. Bloody shards jumped out of the corpse. Kanhu nervously backed away, thinking that the magician could make a weapon even from blood. He used quick dodge. He realized that he would have to take a few wounds. The hero used resistance. He flinched. Gubin pointed his hand at him and screamed. Kanhu grinned. He understood that even using this skill, he would inevitably take damage. The system showed the description of the quick dodge skill. The hero remembered how he received new skills after killing the farmer. He used it for the first time, smiled and noted that the improved skill was quite useful. Gubin moved his hand aside and said that it was a great pity. He created a spear and squeezed it. He smiled and said that he could eliminate the hero with one blow. Kanhu looked at him silently. The magician said that he was not interested in messing with someone like him. He would quickly deal with him and seize his items. Kanhu looked at him gloomily and asked him to say why he was killing children. Gubin shuddered in confusion. He grabbed his face and asked who the hero was. He realized that the hero had received an order for him. He asked from whom. Kanhu came closer and ordered him to answer. Gubin only laughed. He smiled maniacally and said that the children were fresh. He covered himself in ice and said that the children were delicious, stupid and pure children who knew nothing about the world. Kanhu froze. The maniac said that the funniest thing is that you approach them, pretending to be their friend, and then watch their disappointment and kill them. Yuri's face suddenly darkened to the side. Gubin said, if only the hero could see their faces a second before they died. She remembered how she sat on her knees in front of Genwin. He smiled and said that he was still sorry. The girl clenched her lips. The guy said that it was normal for toys. Gubin swung and shouted that the children were his toys. He created a barrier of spiked ice. He laughed. Kanhu put the dagger to his chest and said that he listened to him. He got into a fighting stance and said that now it was his turn to become a toy. He made a teleport, and many Kappas ran to attack. Gubin twisted his lips, trying to understand what was happening here. He looked at Kanhu and asked, was it really him? The mage looked at the movements of the copies and noted that he could hide among them thanks to his fast movements. 2 copies attacked the killer. Gubin created 2 spears. The copies dodged the attacks. 3 ended up behind the mage. He began to look around at them. He gritted his teeth in fear. Kanhu swung his dagger. 2 attacked from the front. Gubin began to cast ice. He said that the hero left him no choice. He put his hand forward. He turned around and said that he would crush the hero into dust. Kanhu dodged the ice shards. The rest passed through the bodies of the spears. Gubin shuddered. He looked at the running Kanhu, realizing that he had deceived him. The hero looked at him seriously. The mage cast another ice shard. The hero approached. The mage shouted that his skill would recharge faster than his. Kanhu swung a flame stream and said that it was the opposite. He hit the enemy with bleeding and said that he had been watching him. Gubin spat blood from his mouth. Kanhu continued to press and asked if the mage had a feeling that he had been deceived. Gubin trembled. He could not concentrate because of the pain. He caught the hero's hand and stabbed with a knife, but the hero teleported behind his back. Gubin turned around in fear. Kanhu looked at him menacingly. He used the expenditure of strength and mana to use skills. He jumped up. He found himself above the killer's head. The man was illuminated by pink light. The hero used an attack from behind and decapitation. The raised wind passed along the ice fence. Gubin's armor began to crack. Kanhu turned on the player. His body was covered with green particles, although he lost health, but he saw the effect immediately. Gubin fell onto a stone. He was breathing heavily. Kanhu put a stand with a phone in front of him. The hero called the victim's father. He turned the camera and said that the father had to wait a long time. The man said that he would avenge his daughter. Meanwhile in the city, the screen showed a recording of the hero from Seoul Station. So he looked gloomily at the screen. The phone said that if you pay attention, the hero is moving towards the north. The girl narrowed her eyes. She assumed that the hero was heading to ground zero. She sighed and said that there was a high probability that he would return to Seoul the same way once he finished his business. She ordered to continue surveillance. So he hung up and blushed with anger. Her face twisted. She said that she would make the hero pay for ridiculing her. Meanwhile, the beaten Gubin asked for forgiveness. Covered in blood, he stuttered. He looked at the camera and asked for forgiveness. He trembled and continued to speak. The man angrily said enough. Kanhu waited gloomily. The man hoped that his daughter saw this too. He grabbed his face and thanked the hero. The man sat on the couch. He said that what the public security organization could not do. Kanhu nodded and said that he just did his job. He looked at Gabina and hoped that his daughter rested in peace. Kanhu turned around. Gubin said enough. He screamed and said that the hero had already completed the task. Kanhu immediately used bleeding on him. He looked at the killer with crazy eyes and said the right thing. His hand dropped. The hero said that now he can kill him. A message appeared above the corpse saying that the hero stole the constellation of the Ice Witch. A message from the kidnapper appeared above the corpse. He said that the hero stole something terrible, not a constellation. Kanhu put away the dagger. The kidnapper said that this idiot did not develop anything. The hero said that he will take care of it. He began to search the body, found an expensive item worth 1 billion won. He turned to the ringing phone. He took the phone. Yaren said that the hero did a great job. She smiled and said that the client paid more than the set amount as a reward. 2.5 billion were credited to the hero's account. Kanhu frowned and said that he had a task for her. He remembered Minseong's body and asked her to take it and identify him. Yaren laughed and said that it was not that difficult. Kanhu turned away. The girl said goodbye. The hero looked behind the stone and said that now she can answer. He frowned and asked why she continues to pursue him. Yuri came out from behind the stone and looked at the hero with embarrassment. A drop of excitement flowed down her face. She clenched her fist and said that there was one dungeon with a mid-level boss. She blushed and asked if the hero would like to go with her. After a while, the couple arrived at the dungeon. The hero looked at the columns. He had a feeling that everything here would soon collapse. He noted that such a dungeon has a right to exist. He looked around, thought that in Ground Zero there are many hidden dungeons and there are still many tasty morsels hidden for him. The hero looked at the girl. She did not think that he would really come. She smiled and thanked him. The hero said that any dungeon is beneficial for him, so this is only to his advantage. Yuri galloped forward cheerfully. The hero thought that he would be able to see her skills, because if she was good, she would become a good weapon against the Purification Guild. He smiled, because she was his first partner. The girl pointed to the symbols. The slab had already cracked. Yuri looked at the hero and asked if the hero could read it. The hero said that it was Latin. The couple approached the descent into the tunnel. The meaning of the phrase was that whoever got dirty in blood will be locked in this place forever. Kanhu smiled and suggested trying and seeing how amazing this place was. They began to descend. Both walked in silence. Kanhu turned around and asked what boss the girl was talking about. Yuri looked away embarrassedly and said that she was talking about a monster that attacks with long-range attacks. She remembered how she fought and said that she could barely get close to him. She took advantage and struck. She looked down and said that the first attack was blocked by his self-defense skill. The pair went down to the foot of the mountain. The hero assumed that things would be tough. He shuddered. The monster with the mace screamed at him. Two ghouls ran to attack. Kanhu took out a dagger and said that he would go first. The ghoul swung, hit the shadow, surprisingly looked forward. The hero set the dagger on fire and used an attack from behind. The first ghoul caught fire. The second threw a spear at Yuri. The girl cast a spell, and the spear flew out through the portal, piercing the monster's stomach. Kanhu looked at the corpse in surprise. He nodded to the girl with a smile and assumed that she was about level 200. The next door opened. The pair passed by the slain monsters. Yuri said that they were almost there. They entered the darkness. There was a knight in it. His eyes lit up green. He said that an intruder had been detected. Kanhu chewed a leaf. The girl said that it was the first time she encountered such skills. She remembered the capture skill that only monsters can use in bleeding. Her eyes shone. She said that the hero has skills that only mages can use. These are not assassin class skills. The hero solemnly opened the interface. Yuri said that at this rate they will quickly clear the dungeon. The hero pressed the button, thought that thanks to it, his level also increased and he was glad that he would soon reach level 50. But on the other hand, from now on, he cannot receive class skills up to level 100. He turned sharply and dodged the blow. The hero looked at the trace of the boss's shot. Yuri angrily looked ahead. It was the same boss. The knight loomed over them. He took out a sword from the haze. Torches flared. The boss threw the sword over his shoulder and said that he must finish what he started. His name was Sportula. Kanhu frowned, remembered the introduction about the boss. He looked at Yuri and asked if she could throw it on the head of this monster. Yuri asked with excitement, is he sure? She started casting a portal and decided that the hero was trustworthy. Kanhu put his feet forward and used a short-range jump. The boss hit, the hero dodged. Yuri used a portal. Kanhu ran into it, and the knight just cut the air. The hero jumped out of the portal. He saw a green flash. He jumped into the portal again. The knight hit the flash. Yuri looked forward seriously. Because of the sudden close attacks, it was difficult for the boss to concentrate. The hero jumped out of the portal above the boss's head. He swung his sword, but the hero dodged. The impact caused a rumble. Sportula screamed angrily. Yuri flinched. The moment had come. Kanhu's dagger was flying at the boss's head. He jumped out of the portal above his head. Sportula turned around. Kanhu intercepted the dagger and said that first they need to figure out the self-defense skill. Sportula hit the floor. Yuri calmly cast. A green current poured out of the portal, perfect timing. Kanhu jumped out of the portal and used decapitation. Blood spurted out from the joint of the armor. Kanhu looked at the girl grimly. Yuri nodded to him contentively and said that it was perfect timing. The protagonist stepped out of the portal, appearing behind Sportle. The guy stabbed him in the neck with a bright blade, using the decapitation skill. Blood spurted out of the wound. Kanhu jumped back. Sportle growled, his eyes shining brightly. He squeezed the sword, swinging it. The boss raised his hand up, directing a stream of bright energy forward. The protagonist stepped out of the portal behind Yuri. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The girl concentrated the bright energy in her hand, wondering if the guy told her to throw it behind that monster. A bright flash shone behind Sportle. Yuri put her palms forward, concentrating the bright flash and saying that she also wanted to fight. A stream of energy struck Sportle's body. The girl used the skill, Lightning Strike. The boss threw his head back and roared. He fell powerlessly to the ground, dropping the sword from his hands. A system window appeared in front of Kanhu, where it was said that he stole the skills from the target. The hero thought about what to do with the boss, because he can't just leave him here. The hero looked at the smiling Yuri. The heroes approached the man kneeling under the streams of light. Kanhu looked ahead, thinking that they dealt with the boss much faster than he thought, and with her power they can deal with the Purification Guild. The main character smiled, looking at the girl walking in front. Yuri frowned, asking him to look at this. The heroes became wary, looking at the man in front. The man clasped his hands in a lock in front of his face. His skin was white. Kanhu and Yuri came closer. The guy asked if this was the boss because he looked like a person. The hero took a step. Blood was flowing from the man's eyes. More and more bleeding wounds appeared on his body. A bright stream of energy rushed towards the man. Yuri opened her mouth wide, asking what was happening. Kanhu threw a blade at the man's back. His head was cut off. A headless body lay on the floor. The system reported that the hero destroyed the main boss. The guy's eyes widened when he saw a message saying that the target had no skills that could be stolen. The ceiling began to collapse. Everything around shook. The hero gritted his teeth, saying that this was bad. He realized that the dungeon was restarting. Kanhu opened his eyes wide and turned around, telling Yuri to use all her skills to escape from here. The girl frowned, saying that she understood everything. Yuri lowered her head. Dark streams of energy headed towards the exit. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he should get out too. The guy rushed forward, using the skill, Dash. Kanhu frowned, looking ahead. The protagonist ran forward, avoiding falling rocks and using acceleration. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, wondering if this boss had taken possession of the hunter. He summoned a flower in his palm, thinking that it was a precious item. But now was not the time to be stingy, because if he could not escape, he would die here. Kan bit off a bud from the flower in his hand. The hero opened his eyes wide. His body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. He ran away from falling debris. The guy smiled, thinking that he, of course, assumed what the effect would be, but now, having felt them on himself, they exceeded all his expectations. Kan used a jump to avoid falling debris, thinking about how not only did all his pain disappear, but all his senses became sharper. The protagonist smiled, saying that they needed to escape from this damn tomb. The stone columns shook. A dark stream of energy moved forward, debris fell from above. The girl pushed off with her foot. Yuri clenched her hand into a fist, wondering what to do. She remembered how she put her hands forward, thinking about how she used too much mana back then. The girl tripped. Yuri fell to the floor and closed her eyes. She raised her head, looking at the protagonist running past. Yuri reached out her hand to the boy running forward, asking him to wait. She remembered the image of Gwanhan standing with his back to her. The girl looked ahead sadly, saying that she did too. Yuri closed her eyes and lowered her head. She heard a voice asking what she was doing. Kan extended his hand to her, asking if she was hurt. Yuri's eyes widened as she looked up. She saw a rock falling on the boy from above. The girl screamed about it. The protagonist turned around, looking at the falling rock. A protective barrier appeared around the boy. He knelt down in front of Yuri. The girl asked what it was. Kan placed her on his back. The boy's body was enveloped in bright energy. He said that this was the last push, so she should hold on tightly. The protagonist quickly moved forward, avoiding the falling columns of the dungeon. Rock debris raised dust, falling to the ground behind the heroes. The boy knelt down on one knee. Kan looked at the collapsing dungeon, saying that they barely got out. The protagonist smiled, looking out the system window and recalling the moment of defeating Sportula. He thought about how he got the mid-level boss skill just in time. The system window showed information: first level self-defense, skill mastery, maximum level, passive skill, can neutralize a blow once, recharge time, 1 hour. The guy frowned, thinking that by pumping up his mastery level, he was able to reduce the recharge time of the skill. This will be useful to him in the future. He turned his head, seeing the system window, which said that the skill level was increased by 1. The protagonist looked at Yuri sitting next to him, thinking that this was a good reward for risking their lives. The guy opened his eyes in surprise when the girl thanked him. Yuri smiled, saying that if she were alone, she would not have gotten out. She lowered her head to her knees, saying that then she froze in fear. Precisely because of these thoughts, the hero stretched out his leg, asking when it was. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that it was when she was in a leadership position in the Purification Guild. Yuri recalled how she widened her eyes while looking forward. The girl was talking about how she was originally nothing more than a guide who guided other hunters. One day, Gwanhan came to her. The hero smiled and put his hands in front of him. He extended his hand to her, saying that the Purification Guild is a place that always does its best to ensure the safety of its team members. After all, they are the best guild in Korea. The girl led him and 2 other hunters along with her. She trusted him and joined the team, but one day, she got seriously injured during a raid. Yuri was sitting on the ground. Her leg had deep wounds. Gwanhan looked at her arrogantly. When he realized that she would not be able to participate in clearing the dungeon due to a serious injury, he quickly made a decision. The hero raised his eyebrows. Gwanhan looked down, saying that they were leaving. He turned away, saying that they did not need to waste time for nothing. Yuri opened her mouth wide, saying that all his words were lies, that they do everything for the safety of their subordinates. The hero smiled, saying that this rule only makes sense when the life of the subordinate has value. He noted that the one who was deceived is stupid. Yuri opened her eyes wide, looking up at him. Gwanhan furrowed his brows and smiled, saying that it was sad. However, she was just a toy. The protagonist frowned, saying that it was the same as murder, throwing the wounded into the dungeon. Yuri smiled and lowered her head, saying that it was so. The fact that she survived was nothing more than a miracle. Maybe then, if she had not made a contract with the constellation of space, she would not be here. The wounded woman raised her head, looking at the bright flow of energy. Yuri turned to the guy, saying that she was very lucky then. Kangwoo noticed that it was not just luck. The girl cried out in surprise. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that constellations don't contract with hunters without a purpose. They must have seen potential in her. Yuri's eyes widened in surprise. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She smiled happily, asking if it was a compliment. The boy looked at her, thinking that he was just telling the truth. Yuri looked down, saying that she actually felt a little better after she told him that. She sat next to the boy, saying that this is why she is here, because there are no people here who can set her up. Yuri looked down in embarrassment, saying that at the same time she is lonely. The girl smiled, saying that she wanted to regain her trust in people. The boy's eyes widened. He moved closer to Yuri. The protagonist placed his hand on her shoulder. The girl's eyes widened, watching Kanhu fall backwards. The protagonist fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Yuri looked at him, asking if he was okay. The guy frowned, asking her not to worry. It was all the effects of Salacium. The girl opened her eyes wide. The hero sighed heavily, saying that he would rest a little and he would feel better. Yuri pressed a handkerchief to his forehead. The girl smiled, thanking him for today. Kanhu smiled, looking at her. The guy was at the escalators at Mjingang Station. He smiled, remembering the happy Yuri. The hero thought that in ground zero conditions the girl's skills were improving quickly. The main character looked at the phone, saying that he needed to finish the task, and besides, he planned to act alone. The girl folded her arms across her chest in displeasure. The guy took the phone out of his inside pocket, thinking that they would meet again and more than once. He said that there was still time before the train, they could hang out on Huntergram for now. There was a bright application icon on the phone. There were many photos in the news feed. It is a social network created for hunters. It is mainly used to exchange information. The hero was holding a phone in his hands. On the screen was a photo of Gwanhyun from the Purification Guild, the best guild in Korea. The key to conquering dungeons is safety, teamwork. The guy looked at the phone screen, thinking that this was complete nonsense. The hero's eyes widened. He saw an image of a blue crest. Tia established power in Ulsan. Kanghu smiled, remembering a satisfied Sanmi. He said that it seemed like everything went well. The girl closed her eyes and smiled widely, saying that as soon as she finished, she would immediately contact the Abyss. The guy thought that sooner or later he would have a chance to meet the leader of the Abyss. The guy's attention was drawn to the yellow window of the system. This was a message from the Dimension Thief. He said that it was amazing. The hero remembered Tisu's crazy smile when the Time Thief remarked that it was a shame that they could not absorb that constellation. Kanhu stood by the pillar. The Time Thief asked if he could ask a question. There was a bright flash against the blue sky. The creature asked what the constellations meant to the guy. The protagonist looked out the system window, saying that it was mutually beneficial. His own success was directly the success of the constellation. The Dimension Thief called the guy impudent, but the funny thing is that he is not a simple hunter. Kanhu stood still. The guy opened his mouth wide, seeing a bright stream of energy. The constellation noted that it was surprising that the hero was able to summon him at the 10th level. Kanhu looked up at the system window with displeasure. The protagonist looked away sullenly. There were red streams of energy around his body. The constellation said that trials awaited him soon. If he passed them, then they would literally become one, then it would bestow even greater skills on him. The guy smiled, saying that he would only be glad. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, asking if there were any downsides to a contract with a constellation. The Dimension Thief asked what he meant. The hero looked out the system window, saying that constellations ruled this world, a system that linked the fate of ordinary people. That's what the guy wrote in his story. Kanhu frowned, imagining Shiwin and thinking that this system was created for those behind the guy. The heroes fought on the battlefield. The constellation said that this was natural for them, because the guy's war was his war too. Kanhu widened his eyes, asking what he was talking about. The Dimension Thief said that first of all, the constellations do not rule this world. They are just companions. The hero frowned, asking if there is someone behind them. The constellation said that it cannot give him an answer to this question. Kanhu smiled, thinking that this information is beyond the scope of this story. The boy was sitting at the computer. Despite being the writer of this world, he does not know half of it. Perhaps he did this unconsciously. The hero turned the corners of his mouth down. The constellation said that this is all it can say. It did not want to disappear. The boy raised his head when the Dimension Thief said that, looking at the protagonist, he wants to continue. He is increasingly convinced that they are becoming more and more connected by fate. Kanhu smiled, asking him not to worry, because in the future he will exceed his expectations. The constellation said that, in this case, it is even more looking forward to this moment. The boy looked at the phone screen. He received a text from Yeren. The girl informed him that Sohee was at Seoul Station. Sohee folded her arms across her chest, looking forward. He put his foot to the side, thinking that it was faster than he expected, which meant the destination had changed. Kanghu walked down the steps, thinking that this was the final battle with Sohee. They would probably meet her after another dungeon. He looked up at the bus driver, thinking that he should go to the train station instead of Seoul Station. Kanghu smiled, thinking that from there he would get to the Gwangju terminal. There was a dungeon nearby. There were many people at the bus stop near the Gwangju terminal, and he got off the bus. He looked at his phone, thinking that the only reason he came here was because he could use his permit from the Public Safety Bureau. Kanghu looked at the phone screen, remembering his encounter with the police. He thought about how the hunter's information had been deleted so it couldn't be traced. It was worth it to improve his skills before the battle with Sohee. The hero pressed the button on the phone screen. Kanghu looked away, hearing a scream. The men surrounded the girl. She was sitting on the ground and asking for help. The villain with the knife smiled, saying that she had cut into his shoulder first. The man standing behind him smirked, saying that they would first see what the girl had. Hyoein gritted her teeth, calling them nasty guys from the Hyoein Guild. The protagonist put the phone in his inside pocket, mentally repeating the name of the guild. He imagined the threads running from Shiwon's fingers to the bodies of her subordinates. The hero thought that this was the guild that was a puppet in the guy's hands in the story. On his orders, this guild would destroy those who opposed the Purification Guild. Kanhu clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that it would be difficult for him, but they were still scum. The guy opened his eyes wide. Hyoein struggled, ordering him to take his hands off her. There were red marks above her head and the head of the man standing next to her. A status window appeared next to the mark. It was a Master of Deception, a neutral constellation. The hero noticed that this was a rather useful constellation. Kanhu looked away while the Dimension Thief said that this was a high-ranking constellation. Although the name was a bit primitive, he would not have thought that such a guy would have such a constellation. The protagonist summoned a blade, thinking that he had no reason not to interfere. Kanhu smiled and frowned, offering to look at his skill at deception. The men turned around in displeasure when they heard the guy's voice. The protagonist used an illusion. 2 copies of him appeared. The boys stood next to each other. They turned to the bullies one by one, asking if they could tell which one was real. The man raised his eyebrows, asking who this fool was. 3 clones of the protagonist rushed to attack. The man gritted his teeth and swung his knife. Its blade shone with bright streams of flame. He swung it in front of the faces of the guy's clones, leaving a bright trace in space. So he folded her arms across her chest in displeasure. She was at Seoul Station. The girl frowned, saying that she had been waiting for too long. She looked up, wondering if the guy had taken a different route. So he pressed the phone to her ear. Answering the call, the master asked if she hadn't caught Kanhu yet. The girl stepped aside, saying that it was annoying her. The man noted that he would never have thought that it would be a difficult task for her. He would like to continue to follow the development of events. There was a dark silhouette of a man behind one of the columns. The girl took a step forward. She closed her eyes, listening to the words of the master that she must bring the guy to him, no matter what it cost her. Sohai clenched her teeth, saying that the order would be carried out. She would bring him. The girl froze in the middle of the road. Streams of energy appeared behind her. She opened her mouth, asking who was there. Sohai's hand reached for the knife on her leg. She understood that here was the one she was thinking about. The hero was standing around the corner of the building. The girl smiled. She pulled the knife out of its sheath. Sohai opened her eyes wide and threw the knife at him, greeting the hero. The man opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth. His knife rested against the protective field of the main character. He realized which of the clones was real. Kanhu smiled and raised a bright blade, saying that the man would get his reward. The guy pierced his body with the blade, using the skill Decapitation. Bright streams of energy were behind his back. The protagonist pulled out the blade. Blood spurted from the wound on the man's stomach. A mark shone brightly above his head. The system reported that the guy killed the target and stole the constellation contract. The man fell to the ground. The others looked at him in surprise. Hyoein smiled, looking at the guy. The men clenched their fists. One of them frowned, saying that some kid dealt with their boss. They pushed the girl away, heading towards the protagonist with knives in their hands. Kanhu ran the toe of his boot along the ground. The guy ended up behind the hooligans, leaving a bright zigzag trail among them. The protagonist smiled, saying that he did not need to mess with those who did not even have constellations. The system reported a Master of Deception, a neutral constellation. Every level the hero will receive rare items. Kanhu smiled, saying that he will now look forward to level 100. The girl came closer, thanking him, because it was only because of him that she remained alive. Hyoein tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and introduced herself. She handed him the phone, asking if he could leave his contact information. The girl smiled and looked at the guy, saying that she would like to thank him. Hyoein waved at the guy, thanking him and saying that they will see each other again. The protagonist watched the girl leave. His attention was caught by the sound of a notification on his phone. On the screen was a notification that the dungeon is available. You need to enter. The hero noted that it was just in time. So he crouched next to the guy lying on the ground, asking if he was a mercenary or a commoner. She stood up, saying that she did not receive any information from him. Did she really kill in vain? The man around the corner gritted his teeth. He hurriedly disappeared around the other corner. The man's eyes widened as he typed a message on his phone, telling him that so he had spotted them. The girl appeared behind him, holding bright streams of flame in her hand, telling him that she was sure he was there. She pressed her hand to his forehead, and the man's body was engulfed in bright streams of flame. His burning body fell to the ground, and the girl adjusted her gloves. So he looked away when she heard a voice on the headset, informing her that Kangwoo's location had been found. He had been spotted in Gwangju. The girl smiled. She crouched down next to the burnt body, telling him that it was a good job. So he raised her eyebrows and looked at the business card, telling him that he shouldn't have trusted Yeren. The girl smiled, burning the blue business card. so he furrowed her eyebrows, looking at the streams of flame, telling him that it was against the rules, but now Kangwoo's running around was over. The guy chuckled, looking at his palms. He turned his attention to the objects next to the bodies, saying that if he sold all of this, he would earn about 800 million. The hero picked up the bright object, thinking that he would have to work hard to collect them all. Kangwoo looked at the phone screen, saying that he definitely had 4,950,000,000 won, almost 5 billion. The guy smiled, saying that if he added up all his savings, he could easily buy a level 3 weapon. He received a message from Yeren, who asked him to be careful, because Sohee seemed to have killed the man she assigned to her and was heading to Gwangju. The guy said that the girl always showed up on time. The hero imagined a flaming Sohee with a red mark above her head, thinking that she was level 250 and also had a pretty strong constellation. She received the nickname Hunting Dog for a reason. The guy looked at the characteristics in the system window. His level was 49. He thought that compared to her, his level was very low. He should at least get 2 more skills. The hero put his phone in his inner pocket, thinking that he should go to the reserved dungeon first. Kangwoo smiled and put his hands in his pockets, suggesting to begin. The events take place in the vicinity of the Gwangju terminal. Men in uniform stood next to the bodies of beaten men. The boy brought the phone to his ear, addressing the boss and saying that as she ordered, in order to destroy the Haiyan Guild, they took control of the main entrance of the terminal. So he raised an eyebrow, standing in Seongshan Station, Gwangju, a bright stream of flame in her hand. She looked at the charred bodies, saying that they were done too. The girl pressed her hand to the headset, telling them to continue in the same spirit. So he thoughtfully rubbed her chin, calling out the name of the protagonist. She smiled, hoping that he would appreciate the ambush she had set up. The girl's eyes widened when she heard the words of praise. The protagonist sat on a bench, his body almost invisible. Kangwoo raised his blade, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The hero ran his finger along the blade of the knife. He stood in front of Sajna, who had a bright circle around him. The main boss extended his swords, his eyes shining brightly. The guy frowned and extended his blade, thinking that this was annoying him, because the 3 clones he sent were instantly blown away by the wind. Such attacks are useless at a long distance from him, and all the hero's attacks close by were also unsuccessful. Even if he attacked head-on, it was obvious that he would simply waste his strength on self-defense and fail the attack. The protagonist used teleport, sending 3 clones to the boss. Sajna frowned, raising his sword. He pierced the ground in front of him. The boss used the skill, Hurricane, a stream of bright whirlwind through the clone's back. Kangwoo frowned, looking at Sajin. The boss moved forward, dodging the blade flying at him. The guy put his hand out. There was a crack in his protective barrier. Kangwoo raised the blade, thinking that in this case he would act differently. The guy moved forward. His 2 clones ran to the side. Sajna clenched the swords in his hands, turning to the sides. The boss swung, his eyes shining brightly. He swung the sword, cutting the clone's body. The protagonist used the skill, Exchange. The guy appeared among the trees behind the boss. Kangwoo stretched his blue hand forward, saying that this is exactly what he wanted. Sajna opened his eyes wide, looking at the hand that clasped his body. Kangwoo approached the boss, saying that he has interesting skills, but this is the end. The guy smiled, pointing the blade at him. The protagonist swung, using a bleeding lunge. It left deep cuts on Sajin's body. The boss's red eyes widened. Sajna swung his sword, cutting through the boy's body, but it was his copy again. The protagonist used Exchange. He was behind the boss again. Sajna tilted his head forward, breathing heavily. He looked at the bright circle on the ground, inside of which were 4 swords. The boss frowned. The protagonist stood to the side. Sajna ran forward. He tightly gripped the swords, almost running to the bright circle. Kangwoo smiled and raised the blade above his head, saying that the boss was safe in that area. Sajna was again standing in the center of the bright circle. The boss gripped the sword in his hand. Using Hurricane, streams of energy swirled around his body. The guy held out 2 fingers, saying that he would let him die in this area. The protagonist used the bleeding skill. Streams of blood spurted from the wounds on Sajin's body. Kangwoo covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from the drops of blood. The system reported that the main boss was defeated. The guy put his hands in his pockets, looking at his disappearing body. The system reported that he stole the skill, Hurricane. The hero reached level 51. The basic skill of the assassin class is available, Stealth. Kangwoo carefully studied the system windows that surrounded him. Information about the skill appeared in the window. Stealth, skill mastery, maximum level, consumes 1/10 of magical energy per second to hide the caster's appearance. Stealth is cancelled when using other skills. The hero paid attention to the last words. He thoughtfully sings his chin, saying that even at the maximum level it is impossible to use it with other skills. It is a pity, but on the other hand, it would be pure fraud. The guy went forward. The constellation noticed that it seems that the preparation is over. It will watch the hero in the upcoming battle. Kangwoo put his hands in his pockets, saying that first you need to buy items. His body gradually disappeared under the influence of the skill. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was not bad. He stood up and looked at the girl, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. So he smiled, asking how long he had been here. She was surprised, because she thought that he would always run away from her like a rat. Kanhu smiled, asking why he was hanging around a hunting dog. He held out a red blade in front of him, asking how she felt about it, because he had bought a weapon specifically for catching dogs. So he raised her eyebrows, saying that since he himself brought it up, would he like to become one of their pack? The guy's eyes shone brightly. He asked why she was asking him about this, because it was obvious that the answer was no. The girl narrowed her eyes, thanking him for refusing, because she had long wanted to finish him off. A triangular figure appeared on the protagonist's chest. The system window reported that it was the Great Sage of Kango, a constellation that could see the invisible. If the target was in stealth, it could detect their appearance in a translucent form. So he smiled widely and opened her eyes, saying that there was no point in running from her. The girls were standing at the entrance to the toll road of Gwaju City. Soyeon looked down sadly, hoping that Kanhu was okay. She turned around when she was told not to worry. Smiling, Yerin asked them to take her word for it. Soyeon smiled back shyly, thinking that her friend now knew Kanhu well. The car door slammed shut. The vehicle immediately took off. Soyeon thought about Kanhu, because there was still a reason to worry. She was surprised when Yerin said that this was expected from him. Smiling, the girl said that she just wanted to see a competent worker with her own eyes. Soyeon blushed, turning to her friend. The car turned the corner abruptly. The ladies were shocked by what they saw in front of them. A group of people with bats appeared in front. Yerin frowned with determination, deciding that they had come to the right place. She immediately grabbed the steering wheel tightly, sticking out her tongue. Seoyeon grabbed the seat belt in fear when several people flew off the hood. A phrase about the pointlessness of running was heard. A wild smile appeared on Sohee's face. Kang-hoo frowned, and the girl mentally cursed at the constellation. She remembered him surrounded by illusions and how even her maximum stealth skill was useless. So he stretched her hand forward, deciding to put all her strength into fire attacks and destroy him. The boy noticed the attack and was not hit. He jumped back after the influx of fire. Kang-hoo only smirked, watching. The girl bit her lip furiously after another miss. She used another fire attack, declaring that she would kill the boy. Suddenly Kang-hoo darted to the side. He used protective armor while running. A flower appeared in his hand. The young man immediately bit into it. His abilities showed up after deciding to apply a boost to the protective barrier. It turned out that Kang-hoo had already improved his weapon, so he smiled wildly again. She put her hands forward, releasing fire, and asked how long the opponent was going to run from her. Meanwhile, the young man was running away with a protective barrier. He took a step, realizing that his opponent was a mage. Suddenly, he swung, remembering that he had strengthened his defense and pumped up his weapon. Then he looked at him in amazement. The girl looked back when the opponent for close combat rushed past. Here he was on top, so he only smirked at this. Soyeon swung her fist at the enemy. She masterfully struck the guy. The opponent immediately flew back with his head thrown back. Clouds of dust rose from the fallen villains. Suddenly Aaron walked through the open door. Soyeon rushed to her worriedly, and it turned out that her friend could not find Kanhu. Frowning, the long-haired woman suggested that the lady hurry, because she thought that the young man was not here. She had the idea that Kanhu was at the station, so he stood confidently surrounded by clones of her opponent. She waved her hand, calling for fire. Suddenly, fire dragons appeared. The young man looked at the flames above them in amazement. Kanhu dodged the blow, so he happily stretched out her arms, preparing new attacks. She turned her head to the side, declaring that any tactics were useless against her. The girl looked up at Kanhu, believing that now he was finished. Suddenly, the young man swung at her, realizing that his opponent was not strong in close combat. He threw a dagger towards Sohee. At this, the lady decided to step on the weapon. She began to laugh, deciding that her opponent's hands were simply shaking. The boy was shocked to see the approaching fire dragons. He frowned, tensing up. A huge flame caught up with him. Suddenly, Kanhu flew into the air, so he jumped back, not understanding what the enemy was going to do. Suddenly, a powerful hurricane appeared. It began to absorb the fire. Everything was filled with a whirlwind. The girl covered herself with her hands from the attack. Smiling contentedly, Kanhu said that he aimed better than her, so he clenched her hands into fists, wondering what the guy was going to do. The protagonist used the skill, Hurricane. A bright stream of energy and tongues of flame rushed upward. Hyoein watched from the side, amazed at this power. The girl folded her arms across her chest, saying that they were having fun here. She smiled, remembering the fight between Kanhu and the man. Hyoein said that she was glad that she intervened then. She did not think that someone would try so zealously to eliminate Sohee. Hyoein's hair was blowing in the wind. She said it was incredible. The girl remembered watching the hero from around the corner. She introduced Sajin, saying that Kangoo was in that dungeon where the main boss had the same skill. Hyoin pressed her fingers to the headset, answering the master and saying that she was watching the boy as he ordered. The protagonist stood in front of Sohee, who was surrounded by a hurricane of dark energy. The boy frowned, his hair was raised higher by the streams of wind. The girl clenched her teeth and put her hands in front of her. Kanghu opened his palm, summoning a blue hand. The hero put his hand forward and grabbed Sohee, using the skill, Kidnap. The girl's eyes widened. She froze, looking at Kanghu approaching with a blade in his hand. The hero raised his weapon, using acceleration. Sohee screamed as the guy began to inflict deep wounds on her. The hero used the skill, Bloody Thrust. Sohee reached for her knife. She held it in front of the protagonist's blade. The girl concentrated flames in her palm, asking if the guy really thought he had already defeated her. Sohee waved her hand, saying that he shouldn't count on it. The hero dodged. Kanghu used jump, appearing behind the girl. He landed on his knee, saying that he wasn't sure about it. The blade in the hero's hand disappeared. Kanghu bent 2 fingers, saying that he didn't exactly count on it. Sohee raised her eyebrows, looking at him. Blood spurted out of her wounds. Kanghu used the skill, Bleeding. The girl arched and screamed. The guy took the red blade in his hand. The hero used jump, approaching her. The master asked how things were going. Hyoin smiled, asking him not to be too surprised, but Sohee was losing. The man held a cigarette in his mouth. He smirked, saying that Sohee was slowly losing her grip. The girl gritted her teeth and pressed her palm to the wound on her shoulder. Her eyes widened, wondering if this was how she would end up. Kanghu was approaching her with a blade in his hand. There was a bright flame in the girl's palm. The hero was sitting against the wall, calling her crazy. He asked why she was doing this to him. Sohee raised her eyebrows, telling him to shut up. She would make sure he couldn't play with fire anymore. The boy repeated her words in surprise. The hero pointed at her, saying that he seemed to remember. He imagined a group of people outside the building. The boy asked if she really lived in that house. The hero frowned, asking if she really thought that if she killed him, her parents would come back to life. Sohee waved her hand. Bright flames engulfed the boy's body. The girl frowned, looking at the burning body. She opened her eyes wide and turned around. The weapon flew past her body. Sohee took a fighting stance. The man noticed that she had good reactions. He smiled, telling the others that they needed to show the girl who she was messing with. The group of guys advanced on the girl in front. Sohee gritted her teeth, concentrating flames in her palms. The girl put her hands forward, throwing them back with streams of fire. She opened her eyes wide. One of the guys pierced her body with a sharp blade. The hero pulled the knife out of her body, saying that she should get what she deserved. Streams of blood spurted out. Sohee fell to her knees. The guys looked at her, saying that she didn't even have normal items. The girl gritted her teeth, wondering if she was going to lose to these guys. The man stood to the side, watching the group of guys surrounding her. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, asking what they were doing on someone else's territory. The people opened their eyes in surprise, looking at him. Donghyun raised his fist, leaving a bright mark in the space. He threw the boys back with streams of energy. A bright flash lit up the place. Donghyun furrowed his brows, saying that this territory belonged to Eclipse. Sohee was kneeling, pressing her hand to the wound. The man widened his eyes, asking if they did this to her. The girl raised her head, saying that they did. Donghyun put his hands in his pockets, saying that he should take care of her. He told her to follow him. Sohee widened her eyes. Donghyun looked at her and smiled. The girl looked at the streams of flame and adjusted her gloves. Master created this place for her, so she would do anything for him. But who is Kanghu? A guy appeared out of nowhere and wants to take everything from her. Donghyun put his hand on the girl's shoulder and smiled. Sohee pressed the phone to her ear, listening to the master's words about prudence being something she does not have. The girl's eyes widened as Donghyun told her that if he could get Kanghu under his control, he would be a great opponent for her. She imagined the master smiling, placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Sohee widened her eyes and frowned. The girl raised streams of flame around herself, screaming that the guy shouldn't even hope for that. Kanghu gritted his teeth as he saw streams of flame around her. Sohee smiled, asking what he was embarrassed about. The girl reached out to him, telling him to come closer. She grabbed his clothes. The hero gritted his teeth. Kanghu's eyes widened. The guy used self-defense. A barrier appeared around him. Sohee raised her eyebrows, thinking that it was a defensive skill. She took a fighting stance, asking how many skills he had. The guy jumped back. He touched his middle finger and thumb. Kanghu smiled and clicked them, saying that it was a trade secret. Sohee stood there, with streams of flames surrounding her. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The boy looked at her warily, not understanding what was going on. Sohee smiled, saying that her prediction was correct since this skill affected wounds. She raised her burnt hand, saying that, unfortunately for him, she had cauterized all of her wounds. Sohee raised her hand and created a vortex of fire in the air, saying that his technique would no longer work. The protagonist frowned. There was flame on the collar of his clothes. The girl used fire rain. Flaming projectiles fell from the ceiling. The boy looked up, looking at the concentrated fire energy on the ceiling. Kanhu avoided the falling fire using a quick dodge. The hero frowned, thinking that fire was Sohee's specialty. Most likely, she intended to control the fire on the floor as a minefield. The girl raised her hand and smiled. The boy summoned a protective barrier, thinking that given the amount of fire, his defense wouldn't last long. Kanghu noticed a spot that wasn't affected by the fire, thinking that he should move there. He kicked off with his foot, running forward. The protagonist used a short-range jump, jumping over the burnt wall. So he appeared in front of him. The boy's eyes widened. The girl's eyes widened and she extended her blade, saying that he was caught. The protagonist frowned. The boy's mouth widened as he was punched in the chest. Seo-yeon opened her mouth, asking Yeren to look there. They saw bright flames through the window behind the people in gear. Yeren frowned, saying that they should hurry. Seo-yeon rushed forward. The boy's mouth widened, asking where they were going. An order was given to stop them at all costs. The girl frowned, raising her fist above her head. She punched the hero in front of her in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Green symbols appeared in front of the boy, and he frowned. Yeren held her hand out, releasing streams of green energy, saying that they were in a bit of a hurry. The girl looked ahead, saying that if they wanted to live, they had to get out of their way. The heroes were thrown back, blood spurting out from their bodies. Yeren frowned, raising her hand up. The girls looked up, hearing a loud sound. Yeren's eyes widened, thinking about Kanhu. The boy held a red blade in front of Sohee's knife. The girl smiled smugly, looking at him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, his blade trembled. So he cut his blade with a flaming knife. Kanhu's eyes widened, thinking that it would be better this way since he needed to aim for her blind spot. The boy used teleportation, appearing behind the girl, summoning a blade in his hand. So he turned around with a smile, saying that she remembered this move. She turned around, moving towards the hero. The girl smiled widely, plunging the blade into his chest, which managed to break through the protective barrier. Kanhu gritted his teeth and frowned. Sohm smiled, saying that she finally succeeded. The girl smiled widely, looking at the guy's face. The protagonist clutched the blade in his hand. So he frowned, looking down. She saw the blade approaching her body. Kanhu swung his hand, leaving a bright trace in space and using the skill, Great Decapitation. The girl's knife fell from her hands, so he opened her mouth wide and screamed, pressing her palm to the place where her arm was cut off. Hyoyeon opened her mouth wide. She looked at the battlefield, asking if they were done. Hyoyeon opened her eyes wide, hearing a sound from the side. Soyeon ran past her. The protagonist jumped back. The guy frowned, thinking about Sohee making important decisions quickly, so she decided to give up her arm so as not to lose her life. Rumors gritted her teeth, glaring at him. The girl replaced the severed arm with flames, so he waved her hand, sending up streams of bright flames and saying that she would kill the guy. Kanhu gritted his teeth, thinking that she was driving him crazy. The effect of the wild Palladium would soon end. The girl opened her eyes wide, revealing her palm with streams of flame. She put her hand forward, directing a fireball at the hero and saying that she would destroy his barrier as long as it took. The guy covered his face with his hand. A green protective barrier appeared in front of him. Kanhu arched his eyebrows, realizing that this was wind magic. Seo-yeon ran up to the main character, so he gritted her teeth, asking how much longer she could interfere. Seo-yeon took the guy by the shoulder, so he turned her head to the side, saying that no one called Yeren here. The girl looked down at her. Bright streams of green energy were around her. Yeren pushed off with her foot, going down. She appeared in front of Sohee, her body surrounded by a bright stream of energy. The girl put her hand forward, saying that she must have forgotten what position she was in. So he put her flaming hand in front of her and grinned. She charged, saying that she would be happy to deal with her. Yeren raised her hand, summoning a protective barrier around herself. The girl frowned, looking forward. So he disappeared, leaving a trail of burning flames behind her. Soyeon assumed a fighting stance, asking where the girl could have gone. The guy opened his mouth, saying that she could forget about her. Yeren frowned, asking what that meant. The guy smiled, thinking about how Sohee's last constellation had been bothering him throughout the fight. The hero was on the roof of the train, looking at the girl. 2 arrows appeared in the status window and an increase of 2 points. Behind the girl was a system window. Her constellation was a Master of Survival, a skill that specializes in the art of survival, copies the enemy's skills in a simplified version once a day. The protagonist frowned, wondering what skill she wanted to copy. The guy used mana tracking. He watched the silhouette of the girl running away, thinking that she copied his stealth skill and was not going to attack anymore. Kanghu frowned, saying that she ran away. Yeren opened her mouth, saying that they should follow her. The guy looked ahead. Seo-yeon widened her eyes, watching the protagonist fall. She grabbed his shoulders, asking if he was okay. The guy closed his eyes. Tears appeared in Seo-yeon's eyes. She said that he needed to rest. Yeren frowned, saying that they should go to the hospital. There was a blue sky above the tall buildings, so he pressed her palm to her severed arm, saying that Yeren went and interfered in their fight. The girl frowned, wondering who Kang-hoo was since his number of skills was off the charts and he also used the skills of monsters from the dungeons. She imagined Sejun and Alish, so his eyes widened, wondering if the boy had managed to copy the monster's skills. She ran down the road, thinking that she should tell the master about this, and Hyoyeon was standing around the corner. The girl appeared in front of her, her eyes wide, so he stopped with her foot. Hyoyeon left a cut on her severed arm, swinging her hand with sharp claws. So he jumped to the side, the girl froze to the side. Hyoyeon's eyes widened, asking where she was going. So he looked at her in fear, asking if she was so crazy, what was she doing? The girl extended her sharp claws and smiled. Hyoyeon fixed her hair, saying that she would tell her everything so that she would understand the deplorable situation. The girl pressed her hand to the headset, asking the master what to do with Sohee. The man put out his cigarette, telling her to get rid of it. Donghyun looked at his reflection, saying that a hunter who failed to catch his prey must be killed. The girl smiled, saying that her master ordered her to be killed. So he opened her eyes wide, asking how this was possible. Hyoyeon approached her, raising her claws to strike. The sky was dark above the city, and the lights were on in the hospital windows. The protagonist opened his eyes, lying in bed. He sat up abruptly, realizing that he was in a hospital. The guy noticed Soyeon, who was sleeping on the edge of his bed. Tears were streaming down her eyes, and she continued to call him brother. Kang-hoo looked at her silently. The guy walked out into the hallway, closing the door behind him. He put on his headphones. The protagonist pressed the play button, starting the music on his phone. Kang-hoo closed his eyes, enjoying the melody. There was a green glow around his body. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. On the phone screen, he saw a message from Yuri. The girl sent him a photo of herself with a flower in the background. The guy said that she found it by accident. Yuri wrote that she got her own old man. Kang-hoo frowned and put the phone in his inside pocket, not understanding what she was talking about. He looked up, seeing Yerin in the hallway. The guy frowned. The girl folded her arms across her chest, saying that her prediction was correct. She assumed that something like this could happen to him. Yerin took a step forward, saying that he should rest because the guy's body is not in the best shape. Kang-hoo took off his earphone, asking if everything was okay with her. The guy raised an eyebrow, imagining her in front of the heroes in uniform. He said that he did not expect the people from Eclipse to interfere. Yerin smiled widely, asking him not to worry about it. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, saying that the people from Eclipse are weak and she herself is not simple. Kang-hoo smiled, saying that he was glad that she was okay. The guy opened his mouth, thanking her and asking her to tell Seo-yeon as well. Yerin smiled, saying that he should have told her himself. The hero opened his mouth, saying that it was better this way, for her sake. Yerin widened her eyes, looking at him. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that Seo-yeon was the character who would follow Kang-hoo, and if they got close, it would end like in the story. The main character was holding Seo-yeon, who was dying from a wound on her stomach. The guy passed by Yerin, saying that he had to go. The girl looked after him, saying that if he had a reason, she would not push him, but she asked him to give her a minute. Kang-hoo widened his eyes, looking at her. Yerin smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, saying that she had something to tell him. Yerin fixed her hair and asked if the hero could give her a minute. Kang-hoo looked at her and asked him to tell her already. Yerin's men were examining the corpse at Ground Zero. Yerin frowned and said that they were investigating the case, but it was hard to identify him from the hunter's ID. There was a possibility that the guy had forged the ID. The hero nodded. The girl said that they would need more time to figure this out. Yerin frowned even more. The conversation turned to Eclipse. She thought about Sohee and said that there was no information about her. She said that so many people were involved before, but now everything is too quiet. Kang-hoo thought about it and assumed that they were trying to hush up the matter. Yerin nodded. She thought so too. She remembered the battle and said that Eclipse put all their strength into eliminating the hero and even sent their guild leaders after him. Kang-hoo looked at the girl and asked what she thought about Sohee. She didn't think anyone knew anything about Sohee. She introduced Donghyun and said that most likely she was eliminated after the failed mission. She said that Donghyun would have done the same. Kang-hoo looked down and thought about Sohee. Then he looked at Yerin and said that Sohee had run away. After that, he fell. He looked at Soyeon with a heavy gaze. Everyone panicked. The kidnapper said that the hero lived up to his status. Kang-hoo smiled contentedly. The kidnapper said that if the hero wanted to move on to the next level, he should let him know. Now the hero smiled and thought that they had a difficult relationship, but thanks to her, he had a chance. Yerin put her hand on her hip and warned that the hero would be chased. He smiled and said that he would go to a place where no one would find him. The Gwangju City Guild was attacked by a gang from Daejeon. Shiwon looked at his phone boredly and asked if they really just suddenly went into battle. He frowned and said that it pissed him off because he wanted to get them on his side. The guy looked out the window and said that lately too many things were not going according to plan. He remembered the Tiwa River Guild that had dealt with Tisu and the Ulsan Guild. He looked at the people at the monitors and thought that they still hadn't found the one who had taken Tisu's left arm because they didn't have enough information. He tapped his finger on the table. He made a call. The light fell on Shiwon's face. He said that they needed to find out the reason for the clash between Eclipse and the Hyun Guild from Gwangju. He looked at the plants and ordered them to get him the CCTV footage. A new day had arrived. The hero got out of bed and said it was time to start. He looked at the Dimension Stealer's message. He had to clarify one thing before starting. He said that if the hero died on this mission, then that was it. Did he know that? Kanhu thought about it. He smiled and said, of course. The constellation exam is conducted at the discretion of the constellation. Depending on the constellation, there are different types of tests. The only thing that unites all the tests is that the difficulty level will be high in any case. There are also precedents when constellations arrange tests in order to get rid of a person. After death, the contract is cancelled. Kanhu looked ahead seriously, thought that it would be worth challenging after he improved his skills. He remembered the fight with Sohee. He felt it during the fight with her. He needed this promotion and he had no time to hesitate. Kanhu smiled and asked not to worry because when, if not now, the kidnapper changed the text, he was worried for no reason. Kanhu began to teleport. He closed his eyes and found himself in the arena. He looked away in surprise. Constellations were sitting in the stands. The hero looked at the kidnapper and said that there were more spectators than he thought. He said that this would be a good debut. The constellation shone. It was glad that the hero liked it. Space appeared above the arena. The kidnapper greeted everyone at the debut of his contractor. Transparent people looked at the hero. The kidnapper said that during this test, their names were hanging in front of the audience. Kanhu looked around. The kidnapper said that the hero would share his fate and gain more power, but if he failed, he would die in the end. The Lord of War and Apocalypse were also among the spectators. The constellation created a beam of holy power and asked to share it if others were interested in the outcome of this test. The beam rose into the air. The constellation said that if the test was failed, the holy power would be returned to them. Kanhu looked to the side. The kidnapper said that the hero's opponents would be opponents from other dimensions, and the choice of the opponent would remain with the hero. Kanhu looked forward. It seemed to him that he had a choice, but everyone silently looked at him. Kanhu knew that the key to success was to gain recognition from the constellations. An uninteresting fight would not satisfy them. Kanhu grinned. He looked at the constellation and said that he would choose it. Everyone shuddered. The Lord of the Wild scratched his chin, curious, and asked if the man had chosen someone he could never defeat. The constellations began to sacrifice their holy power. Beams of energy rose up. The hero's opponent smiled and said that a lot of holy power had gathered here. Shiwon smiled and said that he was interested in fighting a creature from another dimension. Kanhu summoned a knife and smiled. Energy surrounded him. He took out the mad silesium. His mana was now much more abundant and pure. Shiwon smiled and asked if the hero was a healer. Kanhu bit off a bud and asked not to worry about it. A green aura enveloped him. Shiwon asked what level the hero was. He said 47. The blonde looked at the hero incredulously and asked if he really wanted to fight someone who had reached level 800. He descended from the sky and said that it was reckless. He assumed that the hero had chosen him to attract the attention of the constellations, but all he could show was his death. Shiwon turned to the constellations and asked, wasn't it a pity for them to come all the way here just to come back so quickly? The guy showed 2 fingers and said that it was worth giving the hero a head start. He said that he would use only 2 constellations. Kanhu smiled contentedly. He knew that Shiwon would not miss the opportunity to address the constellations. The guy was surrounded by golden notifications. All the constellations were striving to take the leading places, and as soon as they saw these numbers, they were eager to sign a contract. The constellations looked at the arena. They were eager to see all of Shiwon's skills. The hero looked at the blonde, noted the countless constellations that were captivated by one guy. He gripped the knife more comfortably. He thought otherwise. Before that, Gwanhyun addressed Shiwon. He handed over the documents he requested. Shiwon looked at the folder sullenly and asked about Eclipse. Gwanhyun nodded and said a connection with the Abyss. Shiwon took a closer look. He looked at the post with the head of the Abyss and said how complicated everything was. He tore out the sheet of paper and asked why he was so obsessed with this truth. He smiled menacingly and said that people would still believe what they wanted to hear. He threw the wad to the leader and asked if he was sure. He said that he also agreed. Shiwon showed a photo and said that all that was left was to send a request. He showed a photo of Hyunseok and Dongyi, the commander, and his nephew. In the photo, the uncle was scolding the guy. The leader ordered him to act according to the plan. Hyunseok received a call. Sammy happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She looked around and said to Hyunseok's concern that in Ulsan they had to deal with weaklings. She introduced the hero and said that someone else had dealt with Gonti. She asked how the commander was doing with time. Hyunseok froze. The girl said that there was something to talk about with him, but the man had no time for that now. He grabbed his forehead in irritation and said that he could not contact Dongyi. He assumed that the guy was stuck in the dungeon. Sammy smiled and asked if Dong-yi had gotten into trouble again. The man smiled and said that Yuseok had already gone after him, so this issue would soon be closed. Sammy shuddered. Hyunseok offered to meet. He sat down on a chair and said that the girl had done a good job with the task in Ulsan, and besides, they had not seen each other for a long time and could discuss plans face to face. Sammy exclaimed that she was only glad. Kanhu shuddered. His barrier was broken by a shot. Kanhu looked fearfully at the enemy, who had already managed to break through his defense. Shiwon smiled and asked not to worry because he hadn't even shown his trump cards yet. Kanhu smiled, because just like in the story, the blonde's reload speed was just crazy. He created armor and thought that it was better not to go at him without it. Shiwon raised his hand and offered to test the hero's clothes for durability. He began to throw purple flames at the hero, and smiled. He waved his finger, seeing that the hero dodged. He created a bunch of wind arrows. Kanhu remembered Maken. He had already encountered a similar skill, but Shiwon was on a completely different level. He frowned, realizing that if even one hit him, he would be finished. He slowed down. He used quick dodge. He looked at the enemy. He used black magic. A description of a seeker of black darkness appeared above the blonde's head. It was the first constellation. Shiwon looked at the audience. He smiled and said that the bug turned out to be tenacious. The constellations were silent. The blonde said that they should not worry that everything would end so quickly. The skilled manipulator said that it was quite irritating to mess with them. The Lord of Wildlife rubbed his chin and asked if Shiwon was deliberately slowing down. The Angel of War said that it was cruel. The kidnapper flared up. He did not know what to say. Kanhu ran at the blonde. The kidnapper said that it was too early to judge the results. Kanhu squeezed his hand and mentally thanked his opponent for not keeping silent. He had used kidnapping. Now it was his turn to act. Shiwon shuddered and scattered his hand. Kanhu looked at the enemy with irritation. Shiwon smiled contentedly. He did not think that the hero had this skill. The hero used jump. The blonde said that he should reevaluate his skills a little. Kanhu created clones around the blonde. Everyone attacked with a knife in the neck. The blonde just smiled and used space control. Kanhu looked into the void and ran into the wall. He turned around at the red light. A description of the second constellation appeared above the guy. Kanhu pulled a knife out of the wall and used a jump. He smiled, asking how Shiwon could handle this. He grabbed the handle. He created clones again. Shiwon glanced at the hero, noted how desperately he was fighting. He wanted to see what else the hero was capable of. He created a purple flame. The hero used an exchange. Shiwon turned around angrily. Kanhu was already striking. Shiwon put out his hand, using the curvature of space. The knife hit the created rift. Kanhu jumped. He turned around abruptly. The guy was grabbed by the shoulder. Dong-yi turned around irritably. Out of breath, Yuseok looked at him. He motioned for the guy to be quiet. He clenched his fist and whispered to listen carefully. Dong-yi shuddered. Yuseok said that she received information that the Purification Guild was hunting them. Yuseok noticed the guy around the corner. The man silently listened to the conversation. Yuseok led Dong-yi further away. He ordered him to follow him. He nervously turned around, glad that he had established communication in advance. The pursuer looked at the fleeing ones in surprise. He looked out. The red-haired partner looked at him questioningly. Yuseok and Dong-yi ran faster and faster. Kanhu managed to create a barrier. The clones fell to the ground. Green smoke began to rise from the ground. He looked at Shiwon, who said that the hero did not understand who he had messed with. His gaze became mad. He asked how the hero dared to pursue him. The smoke began to saturate, and oxidation began. Kanhu made an exchange. Shiwon pointed his hand at him and said that it was useless. He used a spatial rift. Kanhu glared at him. He made a dash. A charge shot out of the rift. It destroyed the shadow. Another rift appeared nearby. Kanhu barely dodged the shot. Shiwon smiled. A charge of magic hit the hero in the back. Kanhu spat out blood. An explosion was heard in the arena. Yuseok and Dong-yi ran through the alley. Yuseok turned around and asked the guy to hold on a little longer. He braked abruptly. Frightened, he looked ahead. A gang of people came out of the darkness towards them. Yuseok turned around. Dong-yi was already embraced by his pursuers. The guy put a knife to his throat. Yuseok glared at him. The bandit told him not to move, because he didn't want to see him finish him off. The commander clenched his teeth. He was suddenly hit on the back. Dong-yi twitched. Yuseok hit the ground, watching the bandit's feet. He extended a trembling hand towards the guy. The pursuers turned at the scream. They ran into the tunnel. The red-haired man picked up the commander. The guy asked if he was okay. The guys shuddered. The commander said that his nephew had been kidnapped. Yuseok trembled and cursed, said that he should have been more careful. They patted him on the shoulder and said that they were already moving on to the search. They only asked which way they went. The man pointed to the passage and said that way. The guys immediately rushed forward. Yuseok grabbed his temple, and, hiding his face, he laughed evilly. Smoke began to flutter in the arena. Shiwon looked at the audience. He extended his hand to them and asked if they enjoyed the show. He smiled and said that even for such a short time, it was an honor for him. Suddenly he turned around. A portal was burning above him. The dimension still had not closed. He looked into the smoke and shouted really satisfied Kan, who came out of the smoke and thanked his opponent. He was healing and said that thanks to the time he spent chatting, he was able to recover. Shiwon smiled nervously. He thought the hero was dead. He asked how the hero dared to listen to music in his presence. Kan-who reached inside his jacket and asked them to stop crucifying themselves. He took out a knife and smiled, because now no attack would help the blonde. Shiwon narrowed his eyes and asked what nonsense. He created a rift and said that he would finish him off and he would not talk this nonsense anymore. He shot into the rift. Kan-who frowned. He knew that if he was hit this time, he would definitely die. He closed his eyes, because if he could not cope with him here, then he would not win in reality. Shiwon smiled, realizing that the hero was bluffing. He widened his eyes and used the assassin's loyalty. A projectile flew at the hero's head, but he did not move. He used a quick dodge. Shiwon flinched. He looked at the hero in shock, wondering how he was able to dodge. He went lower, trying to understand how. Kanzu smiled cheekily. There was a uniform hanging on the chair. A voice asked, "Is this really true?" Hyunseok asked in horror, "Was Dongyi kidnapped?" Yuseok bowed guiltily. He said that it was his fault. Hyunseok grabbed his forehead and said that it was not his fault. He put his hand on the back of the chair. He suggested that the commander sit down and talk in a calm environment. He looked menacingly at the man and asked who it was. Yuseok sat down. He was not sure that this was an elite squad of hunters. He said fearfully that there was a high probability that their goal was money and perhaps they would contact them through Dongyi's phone. Hyunseok rubbed his chin. Yuseok shuddered. The man said that a simple kidnapping or this was the work of the Purification Guild. He was not going to dismiss any of these options. The leader looked at the newspaper and said that lately the Purification Guild has been increasingly tightly controlled. Yuseok was warily silent. The leader said that if they dug up information on him, then it is not surprising that they took on Dongyi. Hyunseok put his hands together and said that they should investigate this. He ordered to contact the people who know that Dongyi is his nephew and ordered to make sure that the Purification Guild does not follow him. Yuseok stood up. He was going to do it right now. Hyunseok said that he was relying on him. Yuseok froze. The leader said that Sangmi would also arrive soon and help them. Yuseok imagined this girl and thought that it would be perfect if he could take this opportunity and deal with her. He smiled evilly and accepted the order. Shiwon smiled and said that the hero will not be able to avoid this attack. He created a bunch of rifts and said that the hero is destined for death. And he looked at the hero with satisfaction. Kan-who closed his eyes. He knew that if he started to dodge the attack after it struck, he would not have time to avoid it. The cracks were widening and humming. The hero could sense the mana contained in the enemy's skills. It was generally impossible, but in this place the mana flows were much purer and more abundant. Attacks were approaching them, but here he could. He bent his legs and began to dodge with acceleration. Shiwon looked at him in bewilderment. Kan-who smiled. His sensitivity to mana played into his hands. The spectators jumped. The Lord of Nature asked, "Has the hero really found his way?" He folded his hands together and said that this man is worthy of our views. The vicious manipulator was impatiently awaiting the outcome of this fight. Shiwon looked at the portal. He opened his mouth. He created the loyalty of the killer, asking how the hero dared to outshine him. A roar arose, but in front of the blonde there was only a gaping hole. He tensed up. The hero disappeared. Suddenly, he himself began to disappear. Kan-who teleported behind him. He raised the knife to strike. Shiwon glanced at him. The hero used decapitation. Dongyi was thrown against the wall. The bandit approached him and told him to sit quietly. He shook his head and said that if he did not, he would start cutting off his fingers. The door slammed shut. Dongyi looked at his tied hands, not understanding what was happening. Yuseok told him that the Purification Guild was hunting him. He remembered the people outside. He knew that they were definitely not from this guild. The white-haired man sullenly said that they captured Dongyi, as he was told. Gwanhyun smiled and said that he would come to check. He smiled and said that he would come in 2 days. The knife approached Shiwon's throat. The hero's hands were bound with chains. Kan-who glared at him and said that the blonde had already surrendered. Shiwon flinched. A description of the third constellation appeared above him. Kan-who smiled and said that the winner was now determined. Shiwon shuddered in horror. He looked at the fallen player's words. He said something amazing. He remembered how the hero used abduction. The fallen player thought about it. He didn't think the hero would successfully use a skill that was blocked from him before. The constellations nodded. The drug lord asked, "Isn't this a skill that monsters use?" The hammer god noted how skillfully the hero used this skill. He was looking forward to the continuation. Kan-who smiled contentedly. Shiwon smiled and asked what nonsense. He asked where he saw a level 50 assassin with such a skill. Kanhu smiled evilly. He said that there was some truth in it, but didn't he believe him? The Lord of the Wild looked at him and asked, did the hero hide his true level from the beginning? Kanhu shuddered. A fiery tornado grew above the blonde. He glared at the hero and admitted that he had underestimated him too much. Kanhu frowned. The boy asked to be allowed to show a little sincerity. Sunmi was chewing on a lollipop. She looked out the window and said that she hadn't seen Dongyi and the commander for a long time. She took out her phone. She could finally fulfill her promise. She wrote to Kanghu. She wrote that they would meet in Hongchen in 2 days. Kanghu was sweating. The flames were growing. The constellations began to cover themselves and say that it was amazing. The great dictator said that he would never have thought that the guy would have such a skill, even considering his high level. Shiwen waved his hand smugly. Flames began to fall on the hero. He opened his eyes wide. A great red flame hit the bottom of the arena. A barrier began to protect the constellations. Shiwen clicked his tongue in displeasure. He looked down and said that he could not believe it. Kanhu looked at him contentedly. The guy asked, isn't this breaking the rules? The constellation protected the hero. The constellation flared up and said that it cannot allow people too much in its dimension. Shiwen looked at him in confusion. The kidnapper said that the hero had already passed the test. He swallowed. The kidnapper said that Shiwen had completed his task. The guy began to be pulled into the portal. His hand was shaking. He asked what the hell. Kanhu looked seriously at the kidnapper, who said that he had erased Shiven's memory and sent him to his dimension. The hero was on the verge of death. He smiled because he suspected that this could happen. He looked at the beams of power, realizing that it was obvious. During the tests of the constellations, there were extremely dangerous situations. But the hero received support all the time, which meant that he had completed the task. Kanhu bowed and suggested moving on to the reward. The constellation flared up and said excellent. It turned to the others and said that they themselves knew everything perfectly well. The beams of power began to contract. The kidnapper said that looking at their number, the result was obvious. The battle angel turned and said that it was an amazing sight. Kanhu looked at all the comments with satisfaction. Thanks to this test, he was able to leave a good impression of himself. He looked at his constellation. It said that everyone showed too much interest in his ward. He will allow them to do this, but only today. Kanhu found himself at home. Lights were floating in the air. They turned into system messages. The level increased to 101st. Kanhu smiled contentedly. He finally reached a decent level. He looked at the notification about receiving the soul imprint skill in surprise. He put his hand in his pocket, thinking that he should put the imprint on all useful weapons. He opened the message from the Dimension Thief and saw the recently opened characteristic. He frowned. He did not think that he would use it often. Suddenly, another message appeared before his eyes. 3 windows began to spin. The system reported that upon reaching the 100th level, the Yabavi constellation will give the hero a chance. He looked at the windows. He imagined a crying warrior and said that it happens that different items that are poorly compatible with each other are mixed, and this creates problems for the character. If he does not use this, he will regret it. He clicked on the card. It glowed. Kanhu looked at it warily. The constellation created a good item. He looked at the message that he could copy one skill 100% from the hunter. Kanhu imagined a great red flame. He rubbed his chin and said that it would be nice to have a skill that was not available to the assassin class. He introduced Makian and said that he had someone in mind, but the problem was that this infamous person was currently in China. He looked to the side. He received a call. Yeren picked up the documents and said that Eclipse had finally gone quiet. She smiled and asked if the hero had any free time to take on an easy quest. The hero looked ahead in surprise. The girl said that they needed to get something in Hongchen, where a new mine had been discovered. It was about the Freedom Stone, a stone similar to a magic stone that requires mana to mine. It is necessary to create certain items, but is extremely rare since there are almost no mines to mine it. Kanhu smiled, anticipating a worthy reward. The next day, there were already people in the mine. Kanhu placed his palm on the ground. He smiled and thought that it would be great to dig it up and immediately go meet Sammy. He remembered her message and thought that he wanted to get to the Abyss Commander as soon as possible. Due to strict security measures, access to him was impossible without an intermediary. Mana ran along the ground. The space around the hero lit up. Kanhu stood up and said that he was here, and made a bleeding lunge, wiped his sweat, straightened up and assumed that this would be enough. He turned around at the cough. The guy twisted his mouth and cursed. He stood in front of the beaten guy and asked, "Is everyone just taking up workspace?" He looked at the hero in surprise and asked who it was. He looked at the stones under the hero's feet and asked, did he really think to hide these stones for himself? The overseer licked his lips. Everyone began to surround the hero. The guy said that this method is better than digging it ourselves. The barrel of the gun began to glow. Kanhu turned around at the shot. He looked at the noise in surprise. Some of the bandits were already down. They were asking where it came from. The archer pulled an arrow, and it took off 2 people's heads. The warden looked at him and cursed. He pointed at the strangers and asked who these idiots were. The man touched the devil's mask and asked again. He stepped forward and asked if it was really about them. Everyone shuddered when he saw the devil's mask. The girl aimed the magic shotgun, and the shot hit several more. Everyone ran forward. The warden ordered to surround them. The girl recoiled from the crowd. One bandit was pierced in the throat. The girl shuddered. Kanhu took out a knife, used a short-range jump. The archer summoned several arrows. The warden cursed the gloomy hero and jumped on him. Kanhu turned sharply. He took out a knife with an imprint and pierced the warden's stomach. He trembled. The hero said as simple as pie. The girl approached him and said the imprint of the soul. She smiled nervously and noted that the guy dealt with it in just a second. Kanhu looked at the burned body. The archer approached him and said that the hero's skills were simply amazing. He took off his mask and said that he never thought he would meet a hero in such a place. Kanhu looked at him. The man called him by name. Kanhu looked at Asai Hyun and his team. They were leading the survivors into the portal. Kanhu knew that Asai Hyun was a man whose goal was to free the exploited hunters. He looked at the corpses and thought that Asai Hyun was strong enough to destroy oppressors without listening to their excuses. He was called the Silent Judge. In an attempt to defeat Eclipse, he died at the hands of Donghyun. Kanhu looked at him and asked how he knew his name. Kanhu was surprised. The archer said that he received information about him from his man, who was embedded in the Eclipse Guild. Asai Hyun smiled and said that the hero amazed him because he personally dealt with Sohee. Kanhu nodded and asked to be called by his nickname. The couple looked at the hero in surprise because he asked to exchange contacts. Both shouted that it was an honor for them. Seeing approached the hero and introduced herself. The hero said that they are good at supporting. Both looked at their phones. Seeing said that according to the insider's information, the Eclipse Guild is still hunting for the hero. He showed the hero the screen and asked him to be careful. The next day in Hongchun, Kanhu looked at his phone and thought that the payment for the quest was worth the time spent. Yeren examined the crystals and said that she would add another 50 million won to the payment. Sammy approached the hero. She waved at him and asked how he was doing. Both came to the Gyeonggi province to go to the Abyss headquarters. Sammy looked at the soldier and asked him to notify the commander that guests were waiting for him. The hero noted that there were as many guards as in the story. Hyunseok approached the couple and addressed them. He smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He frowned at the hero. He came closer and asked who it was. Sammy said that the hero came with him. Kanhu looked at the leader and introduced himself with a pseudonym. Hyunseok frowned and said that it was nice to meet him. 2 guards stood at the door. The leader asked them to wait a little. Kanhu sat down on the sofa, noting that all this looked like isolation, and although they were worried about safety, this was all too much. He turned around and smiled. He imagined capturing Dongyi, thought that Hyunseok had only one reason to be so careful at the moment. He looked ahead and decided that he was here at the right time. He knew that he could gain Hyunseok's trust. The commander looked at the girl. She asked how about entrusting this task to his guest. After all, he was the one who helped him in Ulsan and his skills are obviously good. Sammy introduced Yeren and said that the hero can be trusted, so there is no need to worry. She offered to talk to the hero in person because he wants to meet him. Kanhu sat opposite Hyunseok. The commander looked at him and said that he heard that he was looking for a meeting with him. Kanhu nodded and said that he would be honest with him. He wants to get support from the Abyss. Hyunseok looked at him in surprise. He frowned and reminded them that the society did not speak well of them and also that they had a long and unfinished conflict with the Purification Guild. He did not think that this was the best place to seek support. Kanhu looked at the leader seriously. He said that the Abyss was partially under the control of the Purification Guild. Hyunseok shuddered. The hero said that the leader was successfully resisting them. Does not this mean that they have great strength? Kanhu raised his hand and said that this is exactly why he came to him. Because compared to other respectable places and larger guilds, you can get a much better reward from them. The hero knew that the Abyss had a significant number of dungeons and other riches, and the leader Hyunseok also had high-level skills. The men stood up. Kanhu knew that if he immediately declared his desire to join the ranks of the Abyss, it would be amazing, and if he kept the right distance, it would guarantee his safety. Kanhu lowered his gaze. He did not think that this was an easy path. He put his hand on his belt and said that if Hyunseok supported him, he would provide them with the appropriate assistance. Hyunseok frowned and said that the hero was not afraid of prejudice. He noted that he liked that the hero did not try to win his favor with lies. He frowned and said that they had one common goal in the Abyss, and he did not think that he could immediately entrust the hero with tasks of high importance as the commander-in-chief. Kanhu looked at the leader expectantly. Meanwhile, Dongj was led to the farthest room. They looked at him angrily and asked who he was to be watched so closely. The guy's eyes widened. Another bandit said that someone from his family was a big shot, and the boss even planned to raise the stakes. The bandit put his hand on Dong's shoulder. He heard that the amount was already quite large. Would they be able to pay the ransom if it increased? The thugs giggled. One of them said that the customer was the Purification Guild. The guy smiled and said that if it was true, then it was cool. The door slammed in front of Danya. The bandit said that from now on, a real monster would be watching the hero. Someone stomped loudly. The huge man growled. Danya leaned against the wall. He did not understand where the bandits got the information from. After all, he and his uncle hid their family ties. He introduced the people of the guild. It was obvious to him that the Purification Guild would threaten his uncle, holding him hostage, and subsequently the abyss would be in danger. The guy tried to free his hands and asked why he was so weak. Mana appeared in his hands. His eyes narrowed. The car drove along the highway. Yeren said that she had a task for the hero. Kanhyun drove the car. Yeren said that this was a request to find and save a kidnapped person. For the successful completion of the task, he would receive a high reward. Kanhyun looked at the road and said okay. A photo of Danya appeared on the screen. The hero remembered Hyunseok's mistrust. Kanghu smiled and said that in the end he still had to save Dongyi because he was the only member of the Abyss leader's family. He smiled and said that he needed to make an impression. He introduced the people of the Abyss. He knew that if he did, Hyunseok would consider his request, and he would also be able to prevent an internal conflict. The car continued moving. Kanghu got off at a gloomy house in the Gimcheon district. He began to summon something, happy that he could finally use it. A small star appeared in his hand. Kanghu wanted to use the power obtained as a result of testing the constellation. The guard was changing at the headquarters. The bandit changed the guard. The door opened. The guy in the hood got inside. Kanghu watched him. The bandit told the others that a client should arrive soon. Kanghu introduced Shihwan. It was written that Hyunseok, who was spreading rumors about the Purification Guild, would be taught a lesson through his nephew Dongyi. Although the kidnapping process was not described in detail, the blonde instructed Gwanhyun to kidnap him. Kanhu looked at the car that had arrived. A guy got out of the car and was greeted. Gwanhyun looked at the servant with satisfaction, who said that the boss was waiting for him. Kanhu was standing at the door. He made a dash. Now was the best moment. He flashed between the bandits. He needed to hurry. He began to go down the stairs. One bandit was standing on the landing. Kanhu looked into the empty corridor, noted that there was no security. A big guy was waiting around the corner while the hero was trying to understand why there was no one here. Kanhu turned around at the roar. Meanwhile, the boss chuckled. He did not think that such a precious guest would personally visit them. Junho extended his hand and said that it was a great honor for him. Gwanhyun shook his hand and said that he was glad to meet him. The bandit said that they had invested a lot of money and effort in this task. Gwanhyun frowned at him and asked if it was worth involving more people to complete it faster. Junho made an okay sign and asked if something this important deserved more money. After all, he knew better than anyone, being one of the leaders of the Purification Guild. Gwanhyun looked at him and asked how much they wanted. Junho knew he could negotiate with him. He showed 2 fingers and offered to double the fee. Gwanhyun frowned. The bandit had decided to cross the line. He rubbed his chin, thinking that if everything ended well, most of the assets of the Abyss would be acquired by their guild. He looked at the bandit and said that he had to agree, but first he had to check everything. Junho stood up and said that Gwanhyun didn't have to worry. He pointed behind him and said that everything could be checked right now. Gwanhyun followed him. He noticed that Junho was confident in his guards. Junho introduced the big guy and said that he was a modified Russian hunter. He had fought with the hero. He turned, gritted his teeth and growled. Kanhu kept a close eye on the enemy. Junho said that during the training process they are deprived of personality and therefore become killing machines, unable to distinguish friend from foe. With the exception of their master, the hero understood why there were no other guards here. Saliva flowed from the madman's mouth. Kanhu flinched, realizing that he was noticed by smell. Apparently the drugs enhanced the senses. The madman jumped on him. His sense of smell was like an animal. He clapped his hands. Kanhu used a quick dodge. He took out a knife, thought that if the madman was guarding this door. He ran forward, realizing that his target was inside. The madman put out his hand. Kanhu used a bleeding lunge on him. The man growled. Kanhu smiled, realizing that the madman would not let him pass so easily. Meanwhile, Junho and Gwanhyun were walking slowly. The leader noted that such a guard is not so easy to find in Korea. The bandit said that even high-level hunters cannot cope with him. He grinned and said that a strengthening spell was cast on the door, which means security is at the highest level. Suddenly a scream was heard. Junho looked ahead with alarm. His face tensed. The madman continued to hit. Kanhu dodged with a jump. He looked at the descending elevator, realizing that the bandits would soon be here. The madman ran at him. The hero was choosing between dealing with him and opening the door. He looked at the door behind the enemy. A fist flew into the hero's face, but he had a great idea. He teleported behind the enemy. The madman turned around in surprise, and immediately ran after the hero. Kanhu grinned and dodged the moment the madman rammed the door with his body. The big guy turned around angrily. The elevator opened. Junho looked at the door questioningly. The madman looked guiltily at the gaping doorway. The bandit said worriedly that someone had been here. Before that, he nervously said that Guanhyun could come down later and he would go and settle everything. He looked at the madman and asked what he had done. He said nothing serious. Kanhu froze in front of the two big guys. He smiled nervously. Junho had prepared them in advance. Dongyi looked at the hero, trying to figure out who it was. Kanhu reached for his phone. The guy was trying to figure out whose side he was on. In the car, Kanhu was given the basic information. The hero showed the guy the screen with the code. Dongyi opened his eyes wide and scanned the code. The phone screen turned red. The guy no longer had any doubts that the hero was sent by his uncle. The madman rushed to attack. Kanhu jumped back from the blow of the axe. The second monster was already attacking. Dongyi tensed up. He was tired and had almost no mana, but he had to use his skills effectively. The madman swung his axe. He struck. Kanhu glared at them. The thugs were really bothering him. Dongyi's eyes widened. The hero was just running away from the thugs. Did he really want to get to him? Kanhu used acceleration. Dongyi extended his hand. The moment had come. The hero's skill boost worked. Kanhu smiled and said that the guy was smart. He easily dodged the blows, and in an instant he was already near Dongyi. Red particles began flying around the guys. The thugs jumped on them. Kanhu smiled and said that's enough of them. Teleportation worked and the big guys hit the floor. Junho ran into the room. The big guy followed him. The bandit looked at the thugs in horror and asked what happened here. He grabbed his head and asked where the hostage had disappeared to. Kanhu smiled and said that everything had gone well. The guys found themselves at the car. The hero said that it was interesting to watch such a victory. Dongyi sighed with relief. The hero noted that he buffed well. The battle was easier for the hero next to him. He opened the constellation message, thinking that thanks to the teleportation skill, a successful escape was guaranteed. He opened the description of the fourth skill. Kanhu looked at the guy. He thanked him for saving him. He smiled and said that thanks to the hero, he was alive. He looked surprised. Kanhu said that it was not time to thank yet. Kanhu looked at the guy. He said that there was something the guy had to do. Meanwhile, Guanhyun frowned ahead. He quipped that he had problems with his eyes. He approached the bandit and said that he did not see a hostage here. The bandit winced. Guanhyun said that in this situation he couldn't pay him. Junho trembled, holding back curses. He shouted, asking if the guy knew how much they spent on this task. He pointed at him and ordered the madman to grab him. A weapon appeared in Guanhyun's hands. With one swing, he cut down the madman. Junho looked at the fallen body in fear. Guanhyun put the blade to the bandit's throat. Junho froze. The leader ordered him to shut up and get to work. His gaze became cruel. He ordered to do everything possible to bring the guy to him. Junho ran away and said that they would reconsider the plan. Guanhyun watched him, thinking about how someone could know about this place. He frowned. He deliberately posted the request in a place that had no contact with the Purification Guild and even came here in person because he was afraid of information leakage. He took out his phone, afraid that he was being tapped. Yuseok was looking for Dongyi. He said that if anything was found, he should immediately inform him. He received a call. He took the phone. He was told that there was a suspicion of wiretapping and if you see this text, turn off your cell phone. Yuseok tensed up. The text said that the meeting place and time would be changed. He was told to bring Hyunseok there. Yuseok frowned and quietly said that there was only a little left. At the headquarters of the Abyss, Hyunseok covered his face with his hand. He thought about entrusting the matter to a stranger. They continued a search with Sangmi and Yuseok, but there is no progress. He thought that even if he cannot replace his parents, he should take care of his safety. He remembered the church and thought that even this was not enough. He looked at the ringing phone, nervously answered the call. He shuddered. Yuseok said that they contacted him and said that Dongyi is safe. Yuseok smiled evilly and said that they wanted money for his nephew and Hyunseok should come to the meeting alone. Hyunseok jumped up. He had a chance to save Dongyi. He said that he was leaving. Meanwhile, at the scene, Yuseok walked around. He thought something went wrong. He looked at the tied-up Dongyi. He looked at the commander with fear. Yuseok patted him on the shoulder and said that it was his uncle's fault. He turned to the hero on the side and thanked him for his work. He shuddered and noted that last time he met with a different person. Kang, who came out into the light, he was asked if Guanhyun would come. Sangmi came out of the darkness. Yuseok shuddered and asked how this could happen. Dongyi said angrily that if this was the work of the leaders of the Purification Guild, then most likely they were combing Kimchin. The guy rushed to the hero. Yuseok looked at the hero in shock and said that the message he received. The hero interrupted him and said yeah. He showed the phone and said that they sent it. The commander trembled with anger. Kanu said that he advised him to turn off the phone to avoid trouble, and he listened to his advice. The man pointed at the guy and asked if he had been using it all this time. Dongyi looked at him and said that the more he thought about it, the stranger it became. He asked how many people knew that he and his uncle were family. He remembered the conversation with the hero and said that the hero revealed the truth that there was a traitor among them. Then he understood everything, and immediately thought of his uncle. because those who kidnapped him could not have defeated him so easily. Yuseok backed away. Kan-who looked at the guy and thought that if he had taken him to Hyunseok right away, he would never have been able to catch Yuseok. He smiled. Even though they had to bother, they had no other choice. Yuseok was staggering. Dong-yi said that now he knows what kind of person the commander is. Kan-who smiled and said that he has witnesses and even a recording. Commander Hyunseok will not leave this just like that. Yuseok gritted his teeth and cursed. The guy held out a flash drive with data. Shiwon looked at it questioningly. The guy said that this is data from CCTV cameras from Songjeong Station in Gwangju. He said that most of the data was damaged, but some survived. Shiwon looked at the flash drive in surprise. He smiled and said that this needs to be checked right away. He began to look through the recording of the battle. He frowned, recognizing one person from Eclipse. A hero appeared on the screen. Shiwon looked away and said that all this is strange because he has seen him somewhere before. Sammy angrily glared at the commander and asked what the hell. She stepped forward and asked if he is not happy with the fact that he is the second commander of the Abyss. Yuseok bit his lips and cursed. He shouted and said that all the good items and power were wasted on the futile goal of opposing the Purification Guild. Everyone frowned. The man asked who needed this abyss if it was more like a gang. He pointed his finger at Dongja and said that he should know what he was talking about. The guy looked away. Sammy sternly looked at the commander and said it was time to finish because they did not understand each other anyway. Kan-who thought that they still need to listen to the commander because in the end the abyss will be sold to the Purification Guild. Yuseok shouted that it was not too late. A gun appeared in his hand. He said that he had to finish with them. Sammy and Kan-who grabbed their weapons. The man started shooting. Blood spurted. The severed hand with the gun flew into the air. There was an explosion. The heroes looked forward in surprise. A bloody blade swung. Hyunseok pierced Yuseok. He looked at him angrily. He pulled out his sword and the corpse fell. There was silence. Hyunseok put his sword back in its sheath. He approached the heroes and said what a relief it was that Dong-yi was safe. He smiled and suggested that they return to headquarters. Dong-yi smiled and asked if he had a choice. Kan-who smiled. It was even easier. Hyunseok looked at Kan-who and Sang-mi and said that he would like to invite them too. He smiled and said that he wanted to thank them for saving his nephew. Kan-who smiled back and said that he would be happy to. The man turned and said that he would bring the car here. Sang-mi ran ahead. She was going to look around just in case, and the guys should sit and rest. Dong-yi looked down. Kan-who looked at him. The guy asked if he was nothing more than a piece of trash. Kan-who asked why he was suddenly asking him about this. Dong-yi smiled and said that what he heard gave him such an idea. He knew that his uncle was doing good things, but he said that he couldn't live like his uncle. It hurt him when he was hurt. Kang-who nodded and said that he was the same. He turned around and said that he didn't want to give up his safety to save the world. He smiled and said that the guy should live the way he thinks is right, however, in his opinion. The guy looked at the hero with embarrassment. He told him that he shouldn't give up on his family. After a while, Gwanhyun took the phone and said that Dong-yi suddenly disappeared and they lost contact with Yuseok. He frowned and said that he was very sorry. Shiwon angrily looked away. He said that as expected, he made a bad choice and they won't need Junho anymore. Gwanhyun stood in the middle of the corpses. Shiwon told him to get rid of everyone and cover his tracks. Junho screamed and asked them not to come near him. Someone stepped on his stomach. Gwanhyun raised his hand and pierced the bandit. Gwanhyun pressed his foot harder and ordered to burn everything. He beat the corpse out of anger and reminded him not to forget to make a report. The guy looked at Shiwon. He said that he wanted to destroy them, but they would still have a chance to deal with the abyss. The blonde put his hands together and said that now he wants to focus on this the most. He looked at the footage of the hero. He did not think anyone that he would find the answer in such an unexpected place. He scratched his chin and asked if so he was responsible for this. He said that they should start with her. The headquarters of the Abyss in Gyeonggi province. Dong-yi lay down on the bed and said that now he will survive. Sang-mi looked at him happily and said that he did a good job of his role. She asked how the guy managed to get out of there. Dong-yi proudly raised a finger and said that it was all Mr. Kang-who. He knew Yuseok's number and used a secure text message that did not indicate the sender's name. He looked at the girl and said that that's why he returned safely and tomorrow he will tell his uncle what he put off for so long. Sang-mi stood up with a smile and said that it was time for her to go to bed too. She waved and wished him a good rest. Kan-who sat down opposite the head of the abyss. The man bowed and thanked the hero for saving his nephew. Kan-who nodded and said that he just completed the task, as always. Hyunseok remembered the fun he had with Yuseok. He smiled and said that they had walked side by side for a long time and he was his subordinate, whom he trusted too much. If not for the hero, something irreparable could have happened. He frowned and asked if he could reconsider his answer to the proposal. Kan-who looked at the head in surprise. He wanted to know something. The hero asked what he was talking about. The man frowned at him and asked for what benefit the hero helped the abyss for. Kan-who shuddered and asked what Hyunseok meant. He raised his hand and said that he had a conflicting feeling after the hero helped catch the traitor, and most likely, he did it not for him, but for the abyss. A drop of excitement rolled down the hero's face. He could not remain silent any longer. He said that the leader was right. Hyunseok shuddered. Kanhu said that he was interested in the well-being of the abyss as an opponent of the Purification Guild. Kanhu looked into the eyes of the leader. He said that he could not give up his safety, so he kept his distance. Hyunseok nodded. Now everything was clear to him. He reached into his inside pocket and said that such an answer was enough, and if the hero needed support, let him know. He took out a card and said that if the hero wanted to meet him alone, he could use this. Kanhu happily accepted it. Hyunseok sighed. He was glad that the hero was opposing the Purification Guild. He said that Shiwon and Gwenhyun currently had a secret alliance. The leader looked at the hero. He didn't know their goal, but noted that they were doing strange things and it was better to stay away from them. Kanhu grinned, deciding that the leader already knew about the 13 stars. This should be enough to change the course of the game. Both stood up. The leader said that the hero should go to bed. The hero said that he would only stay for a day. Hyunseok turned around. Now Kanhu had eliminated the main danger inside the abyss. He introduced Shiwon and thought that he would put more and more pressure on him. The next day, Dong-yu was indignant, reminding that he and his uncle only needed to keep in touch. Hyunseok looked at him sullenly and said that the guy should stay in the province. He asked, wouldn't it be better if he was always at hand? Sanmi and Kanhu watched as their relatives wagged their tongues. The hero noted that people don't change that easily. He imagined Dong-yu at the computer and thought that even in the story Dong-yu showed interest in Kanhu's abilities, although they never crossed paths because of the Purification Guild. Dong-yu looked at the hero guiltily and said that this would not happen again. The hero said that the guy could call him brother. He came closer to the surprised guy and said that they would see each other often in the future. Dong-yu blushed and asked if it was possible. Kanhu looked at the guy and thought that he was an excellent buffer and had other qualities. He should take advantage of this. He smiled slyly and said that they could exchange contacts. He looked at the head and said that he had to go. Sangmi disappointedly said that they were going to eat. Hyunseok told the hero to call anytime if he needed anything. The men shook hands. The head will look forward to the next meeting. Kanhu walked away. He received a call. He answered and asked what happened. Yerin smiled. She found out about the identity of the body that was found. Shiwon held Sohee's file in his hands. He heard that she was sent after the escapee from the Chunmyeon camp. He looked away with displeasure and said that so many forces were thrown for the sake of one escapee. He looked at the file and asked where she was now. The subordinate said that he was dealing with this matter. Shiwon looked questioningly at the man. The man said that she was removed from this case. He introduced Hyun and said that Gwangju is now under her control. The man also learned that they are pursuing Sohee. Shiwon looked at the file again. He thought about how she was pursuing a target and even entered into battle. He decided that he had enough information. He looked at the subordinate and asked him to find her and asked if there was any other information. He was surprised. The man said that the Chenang Guild was providing support. He thought about Yerin and began to think about how she knew the hero. He remembered how he made a call to her about the hunter. He introduced the hero and assumed that they were always talking about the same person. Shiwon frowned and decided that he should ask the girl about it in person, but there was a chance that she would tell him to go away for privacy reasons. He smiled and said that it could wait for now. He told them to keep working. He looked to the side and said that the Yerin Guild had a good image because they had a good hunter. People in masks. They were guarding the VIP market. Kang-hoo was met by a girl. She said that Chairman Kang said that he would arrive immediately after the deal was completed. She apologized for the wait. Kang-hoo looked away. He would never have guessed that the corpse was related to Bakwon. He looked at the VIP market. Bakwon was a businessman with huge sums of money. He remembered that in the story, the VIP market was created solely to improve the character's stats and Bakwon was nothing more than an NPC. Kang-hoo thought about it. He never thought that everything would develop into this. They spoke to him and Kang-hoo was amazed. Yuri smiled at him and asked what brought him to Busan. Before that, the hero remembered his battles. He thought that his weapon was no longer usable and now it was time for him to look for a new one. Now the couple sat down on the bench. Yuri did not think that she would meet the hero here. She looked at him with resentment and asked why the hero did not answer her. Kanhu remembered the message with Silesium and was surprised that she was waiting for an answer to those messages. The girl took out a flower. She was glad in any case that they met again. She wanted to give this to the hero. Kanhu took the flower. Mary summoned more leaves. She said that their grandfather grew them. Kanhu turned around in amazement. He knew that the only one who was able to grow Silesium was the one from whom he had bought it before. Master Kanhu looked at the girl warily. She was grateful to the hero and therefore wanted to help him somehow. She looked at the hero cheerfully and said that she could leave Ground Zero and that she and her grandfather could finally become a family, all thanks to the hero. Kanhu looked at the girl in surprise and said that he had done nothing special. The girl said that thanks to the hero she could trust people again. She remembered her suffering and said that if she had not met him, she would not have been able to trust her grandfather and would have run away. Yuri smiled gratefully and said that he had a granddaughter about the same age as her. Kan, who looked at her, Yuri said that they even had the same names, so for her grandfather it was like she had returned and decided to take on the role of a granddaughter. The hero knew that in the story she had no one to rely on and she dedicated the rest of her life to take revenge on the Purification Guild, but she had a family member. Kan, who smiled, realizing that he had done this unknowingly. Yuri turned to him. He asked what brought her to the market. Yuri came to see her grandmother. She wanted to introduce herself to her since they were now one family. Kan, who was amazed. Yuri laughed and said that her grandmother owned this market. The hero tried to understand what was in his head. Someone approached them from behind and thanked them for coming here. The woman smiled and introduced herself as Bakwa. After a while, she examined the body and thanked him for taking it. She knelt down and said that she would take care of the burial of the body. Kan, who looked at the woman and said that the guy was not her family member. The woman said that he was a dear employee to her. She remembered a child who dreamed of becoming a hunter. She said that he was happy when the Purification Guild accepted him into their ranks. It was hard for her to accept, but she was glad that the boy became a member of the largest guild in the country. Bakwa looked down sadly and asked why he went so far into Ground Zero alone. Kan, who frowned and assumed that the Purification Guild abandoned him to hide something. He summoned a knife, guessing that was why there was no information about it. The hero showed the knife and said that he had it with him. Bakwa lovingly took the knife and said that it was her gift to him. She looked at the servant and asked him to bring it. Kan, who picked up a purple knife. The woman asked if he liked it. Kan, who smiled excitedly, not understanding how he could not like it. The system showed a description of the weapon and skills. Kan, who waved it, thinking that a weapon with such characteristics could be worth more than 500 billion. He looked at Bakhwa and asked if he could really take it. She nodded and said that the hero could consider it as thanks for returning his body. She smiled and said that she planned to give the blade to him as a gift after he returned. She said that he would be happy if someone used the weapon in his place. Kan Hui bowed. Yuri looked at her grandmother with worry and said that she must be heartbroken. The woman remembered her family and said that Yuri's name reminded her of her deceased granddaughter. It was difficult for her and her husband because they constantly thought about her and that's why they separated. She extended her hand to the girl and said that she got through it thanks to Min Seong, but it was harder for her husband. She hugged Yuri and said that she felt a lot of relief now. Yuri smiled. The grandmother said that she could come if she wanted. After a while, they left. Yuri stopped and said that this was the work of the Purification Guild. She looked ahead menacingly and hoped that someday they would pay for everything. Kan, who looked at the girl in surprise, because even under other circumstances she was still hostile to the Purification Guild. Yuri nodded. The hero said that it was time for him to go. Kan, who thought about Master K, who should have useful information about hypersensitivity to mana. Yuri looked at the hero in amazement. He said that if she did not mind, he would like to go with her. Yuri instantly blushed. She smiled and asked, "Is it true? An abandoned construction site?" So he was breathing heavily. She asked how long will she suffer from these injuries. She bandaged the stump and said that it was all because of Heen. So he angrily looked ahead. She remembered how her rival screamed that the master abandoned her. At first, so he thought it was nonsense, but considering that master hadn't contacted her yet, she gritted her teeth because she couldn't believe it, because she had done everything in her power for him. She shuddered. She grabbed the knife. She threw it at the wall and screamed, "Get out." The girl looked ahead wildly and asked how long she would continue to pursue her. Hyun smiled and said that so he was hot-tempered. She released her claws and said that she wanted to do good to her, and jumped on her to attack. Meanwhile, Yuri and Kan Who arrived. Yuri pointed ahead and asked, "Isn't it amazing that there is such a place in Ground Zero? This is where Silasium was grown." Kan Who smiled and noted that his subconscious is unpredictable. Both turned around. Master K said that he had heard a lot about the hero. Kan Who's eyes widened. Master K was looking at him, offering to go inside. Both sat on the sofas. Kan Who smiled. Thanks to Yuri he was able to meet a person who is not so easy to see. The old man smiled and said that he wanted to thank the hero first of all, because he helped not only Yuri, but also his wife. Kan Who looked at him in surprise. The old man said that he saw the precious boy not long ago, before the misfortune happened to him. Kan Who looked at the master and asked, "Was Minson really here?" The master remembered how the boy wanted to establish the supply of medicinal herbs between the guilds. The old man refused, because the boy asked for medicines that he usually did not deal with. Kan Who thought about the fact that the Purification Guild suddenly contacted the master. He wondered if it was possible that the boy was simply used and abandoned. Kan Who extended his hand and asked if the master could tell what medicines were discussed. The old man smiled and asked him to first say the reason why he came here. Kan Who stretched his hand and said that since the master constantly deals with medicines, he assumed that the master's knowledge of medicine is quite deep. The old man looked at the boy's hand and he asked to take a look. The master began to examine the hero's hand. and shuddered in amazement. An abandoned building. An explosion was heard on it, so he landed. She looked ahead angrily. The building was ablaze. Hyun appeared behind the girl, so he turned around abruptly. Hyun had already attacked. She laughed and asked if so he was really going to fight to the end. So he tried to repel the attacks. She looked at her opponent and said that she would fight as long as her strength allowed. Hyun was attacked by fire dragons. She looked at them in surprise. Fire engulfed her body, so he slowed down and looked ahead in amazement. Hyun laughed. Her body was covered in armor. She didn't know if she could handle it. So he twisted her mouth. She understood that her firepower was reduced due to injuries, but she should have broken through Hyun's defense right now. She backed away to the wall. Hyun spread her hands and asked what so he would do this time. Steal the skill again and disappear. She flipped her hair carelessly and told him to do as he pleased. She turned around and said that hunting was no fun if the prey was easy to catch. So he fell to the ground. She looked ahead and cursed. Suddenly, she turned around at the noise. Master K looked at the hero's hand and said that he had a hard time. He assumed that the side effect was a sharp decrease in stamina when using a large amount of mana. He had studied such a reaction to buffs, but this was the first time he encountered something like this. He shook his head and said that it couldn't be cured so easily. The hero imagined the struggle of his characters and thought that hypersensitivity to mana was a limitation that prevented Kanhu from surpassing the protagonist. He looked at the master and asked if he could sell him the crazy Silasium. The master smiled and said that he tried not to sell it due to the high risks of danger, so he asked to use it only in emergencies. After a while, Yuri began to set the table. Everyone sat down to dinner. Yuri watched the reaction closely. Kanhu tried it and said it was delicious. Master ate slowly and said that he had some useful information for the hero. He smiled and suggested that he go to the dungeon of unlimited mana. Kanhu looked at him in amazement, wondering if this dungeon was accessible. Yuri looked at the hero happily and said that she would not mind going with him, but grandfather objected. The unlimited mana dungeon was in a club run by an organization under the control of Eclipse. They demand a huge amount of mana as an entrance fee. Kanhu continued to eat and thought to himself that it was only mentioned in passing in the story, but he never thought that it existed, much less that it was in the possession of Eclipse. He smiled because he could not miss such a jackpot. Dungeons with entry restrictions still offer good rewards, and the Dungeon of Unlimited Mana is a special dungeon with a limited number of attacks, so there will definitely be scammers. Master K stood up and said that he would go. He waved and said that he needed to check for the presence of the mad Silasium. Kanhu put down his fork. He turned to Yuri. The girl shuddered. The hero said that the Purification Guild might be involved in Minson's death. Yuri looked askance. Kanhu looked at her seriously and said that her grandfather had an answer to this question. The hero said that the Purification Guild used Minson to trade medicinal herbs. He said that the guild first found him and then killed him. Yuri looked at the hero tensely. He said that if she could find out what kind of medicine it was, perhaps they would be able to uncover the exact cause of Minson's death, and if she stayed here, she would definitely have a chance to find out. Yuri lowered her gaze and thought about the deceased. Kanhu looked at her and said that he did not want to pressure her. Yuri frowned. The hero said that he needed her help. The man handed over an envelope, so he looked at him wildly. Her name was called. Gwanhyun smiled and asked to allow him to invite her to the Purification Guild. The lights came on the second floor. Master K handed the hero the capsules and said that they were made from a concentrate of mad Silasium. He ordered to use them only in extreme cases, because the consequences would be grave. Kanhu took them gratefully. The old man said that he was giving them for free. The hero smiled and said that it was time for him to go. He went to the car and said that they would see each other again. The old man looked at his granddaughter, said that he would go harvest the crops and go to bed, and he told her to go now. Yawning, Yuri left. From the darkness behind the old man, his brother appeared. He was asked what he thought of this guy. The brother approached the master and said that he saw the makings of a hero, but there was still a lot of work to do. The brother laughed and said that he said that about everyone. The man in dark looked at the brother solemnly. He said that it was not so easy to understand people, even for a person of the assassin class and even for one who had earned the title of Heavenly Curse. The man exhaled angrily and said that he never wanted such a title for himself. He remembered the hero and said that he was not so simple and his unusual disease too. He noted that the hero used his granddaughter to get into this house. The dark-haired man looked ahead sullenly. He would have killed the hero if he had said something like that to his daughter. Master K said that it was impossible to undo the fact that the hero helped his wife and Yuri. He turned and said that Kanhu was worth watching. He smiled contentedly, and the old man suggested that the hero could share information about the Purification Guild. The next day, Kanhu entered the club. He looked around. Everything looked like an ordinary club. Hyun approached him and asked if he was the one who helped her in Gwangju. Kanhu looked at her warily. He turned to the girl. She said that she was a regular visitor here, so she could share information. The hero remembered the girl who was being chased by the guys from the guild in Gwangju. He looked at her constellation and decided that she was at least level 200, and with such a level, she had nothing to fear from the guys from that guild. Hyun looked at the hero with interest. He thought that he did not ask her too much last time, but now she could help him. Kan-who looked to the side and asked if it was true that there was a dungeon in this club. Hyun smiled and said it was true. She heard that the entrance was in the parking lot under the first floor and there were a lot of guards there so that other hunters could not get in. She assumed that there was a protective barrier installed. Kan-who rubbed his chin. The barrier could be a problem. The girl said that she was never able to thank the hero. She handed over her phone and asked her to write down the guy's number because the last one was wrong. Kan-who put his hands on hers and said that she could thank him now. He looked into her eyes and asked her to help him go down to the parking lot. Hyun smiled and said okay. Kan-who smiled. He did not know what she would do, but he was not going to miss this chance. A description of the constellation Master of Liberation appeared above the girl's head. Hyun hugged the hero and whispered that in order to move freely in the club, this is the best way. The couple began to walk past other couples. Kan-who looked at the guard. Hyun led him in the other direction. She tilted the hero's head and asked him to look at her. Suddenly, the girl kissed him. She looked into his eyes with a smile. The hero decided that he would figure it out later. They began to go down lower. Now the main thing was to go down to the parking lot. Hyun nodded carefully to the hunter. He gave a satisfied report. The girl touched the barrier and passed through it. She could do more than the hero could imagine. Kan-who began to go down further. Hyun wished him luck. She sighed with relief. Donghyun smiled and said that it was a good job. Hyun turned to him. The man smiled contentedly and said that they would finally meet Kan-who. He took a few steps and said that the hero was distracted by the protective barrier, which is why he missed an important part. Kan-who stopped near the magic doors. Donghyun said that before this there was not a single hunter who had enough mana to go through the dungeon. The master smiled and said that the entrance to the dungeon only leads to the upper floor. Kan-who touched the doors, while the guild leader said that if the hero cannot get there. Kan-who turned around abruptly. He was attacked. Donghyun smiled and said that he would have to cheat. Kan-who managed to create a barrier, but he had not yet managed to gather the required amount of mana to enter. He thought about Master K's house and that he should retreat. Donghyun swung his fist and asked if the hero was too confident. Kan-who took out a capsule and mentally answered no. The man created an energy attack. The hero threw the capsule into his mouth. He could not give up. A powerful aura surrounded his body. The amount of mana exceeded the required amount. The dungeon opened. Everything began to collapse. The man looked at the guy angrily. He clenched his teeth. The door in front of him had already closed. Kan-who looked forward exhaustedly. He slid to the floor because he barely got here. Someone appeared in front of him. Slime slowly crawled towards him. They looked angrily at the person. Hyun came down and asked what happened. The master silently looked forward. Hyun asked worriedly what to do now. They didn't think that the hero would get into the dungeon. The man ordered to bring mana potions. Hyun backed away and asked how much. Donghyun looked at her angrily and said how much there was. The slime attacked the guy. He used freeze on them. He looked ahead sullenly. The Ice Witch constellation, stolen after killing Yubin, is a constellation specializing in enhancing ice attack skills. Kan-who looked at the system window. If he has hidden skills, he can easily catch all the slimes immune to physical attacks. He smiled and said that there was no one left except him. The king of slimes looked at him angrily and began to release projectiles. Kan-who made a dash, dodged the attacks, and touched the king's forehead with a knife, used a jump and tore his head into ice blocks. After winning, the guy picked up the crystal, and he looked at the obsidian stone with satisfaction. He said that this was only a mid-level boss, but it dropped a stone. This reward was better than he thought. The system reported that the hero stole the cutie skill and opened its description. Kan-who nervously read the description, but hoped that he could find a worthy use for it, but the fact that he would have to shout cutie. He walked forward. He looked ahead and froze. A cave with flowers opened up in front of him. Before that, he asked the old man if he could find out anything in this dungeon for him. Master K handed over a piece of paper and said that if he still got there, let him look for these plants. Kan-who looked at the list. The old man folded his hands together and said that a couple of years ago, foreign hunters discovered another dungeon of infinite mana. They were able to get in because such a huge amount of mana was not required to enter the dungeon. The old man said that among them there was a botanist and they say that he discovered plants growing inside the dungeon. Kan-who looked at the list and asked if all these plants could really be found there. Master K believed that due to the unique environment in this dungeon, rare herbs could grow. He smiled slyly and said that if the hero came across a plant called Violante, he should definitely collect it for him. He could not be sure that the dungeon he was going to would have the right environment for plants, but he asked to look just in case. Kan-who smiled. He had no reason to refuse the master. He read everything again and said that he could be trusted. Now he picked the first flower. He looked at it with satisfaction and said that the master's guess was correct. He picked another flower. His supplies were replenished, but he needed to look for the remaining plants. Something crawled out of the ground. Kanhu looked fearfully at the source of the rumble. A large stone turtle appeared in front of him. The flower he needed was blooming behind the hero. Other necessary plants were growing on the turtles. The animals surrounded the criminal. The monster's eyes glowed yellow. Kanhu smiled and said that he was grateful to the monsters for saving him from having to look for them. The old man poured tea. The brother took a cup. The old man said that he himself would not mind going into the dungeon. He looked at his brother and said that there were many rare medicinal plants there that could cure him. The man put the cup on the table and said that no plant could cure him because he knew his body better than anyone else. He thought about the hero. The master said that given the conditions for entering the dungeon, even that boy with his unusual injury would hardly be able to get in. He waved his hand in irritation. The master said that it was still better not to give up. The old man looked at his brother and said that the reason he sent that boy into the dungeon was not only for his health. The man asked if he was talking about Violante. The master frowned and said that the Purification Guild wanted to make a deal with him for him. Yuri was eavesdropping behind the wall. She curled her lips in anger. Meanwhile, the hero approached the dead turtle, crossed out the collected plants. He was attacked while he was thinking about the last plant. He turned around abruptly and dodged at the last moment. Kanhu looked nervously at the monster. He did not have a second of peace. The turtle looked at him and suddenly said that the hero did a good job of dodging the attack. Big, she raised her muzzle and screamed. The hero frowned. In front of him was the main boss. On his back, he saw the missing plants. The Lord of Life looked at the man and said that not only did he invade his domain, but he also encroached on his food. Kanhu got into a fighting stance. The turtle said that she would not let him escape. The hero smiled and said that this way he would only save time. He activated the soul seal. The dark-haired looked at his brother and asked, didn't he refuse the guild? There is no point in them looking for this plant. The old man threw up his hands and said that he was not going to do business with them and did not even know if it grew in this dungeon. He smiled and said that if the boy brought the plant, they could find out why the guild intended to get it. The plant grew on the boss. He attacked the hero with vines and said that he would nourish his soil with it. Kanhu dodged. He used acceleration and found himself in front of the boss's face. He smiled and said that first the boss would taste his weapon. The monster bared its teeth and growled. The turtle hit its head when the protagonist attacked it. Kanhu kicked off the spikes on its shell. The guy jumped back and landed behind his opponent. Turning around, the monster asked where he was going. The vines went after the young man. Using the skill, the rider dodged the attack and increased the distance. Squinting slyly, the boss said that he would never be able to penetrate his armor despite all the attacks. Frowning menacingly, the assassin realized that the effect of the crazy Palladium was coming to an end and that there was little time left before the side effects appeared. The turtle wanted to tear him apart. A huge wicker drill appeared on its shell. Smiling, the protagonist decided that it was time to end this fight. Sitting in a chair, Master K said that if he could really get Violante, then they would be able to find out what the Purification Guild was going to use him for. The old man assumed that the guild was afraid of someone. Crossing his arms over his chest, his patient remembered the men in uniform and asked if it wasn't obvious. Scratching his beard, his colleague explained that they used a mercenary and then got rid of him so that no one would know the route. Yuri was eavesdropping on the conversation from around the corner. The heroes assumed that this matter concerned some important item. The man decided that Shiwon and Guanhyun were to blame. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that her guess was correct. Putting his hand to his mouth, the stranger coughed. Traces of blood appeared on his hand. Master K asked if everything was okay. His patient waved his hand and replied that he was simply excited by these conversations. Taking a jar from his bosom, the old man said that his comrade came all this way in order to get treatment and realized that these conversations only tired him. After eating the contents of the can, the man said that this guy was certainly talented, but it would hardly be that easy. His colleague agreed and explained that finding Violante in the dungeon was half the battle, but breaking through Eclipse's people was already a problem. Donghyun put his glowing hand to the door. There were potion bottles scattered around. The magic under his hand dissipated. Frowning in displeasure, the man realized that he was unable to open this gate. Handing him the bottle, Hyoian said that this was the last mana potion, and said that she had bought up all the potions that were sold nearby. Director Eclipse silently looked at the bottle. The girl asked if they should continue to hold the defense. The commander gave her the bottle and answered in the negative. Surprised, raising her eyebrows, the girl asked if they really needed to retreat. The answer was again negative. Gritting his teeth furiously, Donghyun declared that their plans had changed and asked his colleague to gather all the guys. The protagonist was enveloped in waves of dark energy. Using Shadow Step, Kanhu summoned his copies around the monster to confuse it. The turtle swung his paw. The braided drill pierced one of the duplicates, destroying it. Looking at the enemy, the monster asked what he was planning. Hiding his limbs in his shell, the boss decided to use a rolling attack to tear the enemy apart. Rolling forward, the monster destroyed the copies one by one. Watching what was happening from the side, the original thought that such an attack could kill him. The turtle pushed off the ground and found itself in the air. Heading straight for the enemy, the monster wished him death. Kanhu swung his knife. Finding the best moment, the guy stabbed the knife into the ground. A glowing circle appeared. The monster's red eyes widened in fear. A vortex of dark energy rose right below him. A powerful aura emanated from under the guy's feet. He kicked off the ground and swung his blade, using the soul seal. His weapon was covered in a red haze. The turtle covered its head with its paw in horror. The youth plunged the knife straight into its stomach. The shell was broken, blood gushed out from the wound. The boss's head disintegrated into blue particles. The same thing happened with the fragments of his shell. The notification said that the user stole the skill Age of Barbarism from the target. Looking at it, the writer thought that the reward was quite good because this ability will help him easily endure the side effects. The assassin collected flowers from the monster's shell, among them was Violante. The loot evaporated from his hands. The protagonist decided that the dungeon of unlimited mana was a worthy place to risk. Hearing a strange sound, he looked up. Seeing many blue particles around him, Kanhu realized that the dungeon would soon disappear because the main boss was killed. The boy grinned and began to look forward to meeting Donghyun. The man lit a cigarette. The sniper raised his rifle. The Eclipse shooting team readied their weapons. The laser pointers were aimed at the door from which the writer was about to emerge. Holding a cigarette in his hand, the CEO ordered to wait for him to appear and shoot to kill. Smiling, Hyoin thought that her master looked like a hunter who had set his sights on his prey and was ready to catch it at any cost. Suddenly, the entrance to the dungeon of limitless mana lit up. The doors opened and someone came out. The lasers were pointing at the satisfied assassin. Smiling widely, the commander said that he had been waiting for him for a long time and ordered to open fire. The snipers began firing their rifles. Dozens of bullets went to the target. Cutie appeared in front of the protagonist. The bullets hit the protective barrier. The summoned creature absorbed all the bullets and closed its eyes. The shells fell out of it and hit the ground with a ringing sound. A system window with a description of the skill appeared in front of Kanhu. Looking at the slime, he thought that this ability could be used in various situations. Frowning, the sniper ordered his colleagues to attack with mana bullets. The soldiers began to reload their weapons. The monster shuddered in fear. Pushing one of the shooters, Donghyun ordered them to clear the way. Clenching a fist covered in energy, the man decided to deal with everything himself. He swung his fist. Powerful energy burst forward. Seeing it, Cutie opened his mouth in horror. The guy grinned and used teleportation. The executive director's pupils narrowed. The flow of energy destroyed the entrance to the dungeon. The stone walls began to crack. The villains saw only a crater from the explosion in front of them. Squinting, the commander called the situation interesting. He understood why he was obsessed with him, since he was such a desirable prey. Looking at him, Hyoin asked what they should do now. Looking ahead, Donghyun was silent for a while. Smiling madly, the man said that he would catch the enemy and turn him into a madman. A pillar of red energy appeared next to Yuri. An exhausted young man came out of it. The girl ran to him to help. Squeezing his eyes from the pain in his head, the writer realized that the side effects were starting to take effect and that he could have died if he had not increased his stamina. Taking his arm, the girl asked if he was okay. The assassin answered in the affirmative and added that he brought the necessary herbs, so he needed her grandfather. Frowning, Yuri said that she needed to tell him something first and offered to go up to her room. Sitting in front of the table with the loot, the protagonist learned about Violante's existence. Nodding, the girl explained that her grandfather had spoken about it with his guest. Imagining Master K looking lustfully at the flower, Kanhu realized that he had his own reason for finding this particular plant. Entering the room, the old man said that he had something to explain. Smiling, the man decided to talk about his granddaughter's guesses. Standing up, the girl asked if he really knew everything. The healer said that he knew everything that was happening in his house. Master K closed his eyes. His granddaughter blushed embarrassedly and asked for forgiveness. Waving his hand, the old man said that everything was fine. Approaching the boy, he explained that he had to hide some information about the Purification Guild in order to test him. The young man asked what the results of the test were. Folding his hands behind his back, the man announced that he had managed to pass the test. Taking Violante from the table, the healer was surprised that his comrade was able to clear the dungeon in just one day and bring back so much loot. Holding the flower in his hand, Master K said that he wanted to look into the reason why the Purification Guild wanted the plant so badly. The writer smirked and asked him to share the answer to that question. Standing outside, Yuri said that she would be staying here for a while to help her grandfather with his work. With a determined frown, the girl said that she wanted to know for herself what the Purification Guild was planning. Looking at her, the assassin was surprised that such a capable girl was caught eavesdropping and wondered how the old man knew about all of this. His eyes lit up, and the protagonist thought that the guest had caught his attention. Tracking the mana showed that there was no one in front of him except Yuri, including in the house. Pointing at herself, the girl asked if there was something wrong with her face. Kanhu waved it off and thought that he was being too careful. The boy smiled and said that it was time to go. The girl waved at him and asked him to call if he needed anything and to always reply to her messages. The car left the mansion. The stranger, surrounded by dark energy, thought that this man must have been another weakling. Sitting on the rock, the man thought that he was not as simple as he seemed. Grinning, he decided that it would be a lot of fun to follow this young man. Sitting in the car, the writer thought that now they would be able to find out about the connection between the Purification Guild and Violante, and that this was another step to destroying Shewin. A smile appeared on his face. Taking out his phone, the assassin decided to proceed to the next step. The villain smiled and summoned fire in his hand. A huge dungeon in which only 100 people could participate was called the Hell of Justice. The Purification Guild was recruiting to take part in the raid. The guildmaster stood in front of the flickering fire. In the novel, he had achieved a lot in this dungeon. The protagonist smirked, calling it absurd, and decided to become the fate of his antagonist. The car passed through the gorge. The blue sky was visible through the windows. Sitting at the desk, Shewin assumed that his guest was very tired after traveling such a long way. In front of him sat a former guild worker, Eclipse Sohai. Frowning, the girl suggested to leave all these formalities and get straight to the point. The guy was glad that she wanted to talk. The person standing behind the guest nodded. The guild employee left the office, slamming the door behind him. Handing over the tablet, the young man said that the huntress was watching this person. He needed information about him. Images of Kanhu appeared on the screen. Clasping his hands, the guildmaster promised to pay well, because they only work on fair terms. The woman smiled and said that she wanted only one thing. Remembering her ill wishers, so he grabbed her severed hand, dreaming of revenge. Squinting slyly, Shewin said that he really liked this arrangement. Looking at his colleague, the guy welcomed her to the Purification Guild. Pointing to the tablet, he offered to talk about this man. Frowning angrily, the girl said that, in her opinion, there was nothing special about him. The writer smiled. His speed was quite good. A vortex of dark energy swirled on the battlefield. The woman explained that for some reason the assassin was able to use skills inherent to mages, despite his class. Picking up the phone, the young man asked if he had managed to learn various skills thanks to spell books, and thought to himself that these were not ordinary skills, but certain abilities that boss monsters possess. The huntress explained with a sly smile that it was very difficult to escape his attacks. The guild leader narrowed his eyes and realized what was going on. He pressed the screen of his phone. Guanhan looked at the screen when he received a message. Putting the phone in his pocket, the man thought that he was very lucky. Getting up from his chair, Shewin decided to give the first official task to the new official member of the guild. She needed to clear the Hell of Justice dungeon and check the hunters on the list, so he picked up the tablet. Seeing the list, her eyes widened in surprise. Among the hunters on the list were the protagonist and Hyoian. Grinning, the girl promised not to disappoint her leader. The outskirts of Paju City, many people gathered in front of the entrance to the Hell of Justice dungeon. Looking around, Kanghu was glad that he got here without incident. The villain summoned a clot of energy in his hand. Hell of Justice is a huge raid dungeon that independent hunters and the Purification Guild are trying to clear. In the novel, the guild leader looked up and accidentally discovered a hidden reward. The protagonist was also hunting for it, so they clashed in a fight, but the character was defeated and barely escaped with his life. The guy stretched his shoulder, thinking that stealing the reward would provoke Shewin. Suddenly approaching him, Hyoian said that fate decided to bring them together again, because two coincidences cannot be accidental. The young man thanked her for her help. Folding his hands behind his back, the girl said that she wanted to repay him for saving her in Guangzhou. Clasping her hands in a lock, the woman asked if the assassin could protect her this time too. The writer silently looked down at her. He replied that she could rely on him. Hugging his arm, the huntress thanked him. Raising her eyebrows, Hyoian thought that she would kill him at the first opportunity, because to create a madman, only his body was needed. Frowning, the protagonist suggested going ahead. The heroes approached the entrance of the dungeon. Kanhu decided to enter first. Someone put his hand in front of him, blocking the passage. Pointing a finger at the portal, the man asked if the impudent man really thought that no one would notice how he wanted to take all the rewards from the dungeon for himself. The disgruntled stranger said that the killer's calling is not to stick out and inflict bleeding. The guy frowned discontentedly inside. It was dark in the tunnel. Waving a sheet of paper, the raid leader said that according to the Purification Guild, this dungeon does not pose much danger. The archer remembered that the Purification Guild would enter much later than their reconnaissance group. Grinning, the man realized that the reward would go to the one who gets to it first. After these words, the raid participants scattered in different directions. Putting his hand on his belt, the writer called their actions thoughtless. Guillotines appeared ahead. The stranger noticed that one of them was approaching her. At that moment, her body was decapitated, blood gushed out. The assassin and his acquaintance silently looked ahead. Some of the raid participants fell into a fiery trap. Sharp spears pierced the man's body. A huge battering ram pressed the hunter against the wall. Other guys fell into a trap and fell down a high cliff. Poisonous snakes bit the stranger. The skeleton lay in a pool of green liquid. People fought off the advancing monsters. Squinting, the protagonist sighed with displeasure. The guys opened their mouths in horror. Standing next to the high door, the survivors realized that within 2 hours almost all the raid participants had died. Trembling in fear, the man asked what kind of traps they were. His companion said that it didn't match up with the information they had given him and suggested that the Purification Guild was planning to kill them. Kang-Hu frowned sternly, thinking that was why they had organized a reconnaissance party. Looking to the side, he decided that breaking through the dungeon's traps was impossible without sacrifices, so the Purification Guild had hired people to die for them. Walking up to the dead man, the boy thought that he had to say that he wanted to go first so that the others would break through. The boy opened the doors. There was a long bridge ahead, lit by lanterns. The hunter's eyes widened in horror, and he said that he would not go there. His friend said that they didn't even know what awaited them. Looking back, the writer thought that they had a chance to bypass Shihwan because there was a back entrance leading to the reward and wanted to suggest that the survivors stay. Hyoian interrupted him and said that they would go on together. The assassin looked at her in surprise. Pointing at him with her hand, the girl said that the second group would arrive soon and asked the raid participants to go to a safe place to wait for her. The guys immediately ran back. Looking at her comrade, the woman said that they were left alone. The heroes walked along a gloomy corridor. The protagonist suggested that his friend come back. Smiling, the huntress reminded that he promised to protect her. Kang-Hu explained that he was also scared, covering his mouth with her hand. Hyoian asked him to just be there and promised to do anything. She pressed her whole body against him and hugged him. The guy asked if this was true. Smiling widely, the girl confirmed it. Red claws burst from her hand. Blood splashed onto the floor. The young man plunged a knife into the body of a shocked woman. Having taken it out, the writer asked her to say hello to Donghyun. The huntress clutched her wound and asked how he knew about it. The assassin explained that she had been too vulgar at the club. In the past, Hyoian had kissed him, which had caused him great doubt. Over time, doubt turned into certainty. The protagonist's eyes lit up. During the battle at the entrance to the Dungeon of Unlimited Mana, the girl stood behind the villain. Swinging a bloody knife, Kang-Hu declared that her charms would not work on the assassin. The woman bit her lower lip viciously. Red claws flashed above her hand. Sending a wave of red energy forward, the huntress ordered the enemy to shut up. Clumps of green plasma appeared on the floor. The guy frowned tensely. Hyoian asked if he really wanted to play. A constellation mark of dark nature appeared above her head. Rushing forward, the girl promised to tear off all the limbs of the enemy. The young man realized that her skill was the creation of highly active poison. He snapped his fingers and hoped she would take it gracefully. The woman smirked. Using a dash, the huntress approached the enemy closely. Putting his hands in front of him, the rider blocked her blow. Swinging his hand, Hyoian said that she had watched his fight with Sohee and knew all of his tricks. Her claws secreted green poison. The assassin doubted her words. His knife became covered in fire. The protagonist cut the air in front of him with his blade. The severed claws fell to the ground. The blade of the knife was right at the girl's throat. Squinting, Kang-Hu asked if she had seen this skill. The woman's eyes widened tensely, realizing that he was hiding a lot, and wondered how much his level had increased. Smirking, the guy said that he had high expectations for the Eclipse Assassin, but she was far from even Sohee. Using acceleration, the huntress released more claws. Using a quick dodge, the young man avoided the attack. Hearing a strange sound, he looked forward. Seeing footprints on the ground, the rider realized that Hyoian had escaped. Dust rose around him. The assassin stood motionless and looked forward. The girl crept up behind him and swung her hand. Her pupils reflected the enemy. Using mana tracking, the protagonist looked back and declared that he saw everything. Lunging forward, Kang-Hu struck. The woman stumbled back, blood dripping onto the floor. Clutching her head, she began to cough. Covering her face with her bloody hands, the huntress wondered how the enemy was able to notice her even with the stealth skill in effect. Through her fingers, Hyoian saw the enemy approaching and decided that she did not have time for this. The girl jumped down from the bridge. Thanks to the abduction ability, the guy's hand began to glow. A giant ghostly hand tried to catch the woman, but to no avail. Watching her go, the young man was upset that he couldn't appropriate such a good constellation. Looking down, the writer thought that he didn't have time to deal with the huntress because Shihwan was more important. The guild leader grabbed his injured shoulder. The Hell of Justice is a place where candidates undergo endless trials. The assassin frowned and looked ahead. In the novel, the villain was the only one who knew about the hidden reward. There was a whole mountain of corpses behind him. Seeing the source ahead, the protagonist remembered that the character in his novel went through many difficulties and proved that he was worthy of receiving the reward. Shiwon knelt before a bright cloud of energy. Something glowed in his hand. Kan-Hu grabbed the sparkling fire. Black liquid flowed through his fingers. The boy thought that he did not need to prove anything because he knew about the back entrance. The black liquid dripped onto the floor. Waves of dark energy enveloped the young man. Suddenly, a bright dome appeared around him. A notification informed that the user had obtained the hidden skill Black Moon Strike. Looking at it, the writer smiled. The system reported that this ability releases the energy of darkness. It was one of the 77 particularly powerful hidden skills. Shiwon summoned a cloud of red energy in his hand. Thanks to the synergy of skills, its destructive power doubled as it accumulated a charge. The guild leader attacked the monster, overcoming the side effects of the energy of darkness and using the Black Moon Strike as his special move. Looking at the cloud of aura, the assassin thought that this skill now belongs to him. A purple portal appeared in front of him. The protagonist decided that the humiliation that his sworn enemy would experience would not end there. Kan-Hu entered the rift. In the dark room, someone was sitting on the throne. A terrible monster burst out from under his clothes. It was a mid-level boss. A bright flash lit up the room, forcing the boy to cover his eyes with his hand. Looking away, he thought that this telepathic attack was impossible to avoid and decided to quickly end it and leave. Someone grabbed his leg. The young man looked down. With his crazy eyes wide, the dead man asked why he was the only one who survived. Finding himself in the same room with the writer, the corpses were outraged that their comrade did not save them, despite the fact that he had the strength. Spreading his arms, the assassin thought that this was much more unpleasant than it might seem. Looking at Aloes, the protagonist realized that he could not use the Black Moon Strike because otherwise his consciousness would become unstable. The monster's eye was filled with blood. Grabbing Kan-Hu by the hand, the dead accused him of destroying the world. Brushing them off, the boy realized that these were just memories from a novel. Trying not to fall into the clutches of the corpses, the young man decided that this was an ordinary illusion. The people rushed at him from all sides, screaming that their deaths were his fault. The writer summoned a knife in his hand. Seeing it, the dead opened their mouths in fear. Raising the blade above his head, the assassin declared that they were worthless. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder and asked if he really thought so and was not just trying to shift the blame onto others. The protagonist looked back and his eyes widened in shock. In his memories, the beaten schoolboy passed by him. His photo was surrounded by flowers at the funeral. Smiling nervously, the boy declared that Kan-Hu had left him to die twice and asked if he was worthless too. The boy clenched his teeth tensely. The dead man squeezed his hand on his shoulder. He managed to knock the young man to the ground. Pointing his finger at him, the ghost called him a disgusting person. The monsters pounced on the bewildered writer. The assassin, his mouth wide open, tried to justify himself. His pupils narrowed. The corpses called him a hypocrite. The man was typing the ending of the novel on the keyboard. Turning around, the double of the main character called him a coward. Clasping his hands, the doppelganger said that Kan-Hu was shaking, despite how calmly he read about how people die. The guy was sitting on the floor in front of him. The writer called himself his real personality. The young man was sitting at the computer. His novel made no sense. He was a loser who could not change anything. Negative comments appeared on the forum. The author had to constantly listen to all sorts of nasty things from people. The past incarnation of the main character was lying on the bed. Getting up from the chair, the double suggested that he himself regretted ending his novel the way he did. Extending his hand, the doppelganger suggested that he accept this reality as it is. His shadow turned into a monster. The clone said that it was time to return to his real self because he was tired of running away from reality. Kan-Hu lowered his gaze. Looking at the clone, the boy said that this was not his reality. Swinging a knife, the young man said that he had to rewrite the ending of his novel so that everything would end. Blood splattered in the room. The writer was kneeling in front of the boss. Having plunged the knife into his hand, the assassin was breathing heavily. The constellation devourer of fresh blood increased the chance of resistance to psychological attacks. Remembering how he had to fight with Yoni, the protagonist was surprised that he had to use this skill under such circumstances. The defender of the West fell to the ground. Kan-Hu took the knife out of his hand. Rising to his feet, he decided to deal with the enemy in one attack. Aloes directed his tentacles forward. Another wave of light energy washed over the guy. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that this monster could only attack psychologically. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The floor under him began to sink. Looking down, the writer realized that things were bad. He had to plunge the blade into his knee. Blood flowed from his leg and dripped onto the floor. The assassin found himself waist deep in the viscous liquid. Squinting in displeasure, he did not understand why the blood eater did not activate. The monster approached him. The protagonist looked at him in fear. The constellation promised to lend him its power only if he was freed from the dimension thief after the battle. Looking to the side, Kanhu realized that the fresh blood devourer wanted to escape from the control of another constellation. When the dimension thief was indignant, the devourer reminded that not only hunters compete, but also their constellations. Grinning, the guy agreed. Stuck in liquid up to his neck, the young man promised to free the constellation and thought that he had no other choice, because at the moment defeating the boss came first. The devourer called this owner's decision excellent. A wave of red energy crashed into the enemy's energy stream. The rider fell to one knee and lowered his head. He grinned, thinking that something devilish was going on here. The assassin stood up. Aloes looked at him in shock. The protagonist asked if the monster was done with its tricks. Kanhu swung his knife, deciding to kill it. The blade pierced right into the monster's eye. Numerous rescue requests from the Hell of Justice appeared on the screen. Holding a tablet, the guild member said that this was a list of all the rescue requests from the Vanguard. Guanhyun asked what they needed to do. Smiling, Shiwon replied that they needed to honor the noble death of their comrades. The members of the Purification Guild entered the dungeon. The dog bared its teeth. The man held several bloodhounds on a leash. Looking at his leader, the hunter said that the smell of fresh blood was coming from this path. The scoundrel suggested going ahead. Looking at the phone, so he thought about the guys and hoped that they would stay alive. Frowning menacingly, the girl wanted to kill them before someone from the Purification Guild did it. The woman scrolled through the list of requests. A malicious grin appeared on her face. The boss's body crumbled into blue particles. The guy's hands were bloody. The system reported that his darkness level was filling with collected death energy. Looking at the notification, the young man realized that the stronger the boss, the more death energy he had, so he would be able to use the Black Moon Strike. With a heavy sigh, the writer realized that he first needed to deal with the side effects. The Lord of the Wild was impressed by his courage. The Father of Music consoled him. The system reported that the user had stolen the telepath skill. An object appeared in place of the monster's body. The assassin picked up the scroll. It turned out to be a distorted contract. The protagonist looked away. A golden message appeared in front of him. The fresh blood devourer reminded him that it was time to fulfill his promise. Kanhu looked down. The dimension thief asked him not to react to this nonsense. Dust fell from the ceiling. Turning around, the guy realized that he had to hurry because the main boss would appear soon. The constellation asked him not to even think about escaping. Smiling, the young man said that he would keep his promise. He opened the contract. The writer left his signature in the lower corner. Showing the contract to the system, the assassin asked if he really just needed to rid the devourer of the dimension thief. Cracks appeared on the dungeon door. A powerful explosion knocked it out, tearing it into small pieces. Shiwon held out his hand in front of him, saying that they had arrived at the place. The bright moon was shining above the heads of the guild members. This was the last stage of the dungeon. Guanhyun looked at the dogs and noticed that there was nothing here, and hoped that his bloodhounds were on the right track. Suddenly, the dogs tucked their ears in fear. Suddenly, they began to bark at the raid leader. The boy asked what happened to them. The young man looked ahead. Someone's giant tentacles filled the sky. Taking a fighting stance, the guild leader said that this is what they needed. The main boss approached the squad. The commander ordered them to prepare their weapons. A ribbon of the western wind appeared on Shiwon's neck. Rising into the air, he said that he and his comrade would go forward and hope for support from the rear. The guild members prepared their weapons for battle, so he smiled slyly. Rising above Argus, the boy said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A fire ignited in his hand. Summoning a great scarlet flame above himself, the young man decided to see how much he could grow by defeating the main boss. Guanhyun looked back. Squinting, he noticed that Sohee had disappeared. Leaning on the rock, Hyoyeon realized that she had barely survived. Just before she hit the ground, red stingers grew out of her hand and protected her. The girl took out a mirror from her pocket. There was a huge cut on her cheek. The mirror fell to the ground and broke. Putting her hand on the wound, the woman declared that she would never forgive her enemy for this. Imagining Donghyun, she gritted her teeth and realized that she had to report to him about the situation and that the master would have to take action himself to catch this man. Picking up the phone, the huntress decided to take care of her life. A bright light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Smiling widely, Hyoyeon thought that it was a rescue team. Hearing a familiar voice, the girl frowned in fear. So he peeked out from around the corner and asked if her rival had disappeared into the depths of the tunnel like a rat. Seeing her, the girl spread her arms and released her long claws. The villain lit a fire in her hand and promised to roast her. The members of the Purification Guild attacked the main boss. Argus took on many fire projectiles. His eyes lit up. The monster rained down bright lightning on his opponents. Screams were heard. Guanhyun lowered the corners of his lips. The man found himself next to the enemy's paw. He determinedly knitted his eyebrows. With a dash, the villain struck the monster. Blood gushed out. A deep cut appeared on the main boss's paw. Shiwon frowned. A huge fireball fell on Argus. The guy turned around. Looking at his comrades, the young man asked if this was all they could do and asked where Sohee was. Looking up, Gwanhyun replied that the girl had run away as soon as the battle began and asked if he should go look for her. Turning away, the guild leader replied that she couldn't have gone far. Summoning a cloud of energy on his fingertip, the raid leader stated that it would make up for the lack of firepower. Dark energy swirled around him. Looking back, the man ordered the others to back away because if they weren't careful, they would fall into a trap. One of the guild members noticed that there was a huge amount of darkness contained in this attack. The brunette asked if it was possible to use it like that. The guild member asked what would happen with the side effects. Smiling, the scoundrel replied that it would be fine because his colleague was special. Shiwon pointed his finger forward. It turned out that his constellation neutralized all side effects from using darkness magic. Watching them from the cliff, the protagonist noticed that his enemy had written a lot. Hieroglyphs appeared on the paper. Having drawn something on the contract, Kanhu decided to recoup. The system reported that this artifact determines the target's constellation and forcibly exchanges it for the user's constellation. The devourer of fresh blood asked what was going on. Grinning, the guy replied that he wanted to fulfill his promise. Frowning, he recalled that the constellation did not say how exactly it wanted to be freed. Remembering how lightning flashed through Aloz's body, the young man thought that this particular battle was so important because it dropped the best item of fighting spirit, which was even able to control constellations. Many indignant messages from different constellations appeared in front of him. The Dimension Thief realized that its owner had come up with this plan from the very beginning, since he would not tolerate such rudeness towards himself. The writer smiled. The constellations used their holy power to give him positive effects. The fresh blood eater tried to negotiate with him, promising to provide him with his power in a timely manner. The assassin grinned slyly and said that he didn't need it. It turned out that telepathy increases resistance to psychological attacks. Pointing his finger at the contract, the protagonist explained that after stealing Aloz's skills, he had a better ability. A magic circle appeared in front of the hieroglyphs. Kanhu threw the contract into the abyss. The system reported that the contract with the fresh blood eater was terminated. Blood dripped onto the stone floor. Shiwon put his hand to his mouth. The scoundrel looked up when the system reported that the contract with the pure darkness guide constellation was terminated. The guy looked down. Now his enemy's constellation had entered into a contract with him. A cloud of dark energy appeared in his hand. Information about the previous owners was blocked. Information about the Fresh Blood Eater constellation appeared in front of the head of the Purification Guild. Seeing the ball of red energy in front of him, the villain realized that he could no longer control the darkness. The guild member realized that something had gone wrong. Gwanhyun asked with his mouth wide open what was going on. The main boss reached out to grab his opponent. Shiwon was trapped in the streams of dark energy. Argus opened his mouth. Hundreds of sharp teeth appeared in front of the villain. The guy's eyes turned black. Blood red energy filled the entire space around. At this time, Sohee came out from behind the corner of the tunnel and bumped into her opponent. She put her hand on her belt. In front of her was the injured Hyoyeon. The girl summoned a bright flame in her hand. The fire lit up the frightened girl's face. She had to jump off the ground. With a dash, Donghyun's assistant dodged the attack and wondered why her enemy was wearing the uniform of the Purification Guild. Grinning, the woman used the spell again. The huntress turned around. A wave of fire hit the wall right above her head. The red scales protected her shoulder. Hyoyeon realized that she had no mana left to block the attacks, so he spread her fiery arms and suggested that she run a little longer so that she could enjoy the hunt. The girl began to run. Her legs trembled. The girl put her hand to her injured shoulder. As she left the cave, she thought that this was a real mockery. Smiling, the woman realized that she should report what was happening to her master, and then she would definitely be generously rewarded. Suddenly, the huntress looked to the side. A giant sphere of dark energy appeared right above her. Gritting her teeth in fear, Hyoyeon asked what it was. A bright flame appeared behind her, so he approached her with lightning speed. The girl pierced her opponent's chest with her hand, declaring that the prey must never let down their guard. Her hand was covered in fire. Squinting, the woman declared that Donghyun would soon join her, but she would be the first to go to hell. Karmic fire enveloped the girl's body. The brooch on her shirt sparkled. Hyoyeon's charred body fell to the ground. The huntress clenched her fist resolutely, so he waved her hand and turned away. An incredible world of dungeon rocks opened up before her. Standing on a ledge, the protagonist read the system notifications. The constellations that had made a contract with him expressed surprise. Hundreds of stars shone in the sky above him. The novel daily records of a villain who became a savior was a work in the Munchkin genre. Shiwon rose above the mountain of corpses. He managed to achieve success not through honest efforts, but at the expense of other people's sacrifices. The Pure Darkness Seeker constellation was interested in the new owner. Smiling, Kanhu thought that no one had ever taken anything from the villain, so this would inevitably feel like a big shock. The guild leader sat silently on one knee. Gwanhyun ran up to him and asked what happened. Gritting his teeth angrily, the boy said that his constellation was stolen. The man asked how this was possible. Frowning menacingly, the young man added that some trash was planted on him instead. The fresh blood eater called him cruel. Shiwon stood up. His comrade assumed that so he was to blame for everything, and said that he had a bad feeling about her. Stepping forward, the villain decided to take their reward first. At this time, the protagonist watched them from above. The guild leader said that they could not do anything about the losses, so they needed to save at least the reward. The dimension thief thought it was very humiliating and suggested that the owner take the reward for himself. Smiling, Kanhu replied that there was no need. A notification about increasing the level by 1 point appeared in front of the shocked Shiwon. The villain clenched his fist in irritation. The guy explained that if you defeat the boss, you can only get experience points. The constellation called him smart. The young man decided to return to the entrance of the dungeon. His body disintegrated into red particles. A post about the disaster in the Hell of Justice appeared on the forum. In the photo, Gwanhyun took his comrade by the arm to help. The Purification Guild promised to compensate for all losses. A recording from the emergency press conference organized by the guild appeared on the street screen. Imagining how people were torn to pieces, Shiwon said that there were traps everywhere in the Hell of Justice. Remembering how Argus loomed over them, the villain thanked all the hunters who were with them and those who helped them get to the main boss. The guild leader clenched his fist in front of the microphone. Frowning menacingly, he said that right during the battle, the boss used a self-destruct skill that could destroy everything around. Gwanhyun put his hand on his shoulder. The guy said that they tried to save all the participants of the raid, but their strength was not enough. Squinting, the man said that if it were not for his friend, then everyone who was in the dungeon would have died, so saving even 20 people was a real miracle. Clasping her hands, a resident of the city asked how it was possible to save dozens of people from situations when his own life was in danger. A passerby concluded that this young man was a real hero. Looking at the street screen, the main character thought that his sworn enemy turned the murders of all these people to his advantage. Shiwon raised his hand and declared that the Hell of Justice would be conquered for the glory of all the fallen hunters. Someone watched him from the corner. The villain said that he did not want his comrades to die in vain. Two strangers walked onto the stage. The press center staff opened their mouths in shock. The leader of the Fortuna Guild and the vice leader of the largest guild in China smiled. Squinting slyly, the guy said that the Purification Guild would join forces with foreign guilds to challenge the Hell of Justice and promised to compensate all the victims and the residents of Seoul. Spreading his arms, the young man declared that this alliance would exist for a long time and promised to conquer the most difficult dungeons in the world. The audience applauded. Looking around, the protagonist thought that the enemy had decided to recruit 13 star partners for himself and was surprised that he managed to turn his failure into an opportunity. Shiwon raised his hand and smirked. Stopping him was quite a task. Donghyun was watching the press conference on TV. A voice was heard from behind the door. The man frowned and gave the guest permission to enter. The man with the suitcase entered the office and reported that the Purification Guild managed to save a couple of people. Standing up, the CEO asked if his subordinate was able to take care of everything. The guy replied that he had a small problem. In the suitcase was Hyoen's charred body. The young man explained that he would not have been able to find her if it were not for her brooch. The commander took the jewelry from her shirt. Closing the suitcase, the employee asked if he should move the body to the camp. Donghyun answered no. Waving his hand, the man asked the subordinate to throw the body away. The CEO connected the cable to the brooch. The TV turned on. The commander decided to see what Hyoen gave her life for. An image of the main character appeared on the screen. The scoundrel smirked and listened to his conversation with the girl. Seeing something, his eyes widened in shock. A dark sphere of Argus appeared on the screen. Shiwon opened his mouth in horror. A black haze covered his eyes. The recording stopped and the screen went dark. Smiling, Donghyun realized that the guild leader, not the main boss, had carried out the massacre. Looking at his hand, the man realized that he could make good money from this. A recording from the scene appeared on the tablet. The CEO of Eclipse ordered the competitor to transfer 10 billion a month to this account. The guy sat in his chair. The commander said that otherwise, this video would immediately fall into the hands of the media. Grinning, the young man decided that 10 billion a month for someone's silence was not that much. Guildmaster Eclipse opened his mouth wide and said that he did not give his deputy such an order. Raising his hand, the man said that his guild was created to mine mana crystals in Korea. The voice from the phone on the table asked for some time to settle this conflict. Shiwon said that everything was fine. Crossing his arms over his chest, the villain explained that if a dog dared to bite its owner, then it did not deserve mercy and should be sent to the slaughterhouse. The head of the Purification Guild realized that his colleague had nothing to do with this and advised him to step aside. Lowering his head, the man agreed. The guy poked at the phone screen and ended the call. Leaning back in his chair, he thought that he had too many problems. The young man remembered how a notification appeared in front of him saying that the true Black Truth Seeker had left him. Imagining Sohee and Donghyun smirking, Shiwon decided that the author of this tape was a girl and that after this incident, the CEO of Eclipse began to blackmail him, so they needed to recruit the woman and make her a double spy. Gritting his teeth, the scoundrel thought that the true black truth seeker had been their target from the beginning. Gwanhyun walked into the office and asked how he was doing. The guild leader asked if he had managed to get what they asked for. The man opened a box with small bottles. It turned out that they contained a potion from Violante. A golden liquid was dripping from the flower. These potions were able to temporarily stabilize the side effect of the shadow power. Taking the box in his hands, the guy asked why there were so few of them. Because they had already started producing them a long time ago, the hunter said that it was due to the rarity of the raw materials themselves. In the past, Minseong lowered his head. Master K refused to trade with the Purification Guild, so they only wasted time. Frowning furiously, Gwanhyun suggested that they seal the power of darkness at least for now, because this potion is not yet complete and the leader may quickly develop resistance to its effect. Taking the bottle in his hands, Shiwon said that he should not show his weaknesses. Squeezing the potion in his hand, the villain menacingly declared that the whole world revolves around him, so it will not take long to get rid of the side effects. Putting the bottle on the table, the guild leader said that he was going to participate in a joint expedition with the Shinto Guild because at times like these, he needs to emphasize to everyone that he is okay. Looking up, the guy asked how things were going with Eclipse. The man reported that his subordinate was tracking Sohee and should be back in a couple of days. Gritting his teeth, he said that he wanted to deal with Donghyun. The young man asked him to take his time so as not to attract public attention, and suggested leaving Eclipse to people of their level. White clouds floated above Deechin. Yeren smiled and said that after the last press conference of the Purification Guild, the situation among the national hunters began to change drastically. There were several arrows from the guild crest. OOB took over the security of the neglected areas. Someone must have provoked them. Donghyun raised his hand over the prisoners with pickaxes. OOB decided to first take on the person involved in human trafficking and slave labor exploitation. The girl crossed her arms and asked if her comrade could keep up with her. The protagonist explained that after her words, he got the impression that they almost had Eclipse pinned down. Seon and Seung stood behind him. Kanhu asked why the mercenary leader called them. There were arrows from different guilds heading towards the Eclipse Guild. The woman said that OOB had indeed sent several of their groups to Deechin, which had almost managed to corner the enemy. There were people with weapons in front of Donghyun. After he had settled in the Chinmyeon detention center in his last base, the situation had changed. Many corpses were lying on the ground. The detention center turned out to be a much more impregnable place than they had expected. Black Lion, whose group had gone inside first, had lost his fighters and decided to retreat. Putting her hands on her hips, Yeren explained that the next attack would be led by Blue Eyes and that the specialists who were currently right there would also participate in it. Leaning towards the guy, she invited him to join her ranks. He realized that the time had finally come to deal with Donghyun. There were huge magic circles flickering around Shiwon. In the novel, even though the Eclipse Guild was in a hostile relationship with the Purification Guild, they were killed by a single villain. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man decided that he needed to focus on Donghyun, and then asked Dohan about the state of OOB. Imagining the interaction of the guilds in the form of a diagram, the writer made a decision. Grinning, he said that he would infiltrate the isolation room while Blue Eyes distracted Eclipse. The girl admired how her comrade got straight to the point. Taking off his mask, Seon refused. The heroes looked at him in surprise. The man said that it was impossible to get into the isolation room. Putting her hand on her belt, the woman reminded him that her friend was the only one who managed to escape from there. Frowning, Seon said that after his escape, they strengthened security. There was barbed wire at Mount Chingmyeong. Eclipse had set up a huge number of traps there, so it was simply impossible to get to the detention center. The men in black glasses folded their hands behind their backs. They were in front with their leader. Looking at the assassin, the mercenary called him a symbol of the fight against Eclipse and explained that therefore they could not just let him return to the detention center. The protagonist gave him a stern look and remained silent. Closing his eyes, Kanghu asked if they were really that afraid. Standing in front of his comrades, he said that they would never be able to defeat the villain if they continued to hesitate, even though the opportunity was right under their noses. Remembering the dozens of hands that tried to grab him, the guy explained that he wanted to return to that detention center because his goal was to renounce the past that had been ignored all this time and to take revenge. Looking at the girl, the young man said that he would go there even if they refused, and added that only those who were truly ready for it should go with him. The girl looked down. Seeing said that there was one way to get in there. Seon frowned menacingly. He said that it was too dangerous. Opening her mouth wide, the woman said that this could be their last chance. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, she said that she would do it no matter what because she also had the right to revenge on Donghyun. Scratching his cheek, the man suggested doing it together. Looking at him, Yeren asked what kind of method it was. The mercenary replied that this passage could only be used once and added that he planned to save this plan in case of a 100% victory. Introducing a man in uniform, Seiyun said that they had their own man in the Chinmyong detention center. He waved his hand and explained that the main problems would arise once they were inside, because with one assassin and 2 snipers they wouldn't be able to get close to the villain. The girl scratched her chin thoughtfully, imagining a team of hunters around him. The man said that they needed a buffer to support them from the rear, a mage capable of performing long-range attacks, and a warrior to act as the vanguard. Smiling, the woman said that she would be the mage and offered to take some of her guys. The protagonist refused this idea because she would need to coordinate them from the outside. Picking up the phone, Kang-woo said that he knew a couple of people who would be great for this job. The screen of the phone lying on the table lit up. Holding it to his ear, Hyun-seok asked how his friend was doing. Looking away, the guy offered to get straight to the point and asked to lend him Dong-yi for a while. The man frowned and asked why he needed his subordinate. The young man explained that he needed the boy's strength to settle a score with someone. Seiyun's mouth dropped open in surprise as the writer explained that things would get much more complicated if the Abyss were to act, and suggested sending someone else. The Abyss commander looked down and said that it sounded dangerous, and the writer said that he would guarantee his nephew's safety. Hyun-seok closed his eyes. Smiling widely, he agreed and promised to send another person who could be useful. The man wished his friend a successful revenge, and the assassin smiled and thanked him. Putting his hands on the table, Dong-yi asked what they had been talking about, and the commander asked him to invite Sang-yi to his office. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, hearing that they would be going on a small expedition. Smiling widely, Yuri asked how her friend was doing. Standing at the dining table, the girl heard the protagonist's interest in studying Violante and said that she would pass the phone to her grandfather. Kang-woo frowned decisively and explained that there was no need for that because he had one request specifically for her. The woman blushed happily when she heard that her comrade needed help. Someone was tapping a finger on the table. Dong-hyun held the phone to his ear. Frowning menacingly, he waited for the person to pick up the phone. The stranger asked what was wrong with his lips down. The man opened his mouth in anger and asked why he couldn't get through and how long his colleague was going to sit idly by. The CEO of Eclipse said that his personal intervention was necessary here, otherwise they would die. The stranger was sitting in a chair. Hearing the offer to die, the commander's eyes widened in shock and asked what that meant. Looking at the screen, he furiously asked if the leader was really going to abandon their organization. Walking up to the window, the man said that he should have thought twice before getting involved with these people. Dong-hyun asked if his boss had gotten involved with Siwon to save himself. The man smirked and said that it was the other way around. Looking at his reflection in the glass, the guild leader explained that Eclipse and the Chinmyong Isolation Center only existed because of Siwon. Hearing that he would have to act as the Eclipse guild master, the CEO's brows furiously furrowed. Grabbing the back of his chair, the commander said that he didn't care at all about what the Purification guild leader had done for him. Lowering his head, he added that he didn't even know his boss's true identity. Gritting his teeth in anger, Dong-han promised to find him and kill him if he managed to survive. Raising his hand with the phone, Casey wished him luck. The man clutched the phone in his hand and broke it. Placing his hand on the table, the CEO called on his enemies to be prepared to sacrifice their own lives if they wanted to kill him so badly. A video loading bar appeared on the monitor. The commander decided to deal with Siwon first. Yuri lowered her head, looking at her phone. Gritting her teeth, the guest asked if Kang-woo was really asking for help to deal with some small-time criminal organization. Getting up from the table, the man decided to go there personally to talk to this newcomer. Master K asked him to concentrate on his recovery and said that his granddaughter would make a decision herself. Looking at her, the old man asked what she thought and said that this matter looked extremely dangerous. Looking back, the girl replied that she would go there. In the past, she and the protagonist were sitting on the ground. The woman remembered that the guy helped her return to the real world from the zero mark. Hearing that without him, they would not have been able to meet, the men smiled. Clenching her fist, the huntress said that she wanted to repay her friend for saving her. The healer raised the cup to his mouth. He placed her on the table and said that in that case their family simply had to support her. Master K stood up from the table and asked his granddaughter to follow him. The heroes went out into the backyard. Yuri's mouth dropped open in shock at the sight. The old man said that it was the least he could do for the one who helped him reunite with his granddaughter. There were many different plants growing in the warehouse. The man said that the girl could take anything. The protagonist pressed the screen of his phone. Smiling, Kang-woo thought that he could count on the help of his friends, who were simply perfect for this matter. Putting the phone in his pocket, the guy said that their group was now fully staffed. Si Hyan asked if it was really that Hyun-seok from the Abyss. The young man added that Master K was the largest supplier of herbs in the entire country. Scratching his cheek, the man thought that he had been thinking about losing all this time. In the past, Dong-hyun clenched his fist when the hunter pointed his bow at him. While Si-yeon tried to save her comrade, the mercenary realized that he kept losing people who shared his views. Smiling widely, he decided that they could actually reach the head of Eclipse and deal with him. Yerin crossed her arms over her chest, noting that everything was ready, and suggested that they move on to discussing the plan. The writer nodded after looking at her. A preview of the video from the dungeon appeared on the screen, and people in the comments decided that it was a normal montage. Biting his lower lip angrily, the villain wondered why no one had reacted to this video that had spread across all platforms. Looking at the message that his post had been deleted, Donghyun could not believe that the enemy could even control public opinion. Imagining Siwon, the man covered his face and thought that his opponent was too powerful. With his crazy eyes widening, he realized that there was no turning back. Grinning, the head of the Eclipse Guild decided that he could only move forward. Someone ran into his office. With his mouth wide open, the soldier shouted that they were in trouble. The Blue Eyes flag was fluttering in the air. An employee shouted that the enemy was gathering in front of the main entrance, and many cars were driving along the road. Yerin said that it was time for a show, clutching a stream of energy in her hand, and suggested that her comrades make sure that the enemy noticed them. A wave of green energy flew over the cars. The soldiers ran forward to hold a general assembly. Donghyun stepped out on the platform in front of them and shouted that it was time to work. The warriors stood in orderly rows, and the man said that after the people from Black Lion, they had an opportunity to crush the Blue Eyes members. Raising his hand, the enraged leader of Eclipse explained that the minimum number of personnel should remain inside and that the rest should go to protect the main gate. Hearing that whoever brought him Yerin's head would be promoted to the level of a leader, the soldiers rushed forward. The warrior frowned sternly. He managed to hide in a dark alley while his colleagues were eager to become a leader. The man stepped forward. He approached the wooden boxes. The spy pushed one of them aside. There was a secret passage behind the box. The soldier reported that all nearby surveillance cameras were turned off. Someone came out of the tunnel. The protagonist's team found themselves in enemy territory. Kan, who looked ahead and smiled. Seeing a poster with the Eclipse symbol in front of him, the guy said that nothing had changed here. The light was on in the corridor. Footsteps were heard. Walking forward, Donghyun thought that no matter how many hunters were on their side, against the forces of the Blue Eyes, they could only buy themselves time. Approaching the door with the sign Forbidden Zone, the man realized that he needed to hurry. He entered the code on the lock, so he came out from around the corner. Gritting her teeth angrily, she noticed her enemy. The young man suggested starting the hunt. The rest of the squad stood behind him. A fire started on the battlefield. The soldiers were not going to let the enemy go further. The man in the hood repelled the enemy's blow. Suddenly, another warrior pierced him with a sword. The mercenary fell to his knees. Standing in front of his dead body, the overseer decided that there was no one worthy among them. His comrade suggested catching Aaron before someone intercepted her. Suddenly, a foggy pursuer sat on his shoulder. The man looked at him in surprise. At the same moment, green marks appeared in front of the soldiers. A wave of green energy rushed over the battlefield. The warriors' eyes widened in fear. Enemy shells left cuts on the bodies of the villains. Many of them were killed. Hiding, the soldier tried to understand where the shooting was coming from. He decided that they would not be able to withstand magical attacks. Someone approached him and asked if they really thought they could defeat them with numbers. Stretching out her hand, Aaron said that the enemy could bring as many people here as they wanted. Grinning, the girl added that she had a lot of mana. Covering his face with his hand, the warrior screamed in fear. Looking at the waves of green energy, the protagonist realized that it was his girlfriend who had done it. Kan, who pushed his cap down on his forehead. Looking at his comrades, the guy said that it was time to move. There were dead prisoners lying on the floor of the building. The guys looked around, finding no excuse for what was happening. The guard kicked the body of a dead prisoner. The workers were cleaning up the crime scene. Looking at her hands, Yuri said that she needed healing herbs because these people were seriously injured. The young man asked her not to even try to help them, because this was the norm in the detention center. Gritting his teeth, Dong said that they could not just ignore them. The guards were filming the abuse on their phones. The writer asked his friend to keep a low profile, because otherwise they would have to deal with all these soldiers. Looking ahead, the assassin added that they needed to kill Donghyun to save all these people, so they shouldn't let their sympathy ruin everything they've done. The girl nodded. The protagonist looked at the other overseer. He frowned. A while ago, with his hands in his pockets, Kangoo asked if the insider was trustworthy. Seiyan explained that the man would do all the work honestly if he was paid. Seiyan added that she would kill him if she saw even a hint of betrayal. Kangoo looked up. There was a flash on the roof of the building. It turned out that snipers were hiding there. The girl asked her friend to rely on them. Someone approached the guy. Swinging his baton, the man asked why they were walking so slowly. Pointing his weapon at the prisoners, he reminded them that they were told to gather all the workers at the main gate. The young man explained that he brought the guys who were on work shift. The guard gritted his teeth and looked ahead in disbelief. Donj frowned silently. The guard smirked and asked why he was looking at him so strangely, deciding to teach him a lesson. The writer shuddered in fear. Approaching the boy, the soldier asked how the prisoner dared to look him in the eye. The member of the abyss closed his eyes and pursed his lips. Sammy protected him by taking the blow. Looking menacingly at the man, the girl asked what he was thinking. Swinging his baton again, the guard asked who she was to be so impudent. Putting a hand on his shoulder, his colleague suggested that they not waste time on this. The girl's shirt was numbered 2024. The guard narrowed his eyes angrily and promised to remember it. Looming over her, the man promised to show her helplessness. Pushing her with his shoulder, the soldier ordered the prisoners to disappear. Another guard approached the woman and called out to her. He grabbed her by the collar. The guard raised the huntress in front of him and remembered something. The man said that he had killed a prisoner with the same number just yesterday. His eyes narrowed angrily. Hangul trembled when he was asked to explain what was going on here. The sniper aimed his sights at him before the spy could say anything. At that moment, a bullet flew into the soldier's forehead. Taking advantage of the moment, Sangmi kicked the scoundrel with her knee. Seeing asked her comrade for help. Sihyun pulled the bowstring. The guards took a fighting stance. The girls rushed into battle. A cloud of energy appeared in Yuri's hands. They managed to destroy their opponents rather quickly. Taking off his cap, the protagonist realized that he had no choice. Seeing a crowd of guards in front of him, Kanhu decided to restore order here. Someone came down the stairs, so he was heading to the basement. Looking around, she realized that she had not seen this place before. Raising her head, the girl smelled medicine and blood. Approaching the dark passage, the woman wondered what Donghyun was planning. The huntress smirked, wanting to see his reaction to his secret hideout being discovered. Suddenly, the man approached her from the darkness and swung his hand, so he was able to block his blow, holding her prosthetic arm in front of her. The powerful blow sent her body flying backwards. Guildmaster Eclipse smiled and asked if she really thought he wouldn't notice. The girl looked up and frowned furiously. Throwing a fireball at her, the woman asked why her colleague had abandoned her. The huntress rushed forward and shouted that she had dedicated her entire life to him. Grabbing her by the collar, the commander claimed that she was under his wing only because she seemed useful to him. Throwing her to the floor, Donghyun explained that he only left her because she had lost her value in his eyes. The man stepped on her prosthetic leg. Pinning her to the floor, Guildmaster Eclipse asked if she had come all this way just to hear those words. So he grabbed his hand and answered in the affirmative. The girl burst into tears and said that she had. Bright flames enveloped the commander's body. His eyes widened in horror. His charred body fell to the floor. Crouching next to him, the woman thought that if the enemy had come down here during an emergency, there must be something very important hidden here. Lighting her way with fire, the huntress decided to burn this place down so that the enemies would all go to hell together. Silhouettes of people were visible in the glass flasks, so he looked forward in shock. She asked what the villain was doing. Donghyun swung his fist behind her. At this time, the soldiers with machine guns continued to hold back the onslaught of the enemy. The protagonist made a dash and got close to them. Putting his hand in front of him, Donghyun used the skill enhancement. Kanhu's body was covered in a blue haze. He rushed forward, slit the throats of several guards. The guy bounced off the ground. He managed to destroy 3 enemies at once, who surrounded him. Swinging a sledgehammer, the overseer ordered his colleagues to grab him. Using the transfer door, the young man opened a portal behind their backs. Breaking out of it, the writer swung his knife. Running along the platform, the assassin killed several more opponents. Smiling, he thought that his girlfriend's skills were perfect for his fighting style. Maintaining the power of the spell, Yuri looked at him with a smile. Seung and Seung continued to fire. The heroes managed to mortally wound a group of soldiers. Sanmi swung her sword. The girl cut the opponents in half. The protagonist came out of the portal. The whole team stood in front of him. Grasping his wound, the guard cursed the villain. Clutching the axe in his hands, the overseer was surprised that a couple of cuts had such a terrible effect. His comrade could not believe that Kanhu dealt with them so easily. The men ran out onto the platform to continue the fight. The guy stretched his hand forward. The woman realized that he was going to repeat the move. Snapping his fingers, the young man declared that this time everything would be much cooler. After using the blood burn, the enemies opened their mouths in horror. Blood gushed from their bodies. Heartbreaking screams were heard. The guard raised his head and rolled his eyes. Blood spurted from his mouth. Smiling happily, the huntress thought that her friend really looked more like a mage than a killer. Someone had stepped in a pool of blood. Entering the building, Si-hyun was surprised that they had actually managed to deal with those overseers. Looking around, the writer asked how things were outside. Closing his eyes, the man replied that everything was bad. 3 arrows led to one building. The Eclipse hunters at the main entrance were giving way to the Blue Eyes mercenaries and were heading here, and guards from other buildings were also sent to protect this place. Putting his hand to his chin, the assassin realized that they still did not know Donghyun's location. The ground beneath his feet shook. Looking down, the protagonist used mana tracking. A powerful explosion of energy was heard from the floor below. Grabbing Yuri, Kanhu ordered everyone to step aside. The floor beneath the team members' feet began to collapse. A giant fiery whirlwind burst out of the building. A hole formed in the ceiling. The boy looked through the hole in the floor. Frowning, he realized that they would have died if not for the mana tracking. The girl thanked him for saving her. Seon crouched down next to the injured Seon and asked why he needed to cover her. Rushing towards them, the woman asked if he was okay. Grabbing his shoulder, the man explained that it was Sohee's fire dragon and Donghyun's hurricane fist, which led to the conclusion that they were somewhere below. Looking through the hole, the boy realized that the Chinmyong isolation facility had underground floors that were not indicated on the floor plan, and assumed that his subconscious was to blame. Looking at his comrades, the writer asked them to block the remaining forces of Eclipse and then team up with the Blue Eyes mercenaries. Frowning, the assassin said that he would go after the villain alone. With his mouth wide open, Donnie stated that it would be safer for everyone to go there together. The protagonist reminded him that enemy reinforcements were heading there right now, so they needed to take care of the wounded man. The boys looked at him carefully. Kanhu said that the enemy was not so weak that they needed reinforcements, and decided to leave the showdown with Eclipse and the release of the prisoners to his friends. Frowning, Seon explained that it was extremely dangerous to go there alone and that he needed to take at least someone with him. Yuri asked if her friend wanted them to take care of the rest. Holding out her hands, the girl gave him a wild silasium tablet that she had borrowed from her grandfather. With a determined frown, the woman asked her comrade to use it only in case of emergency. Clenching the tablet in his fist, the guy noticed that his friend called him by his real name and concluded that the huntress heard the guards calling him. Looking down, the boy remembered his enemies and explained that he had to use an alias to hide from Eclipse, but now it was time to end their unhealthy relationship. Frowning in frustration, Yuri realized that they had a lot in common. Smiling, she bid him farewell. Looking happily at their leader, the team wished him luck and asked him to tell them his story upon his return. The writer looked back, holding a pill in his hand. The next moment, he jumped off the cliff. The assassin landed on his feet. Wiping his chin, he thought that it was quite hot and he could not see anything. A silhouette of a person was visible in front of him. Thinking that it was Donghyun, the protagonist summoned a knife in his hand. Enraged, so he ran out of the smoke towards him. The girl extended her hand forward. She grabbed the enemy by the shirt. Approaching him closely, the woman frowned furiously. Suddenly, her grip weakened. The huntress lowered her head and lost consciousness. Her body fell to the ground. There was a huge burn on her back. Kanhu realized that she was dead. Squinting, he concluded that he and the head of Eclipse had some kind of internal conflict. The dimension robber said that they would not be able to take her power. The guy smirked and said that it was not so bad. Seeing the villain in front of him, the young man said that he had another goal. His eyes turned blue. In front of him was a level 500 fighter who had made a contract with 4 constellations. Donghyun smirked. His constellations increased his strength and maneuverability and reduced his sensitivity to pain. He clenched his fist. The writer decided that all his skills were great for battle. A gust of wind raised dust into the air. Stepping forward, the man was surprised that in addition to the people from the Blue Eyes, his sworn enemy was also here. Seeing something, the assassin's eyes widened in shock. Pointing at the capsule with the monster, the head of the Eclipse Guild explained that this was madness. After the events of the Doomsday, the world began to rely only on the law of the strong. Standing in ruins, the commander raised the girl in front of him. She grabbed his hand, trying to free herself. In this life, only those who are able to overcome their weaknesses achieve power. The woman clenched her teeth. Those who stopped at what they had achieved sooner or later met their end. Someone punched the capsule. The girl was locked inside. With proper treatment, even the weak could be useful. Standing surrounded by similar capsules, Donghyun explained that the first step to survival is to cast aside your humanity. The protagonist realized what his enemy did to the kidnapped hunters. Knocking his finger on the glass, the man explained that he turned weaklings into useful workers. Taking the pill in his teeth, Kanhu thought that he probably had low resistance to magic, given his class in constellations. At that moment, the boy rushed forward. A dark haze covered the villain's eyes. Using Shadow Tread, the young man sent his clones forward, realizing that he needed to stop the enemy before the madness awakened. Swinging his fist, Guildmaster Eclipse realized that he still didn't know much about his enemy. A powerful blow destroyed the Shadow Devils. Putting his hands in front of him, the writer used the self-defense skill. Smiling widely, Donghyun shouted that he had already caught dozens of hunters like him. The man found himself behind the enemy. The assassin looked back. The villain assumed that for the first time he was being sneaked up on from behind. The protagonist stepped aside. He managed to dodge the wave of powerful energy. Using stealth, Kanhu disappeared into thin air. Guildmaster Eclipse silently looked forward. Looking away, he asked if the enemy was really going to run away from him again. A malicious grin appeared on his face. He managed to stop the knife with his own hand. Looking at the enemy, the commander said that his actions were too predictable. Frowning, the boy asked how he did it. Donghyun explained that the enemy would not use stealth if he was really trying to escape. Grabbing his head, the man called him a very valuable person. The villain pressed the enemy into the ground. The youth closed his eyes. The guild leader Eclipse said that he managed to overcome his weaknesses and prove his worth. Clenching his fist, he decided to turn it into madness to resurrect his guild. Approaching the enemy, the commander expressed his desire to tear apart those who look down on him and rise to the top of this nation. The rider grinned. At the same time, Cutie appeared in front of him and pushed the villain back. Donghyun destroyed the slime with one blow. The time gained was enough to put the blade to his neck. The assassin narrowed his eyes slyly and said that his plans would not come true and that he should simply accept his death. The protagonist rushed forward and decapitated his opponent. Blood gushed out. His sword glowed with blue fire. The villain's body fell to the floor. Kanhu sighed heavily, turning down the corners of his lips. Looking at the madness capsules, the guy was glad that he was able to defeat the enemy before they awakened. A smile shone on his face. The dimension robber said that he could not subjugate the constellations of the target and that this was not the end. Hearing that the enemy was still alive, the young man turned around. An explosion of light energy was heard in the room. The madness capsules cracked, liquid poured out of them. Someone was walking down the corridor. Dead guards lay everywhere in the building. Smiling, Sehen realized that they had almost dealt with Eclipse. Some time ago, the enemies heading to the detention center encountered the Blue Eyes mercenaries. Yeren destroyed them with her arrows. The prisoners were smiling happily. The heroes managed to save them. Scratching his cheek, the man thought that it had been a long battle. Looking through the hole in the floor, the hunter decided that now all that was left was to deal with the enemy leader and then everything would end. The rider sat on the floor with his head down. Gritting his teeth, the assassin looked up. Donghyun put his hand on the wound on his neck. He approached the enemy. The protagonist asked what happened to his body. Smiling widely, the man said that the first step to survival was to throw away your humanity and promise to make his enemy just as strong. Narrowing his eyes, Kanhu assumed that the scoundrel had turned himself into madness, but remembered that these monsters did not have regenerative abilities. The boy frowned and said that he did not intend to become his pet. The guild leader Eclipse suggested that he give that chance to someone else. The monsters stepped forward and bared their teeth. Seeing them, the boy gritted his teeth in fear. Raising his hand, the commander said that there were also valuable people up there and ordered the madness to kill everyone there. The huge monsters loomed over Seoul. One of them raised its fist to hit him. The monster's eyes lit up. They were killing machines that were distinguished by inhuman resilience and heightened senses, as well as an unwavering belief in their skills. Shiwen summoned magic circles to destroy them. The madnesses were so strong that even high-level hunters could not defeat them, but they were created to demonstrate the antagonist's strength. Remembering how the monster pounced on him, the rider thought that he tried his best to avoid them, saving Dongyi. Donghyun tried to punch him. A cut appeared on the assassin's face. The man hit the ground with force. The protagonist managed to jump to the side. Turning around and looking at the enemy, Kanhu thought that stealth were useless against him from the very beginning, because madness can easily smell a person. Smiling, the villain was surprised that the enemy did not rush to help his comrades. Swinging his blade, the guy said that he had to deal with him first. Using a grip, the young man grabbed the guild leader with a ghostly hand. A bright light illuminated the commander's face. The next moment, the rider got close to him. The assassin began to deliver successive bloody blows. The blade of the knife caught the villain's skin. Hearing a strange sound, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Donghyun grabbed his hand. The man immediately swung his free hand. A powerful blow threw Kanhu's body back. The knife fell from his hand. The boy fell to the ground and coughed. The villain looked up with a stern gaze. The cuts on his body caught fire. The magic of the bloody burn made his back arch in unbearable pain. Breathing heavily, the boy managed to raise his hand to snap his fingers. Frowning, he asked how the enemy was able to maintain his sanity after becoming insane. Taking a step forward, the head of Eclipse explained that insanity was a byproduct of Russian experiments to create improved hunters. Having restored the lost body parts, the commander explained that he wanted to use the stolen technology to create something greater because he had an infinite amount of resources for experiments. With a sly grin, the villain said that he had gone beyond the boundaries of something human. Looking at him, the rider asked if he really had the opportunity to become like him. Donghyun was glad that the enemy finally understood everything. The man smiled madly and explained that they could work together for mutual benefit and said that he could turn the enemy into his greatest creation. The assassin smiled. The guild leader noticed a knife at his feet. The protagonist swung the blade. Slamming it on the ground, Kanhu asked the enemy to turn around. Madness slammed his fist into Sammy's sword. The girl gritted her teeth, trying to resist its power. The people ran away from the building. Donnie reached forward to buff his friend. Her hands glowed due to the increase in power. The woman was able to cut the monster's body in half. A light was on under the ceiling. The huntress wiped her chin and praised her friend for his excellent work. The boy said that the Blue Eyes mercenaries were helping the prisoners. The masked man showed the slaves the way to the exit. While the mercenaries helped with the evacuation, the squad should buy some time. Seeing another madness in front of him, the hunter was surprised that he had encountered this again. Sammy asked if these creatures had really defeated their leader. A lightning strike fell on the monster. The guys looked around in surprise. With a menacing frown, Yuri said that their comrade would definitely return. Raising her hand, the girl explained that Kanhu had promised to return and that he was most likely still fighting below. And all that was left was to believe in him. The wounded madness shuddered. Suddenly, it leaned on its hand to stand up. Raising her rifle, Si-yeon asked her friends to focus on the battle. Aiming, the woman said that she was fine and that she and her comrade were ready to die here from the very beginning. Si-yeon was lying on the ground covered in blood. The madness opened its mouth wide when an enemy shell flew at it. With tears in her eyes, the sniper said that she did not want to think about anything except killing these scoundrels. Green spears burst out from his hand and pierced the monster's body. Yeren stood on the platform and continued to attack the enemy. Summoning sparkling crystals in her hand, the girl thought that her friend was right and that the most important question now was whether they would be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. Seeing the enemy approaching, the guys prepared for battle. Donghyun stepped on the knife and broke it in half. The protagonist frowned furiously. The man asked if he was really planning to use the same skill he used on Sohee. Squinting his eyes in disdain, the villain decided that it was worth saving his strongest move, but it was still not enough. Clutching his stomach, Kanhu called him by name. His eyes sparkled. The guy thought that such regeneration was simply unrealistic and something was definitely wrong. Thanks to the mana tracking, black energy was visible in the enemy's chest. There was a mana crystal hidden under the dark aura. The young man couldn't believe that the enemy had implanted it in his chest and was able to survive such an overload. Grinning, the writer realized what that sound was when the knife hit his skin and why, so he grabbed his shirt. She was trying to show him how to kill the head of Eclipse. Taking a step forward, the assassin realized that he needed to aim precisely at the mana stone. His eyes widened as a sharp pain pierced his head. The protagonist fell to his knees. His body fell to the ground. Reaching out to grab the knife, Kanhu realized that this was a side effect of the pills. The commander kicked the knife away from him. Clenching his fist, Donghyun said that now the enemy would not be able to dodge, losing his weapon and all his mana. Grinning maliciously, the man declared that this was the end. Raising his head, the guy explained that he would have to use something else since he was out of mana. A cloud of dark energy appeared in his hand. Swinging it, the young man promised to deal with the enemy with his bare hands. The villain opened his mouth in anger and shouted his name. Gritting his teeth, the rider rushed forward. Swinging his hand, he cut the opponent's chest with the true black moon. A wave of dark energy rolled through the basement. Even the walls were marked with the impact. Guildmaster Eclipse collapsed to the ground. The system reported that the user had stolen the undefeated god of war. Smiling, the assassin realized that he had received a gigantic amount of experience, considering the fivefold difference in levels. Suddenly, many golden messages from different constellations appeared in front of his eyes. The protagonist looked away when the true black truth seeker said that their contract was quite sudden for him, but watching the new owner was extremely interesting. In the past, Shiwin narrowed his eyes slyly. The constellation stabilized the forces of darkness and allowed him to avoid the side effects. Swinging his knife, Kanhu smiled. The truth seeker said that the owner impressed him with his fighting style back in the test. He asked why the performer left this technique for the very end and did not use it from the very beginning. The guy smiled and answered that he only had one chance. Pointing at the notification about the powers of darkness, the young man explained that his overall indicator of the powers of darkness was still too low, so he had to spend all his energy to make that technique as powerful as possible. In the past, the enemy's body was immediately restored. The writer understood that he could have died if he had used a deadly technique without making sure that he had a magic crystal. The constellation praised him for his incredible endurance and decided that its owner really had no equal. The assassin almost fell forward. He managed to lean on his hand. Looking up, the protagonist was surprised that there were madmen in the basements of the Chunmyeon detention center. Putting in an earphone, Kangu decided that he needed to help the others, although in his current state he would not even be able to detain the monsters. Green particles sparkled around him. Smiling, the guy thought that this was much better. Sammy swung her sword, a sphere of green energy burning behind her. The girl cut through the monster's chest. The sword left only a few scratches on its skin. Madness spread his arms and screamed. The woman said that his skin was too tough. Donj extended his hand and called out to his friend. Feeling the increase in strength, the huntress determinedly knitted her brows and praised her comrade for his excellent work. She managed to deal a crushing blow to the enemy. Sammy landed on her feet. The monsters attacked her from both sides. The girl disappeared thanks to the spell, and the monsters struck each other. She walked out of the portal that Yuri created. The last madness covered his eyes with his hands. The woman asked his comrades to hold on a little longer. Wiping his chin, the huntress realized that the enemy's weak point was the mana crystals, but her own energy was already running out. Suddenly, the monster punched her in the chest. Her body flew back and hit the wall. Sammy fell to the floor and dropped her sword. Her friends called out to her. The monster stepped forward. Its shadow loomed over Yuri. Madness swung its fist. The girl realized that it was too late to dodge. Summoning a cloud of energy in her hand, she decided to take this creature with her, even if she was destined to die here. Suddenly, someone jumped forward, protecting her from the blow. The monster's eyes widened in shock. It turned out to be Donghyun's dead body. It fell to the ground. The woman and the monster looked at it in surprise. The huntress, her mouth open in horror, asked what it was. Jumping into the air, the protagonist ordered his friend to duck. Swinging his burning blade, he used True Black Moon. A powerful wave of energy cut the monster in half. Kanhu landed on his feet next to his dead body. The guy lowered his head, sighing heavily. Looking at the corpse of the madness, the young man thought that it panicked when it saw the dead master. Seeing their friend, the guy smiled widely. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the writer praised them for their excellent work. Lowering his head, the assassin said that he fulfilled his promise and killed Donghyun. Yeren put her hand on his shoulder, helping him stand up. The girl asked him to catch his breath. The protagonist realized that his body could not stand it anymore. Yuri rushed into his arms. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The woman was glad that her friend managed. Kangwoo said that he almost fainted right in front of her. There were many corpses of guards and monsters in the building. The guys decided to return. The leader of the mercenary corps stood in front of the map. After the fall of Eclipse, Blue Eyes absorbed the Black Lion organization and became the strongest organization in Dechen. Seeing looked forward with determination, deciding to stay with Yeren to help the victims and solve other crimes of Eclipse. A recording appeared showing black smoke coming out of the detention center. The media reported that the Eclipse organization was eliminated in a joint operation between OOB and minor guilds. OOB personnel carried things out of the Chunmyong detention center. Dongyi and Sangmi approached the people from the abyss. Putting a hand on his nephew's shoulder, Hyunseok noticed that his gaze had changed. The boy confidently knitted his brows, confirming this experience will be a great help for his future growth. Dechen, the protagonist, and Yuri stood in front of the Blue Eyes headquarters. The girl gave him a tablet with the data they managed to find out about Violante. Frowning, she told him that the main essence of the plant's effect is to suppress the side effects of the forces of darkness. Looking at the documents, Kanhu thought that Violante was meant for Gwanhyun, since Shiwon had a true black truth seeker. The guild leader stood behind his comrade, having lost the constellation. He would be forced to use the part of Violante that was not meant for him at all. Turning the page, the guy decided that he had managed to put pressure not only on the villain, but also on his accomplice. Approaching the car, the woman said that it was time for her to go and asked her friend to drop by to visit them sometime. Interlocking her index fingers, the embarrassed huntress said that she would be glad to go to the dungeon with him alone. The young man wished her a good journey. Smiling, the writer asked his friend to say hello to her grandfather. Lamps were burning under the ceiling. Looking at the photo, Seeing said that her comrade always protected the weak. In the photo, the guys were smiling happily. The girl said that her fiancé was self-confident, so the three of them were always trying to fight the injustices of this world. Tears fell on the photo. Covering her eyes with her hand, the woman said that they were always prepared for death. Imagining Si-hyun pointing his bow at Donghyun, the assassin thought that he left his comrade outside precisely so that he would not die at the hands of the head of Eclipse, as it was in the original novel. Yeren approached her friend to calm her down. The protagonist realized that the world he created had changed and that preventing some deaths was actually impossible. Frowning, Kang-hoo said that he deeply grieved over his death. Wiping away her tears, the huntress apologized and explained that she asked for this meeting only to show him something terrible. Looking down, Seeing said that she found something very strange while investigating Sohee's movements. Placing his hands on the table, the boy asked if this was related to their internal conflict with Donghyun. The girl explained that even before their attack on the Chunmyong isolation facility, the Purification Guild had been trying to track down Sohee. Hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in shock. Imagining the brunette gritting her teeth while looking at Shiwon, the writer realized that some kind of conflict had arisen between the Purification Guild and the Eclipse Guild. Putting his hand in his pocket, the assassin suggested that OOB did not intend to deal with neglected regions, but wanted to deal with the enemy of their master. Yeren thought that this sounded logical, considering the fact that they were essentially a subordinate organization of the Purification Guild. The woman said that it was quite unpleasant to realize that they were only part of their plan. Taking out his phone, the protagonist stated that no matter what, one day they would have to kill Donghyun anyway. Looking at the screen, Kanhu thought that they needed accurate information about what was going on within OOB, because they would definitely learn something important if they figured out what their conflict was about. Shiwon was holding a brooch in his hands. Looking at his friend, the scoundrel asked what the hunter who found it was doing now and said that he wanted to thank him. Gwanhyun said that he had already sent his subordinate to him. The man was standing in front of the corpse of an Eclipse employee. This time they managed to deal with them even though they couldn't catch Sohee. Crossing his arms, the head of the Purification Guild realized that he only had to solve the constellation problem, because leaving the Blood Eater as his main constellation was humiliating. The hunter narrowed his eyes and said that they had no way to find out how exactly the enemies managed to kidnap the true Black Truth Seeker because Sohee and Donghyun were dead, smiling and asking him not to forget about their overseas friends. Gwanghyun shuddered tensely, realizing what his comrade was up to. Someone opened the door. The people entered the office just in time. The 4 foreign hunters stood one after another. From now on they would work together with the Purification Guild. Elizabeth looked down in embarrassment. She was from England. Vincent smirked. He was the representative of the Netherlands. Sitting at the desk, Shiwon greeted them and hoped that they got here without any problems. The girl said that everything was fine. The man was surprised that he was accompanied by OOB members. Looking at the hunter, Casey explained that they had contacted him after the last conference and said they wanted to work with them. Gwanchin called it an unusual combination. The Saint of Redemption, traveling the world to save the poor, summoned light energy in her hands. There were many corpses around the most famous killer in all of Europe. It was surprising that they had arrived here together. Vincent closed his eyes, indignant that he was called a killer just because he was collecting hidden skills. The man said that his ally could give anyone a head start when it came to the number of victims. Putting a finger to her chin, the woman said that she had no idea what she was talking about. Smiling widely, Elizabeth explained that she had never killed people and her victims were just parasites who were of no use. Putting her hand on the table, the girl suggested that they stop talking about them. Approaching the scoundrel, the Saint of Redemption wanted to hear what exactly the essence of this meeting was. Recalling how they spoke at the press conference, the woman explained that to some it might seem like it was all about clearing dungeons around the world, but their true goal was to unite the strongest hunters of all nations. Looking at the head of the Purification Guild, she asked if he really wanted to create a secret organization that would control this world. The guy said that he just wanted to cleanse this world of filth. Elizabeth raised her eyebrows in interest. Frowning sternly, the young man said that he realized something after the raid on the Hell of Justice. In the memory, Shiwon covered his mouth with his hand when the system window appeared. No matter how powerful he was, there were villains everywhere who did nothing but wait for the right moment. Casey nodded. Gwanhan stood next to him. The villain explained that the strongest representatives of their nations should unite and establish a new order in this world, becoming stronger through cooperation with other hunters. Jiangwu crossed her arms and sighed. The demonic hand grabbed the earth. The leader of the Purification stated that in the end, besides uniting this world, they would serve for the greater good. Placing his hand on his chest, the boy promised that his comrades would get whatever they wanted if they joined him. Grinning, Vincent said that he was willing to do anything as long as he had the opportunity to gain hidden skills. Raising her eyebrows, Elizabeth asked if the boy thought his scope was too small, wondering how many people he planned to integrate into his plan. Smiling slyly, Shiwon replied that he needed 13 people, and stated that the name 13 Stars would suit them very well. Leaning back in his chair, the villain said that the meeting was not bad. Staring at the ceiling, he introduced Elizabeth and Vincent, saying that with their help, they would be able to gather information from both the light and dark sides to find out how exactly the enemies were able to steal his constellation. Putting his hands in his pockets, Gwanhan asked if his friend was sure they could be trusted. The head of the Purification Guild replied that they could be killed at any time if they stopped being useful or betrayed them. Connecting the brooch to the computer, the guy offered to watch the recording. Raising his hand, the young man stared at the screen. An image of the main character appeared on the monitor. Shiwon asked who he was. It was dark in the gateway. Leaning against the wall, Kanhu asked if Eclipse had received dirt on the villain. Dohan confirmed it. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man said that they had managed to confirm that Eclipse was blackmailing an enemy, but they had not managed to find out the details. Frowning, the guy thought that everything fit together if you combine this information with Seung's investigation. The arrows showed the interactions between the different guilds. The leader of the Purification Guild, furious at Donghyun's blackmail, put pressure on OOB, who then asked Blue Eyes for help in taking down Eclipse. Furiously knitting his brows, the hunter said that they had discovered all the dirty deeds of the Purification Guild after the last investigation. Jiangti, Tichu, and Junho smirked. Dohun explained that they were all connected to countless criminal organizations, covering for each other and working together. Angrily clenching his fist, the man asked if they dared to pose as guardians of order after all this, and said that he would begin to act very soon because they had enough evidence in their hands to capture OOB. With the corners of his lips lowered, the writer said that his friend was deeply mistaken if he thought they could fix everything. The hunter asked what that meant. Stepping forward, the assassin explained that the Purification Guild controlled everything from OOB to the media, so people wouldn't believe their evidence. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist said that the entire world would turn against them once they made that evidence public. Dohan shuddered tensely. His brows furrowed menacingly. Kanhu thought that if they rebelled right now, they would be wiped out just like in the novel, so they couldn't lose another key figure. Passing by his ally, the boy asked him not to act so rashly and wait for the order. Putting his hand to his head, the man explained that they wanted to deal with the enemies as quickly as possible for one reason only. Because after the press conference, the Purification Guild had been approached by the strongest hunters from all over the world. The young man's eyes widened in shock and he realized that this was to be expected. The staff stood in a straight line. The hunter explained that the Purification Guild used him and the other OOB hunters to welcome their guests. Doan looked to the side. Among the guests who entered was Elizabeth from England. The man frowned. If representatives of foreign guilds joined the enemies, then they would not have a chance to win. Putting his hand to his chin, the writer guessed that if the Saint of Atonement joined the 13 Stars, then the second person was Vincent. People from different countries stood next to Shiwon. The Purification Guild began to recruit new members much faster than expected, which is why the assassin will have to take some action. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist thanked his comrade for such valuable information. The hunter said that he wanted to protect this country no matter what it took. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, he promised to do whatever was required of him, because Kanhu needed a blade that could defeat the Purification Guild. The boy smiled and asked him to just stay alive. Walking away from the meeting place, the young man said that his friend would have a much more important role to play. Recordings of the assassin appeared on the monitor. Someone reported that this was the man who escaped from the Chinmyeon detention center, cut off Tisu's hand and defeated Sohee. On the table was a dossier on the writer who managed to escape from the Hell of Justice alive. Grinning, Shiwon realized that he had finally found him. Squinting, the villain said the real name of his enemy. In the past, Yeren was driving a car. The head of the Purification assumed that she wanted to recommend this particular hunter. The boy held the phone to his ear, talking to her, but now he wondered if he would have to break their alliance and dig a little deeper. Gwanhyun looked at the phone and reported that their reconnaissance team found some information about the enemy. Information about Soyeon appeared on the screen. The man said that Kanhu had a girlfriend who was a member of their subsidiary guild. Imagining the woman behind the mercenary leader, the young man realized that she was not Yeren's subordinate and said that they needed to find out more information from her. Throwing the tablet on the table, Shiwon ordered to use them as pawns or kill them if they turned out to be enemies. The car stopped. Getting out of it, the protagonist said that he had arrived at the very place. Lowering the corners of his lips, Kanhu promised to contact his girlfriend after he finished his business. Standing on the dark street, the guy remembered that, according to the course of history, he should be the next member of the 13 Stars after Elizabeth and Vincent. Imagining a man with a sword on his shoulder, the young man decided to crush his enemies before they could form an alliance. Osaka, Japan. Walking down a busy street, the writer wanted to expand their scene a little. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.